Good morning, everybody. This is Sue.
Sue, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now, Lindsay.
Thank you, Sue.
I think we got it, Adrian. It was them, not me. What do you know?
Madam Chair, the first portion of the day was to debrief and to, shall we wait for for Member Ryan?
Well, hopefully he's on, he was on.
Let me see if he's on. Supervisor Ryan, are you on? I think his laptop is set up for him, but I don't believe he's on yet.
Okay, well, I hate to have all of us here and, you know, why don't we, you all want to start? Let's go ahead and start and he'll catch up if we can.
So you.
All right,
proceed
so
and
we're ready.
Have board members.
Good Monday morning, everybody. It's wonderful to see you staff here in the boardroom again. Thank you once again for being here and hope you all had a good weekend. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am Chair of the Board of Supervisors and also Supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3. District 3 is on his way. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for today, and it's going to be a good day. And I always keep waking up in the morning thinking that, and I just want to say welcome, Judy Begay again, District 4.
And District 5, Lena Fowler.
Good morning. It's a beautiful day on a Monday, so thank you so much. Looking forward to the week's budget meetings. Thank you, and thanks for joining us.
All right, and let's go ahead and proceed. And I know that now is the time for discussion. I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, real quickly, in terms of the schedule for today, we have most of the criminal justice departments and offices are today, with the exception at the end of the day at 3 o'clock, we have put in the community wildfire defense program, and that was a holdover from last week. You'll recall we ran out of time on Friday, so that's taking place today. So that's from 3 to 4, and then we reserve 4 to 5 for discussion by the board. And then I also want to call your attention, while it's not on the schedule, on Thursday, May 12th, we are going to be inserting an update from our Arizona State Retirement System financial advisor. You'll recall we are in the process of a similar debt issuance for ASRS that we did for public safety retirement. And we do want to do an update on the process of the ASRS refinance due to changing market, interest rate, et cetera. And so we'll be providing that. So we don't have a time yet, but it'll be sometime during the day on May 12th. And that is our wrap-up day. And so Thursday, we have a presentation at 8 o'clock IT, and then the rest of the day, with the exception of what I just mentioned, is reserved for the board to wrap up discussions on the budget. And so that's kind of the Thursday lineup at that time. Today, Lindsay is going to pull up a slide that provides some of the follow-up topics. Certainly is not an exhaustive list, i.e. the parking lot that we referred to. And what we want to do at this point in time is just get a little more feedback from board members relative to these items. If board members have had additional discussion later today, the first bullet, market study job audit discussion, Erica Philpott will be presenting an update at the end of today on that particular topic. She's done some additional, gathered some additional information regarding the county's efforts in the past to accomplish market and other job audit processes here at the county. And so she'll be presenting that at the end of the day today. There's been several references during the discussion or during the topic of economic development. And so wanting to get a little bit more feedback from the board on what they may envision of some solutions or some suggestions in that area to be. A tribal liaison contract, and again, this was discussed last week during one of the agenda items in terms of a solution or a strategy to strengthen our relations in that area. And then the Board of Supervisors CPI allocation, that is back on the board's budget, and just want to get a little more, some clarification, but we have some more information to present. And this is
I'm sorry,
followed.
CPI allocation, what are you?
That's the inflation. That's the inflation.
Got it.
So this is a follow-up actually from the retreat that we've held a few weeks ago. And so we'll be providing information and getting a little more clarification in that area.
So that's the 10%, is that correct?
5%.
5%, oh darn. Okay, the 5%.
So we'll be talking about that a little bit more. So back to you, Madam Chair, if board members want to provide a little more feedback on those topics, or if there are some topics from last week that we
Yeah,
want to talk
there's a
about.
couple more topics I'd like to add if we could. We were talking about, we have all these little stickies, and he's got a whole bunch of stickies, so he might have even more. Fee for service, a discussion on fee for service would be good to add. Also, just, I don't know if we need to put this on the parking lot, but just a comment that was made last week, county manager, that I thought was an excellent idea, and that is to have a county statement on sustainability. Those are the additional ones that I had. Anybody else, any other members of the board to add to the parking lot? And we'll ask Matt when he gets here. All right. In terms of the, just kind of looking at the reserve for discussion follow-up, the market study and job audit discussion, it sounds like we'll have further this afternoon. I think we have talked a lot about that, so I'm not sure what additional you may need, county manager or staff, but we can continue that discussion later when we talk about it. And any other comments from the others on the parking lot list?
Okay, I
It's-
just have a curiosity. I've been to a lot of events, City of Flagstaff, different things, and they always do a land recognition, and we've never done anything like that. And I don't know if that's something that we're interested in doing or not, but just throwing that out there.
Yeah, we were going to do also just reports to the board on the workforce innovation, just periodic reports would be fabulous. And we also talked about possibility of having a report to the board members. And this could be done actually in a letter or email from county manager's office. And that is just a report to the board on the ongoing election litigation.
Good morning. I just have a note here. I think most of the ones that are, that I've written down, there's like 10 of them, but 2 of them are already on the list. And the other one area that I wrote down is the WIOA. When he did his presentation, I just felt that we should possibly give him an FTE, you know, to help in that area, because I feel that this is where another position may be needed. So that's the only other one I have.
Madam Chair, can I comment on that one?
Sure.
So the Workforce Investment Act is funded entirely by a grant. And so with that, grant positions are added throughout the year. When Mr. Francis began his tenure, his employment here, he was the only employee. As a result of retirements and others individuals taking other jobs, he ended up netting just himself. So he's in the process of building the function. And so it is not necessary, it's not necessary for the board to grant an FTE. That is his call as the grant administrator. And so just like all grants that we receive, they do come with funding to allocate for FTEs. But again, it's certainly the board can go through the process, but it's not a requirement, nor would that be. We wouldn't be coming back to the board during the year to add the positions, because again, those are entirely grant funded. That's an entirely grant funded program. Thanks.
Any other comments? One thing, Steve, I had a conversation this weekend with some members of our community talking about the jail tax. And I was remembering a pie chart that I saw. I'm sure it came from Siri somewhere along the line. A pie chart showing the various percentages of the general fund and how it's allocated across departments, showing the judiciary and the criminal justice system with quite a bit of that pie chart. And it would be helpful to have a copy of that for further discussions. And I know I had it, but I can't find it. Thank you. Any other comments, members of the board?
Madam
Well, it's
Chair,
Monday morning.
I'm listening in. I thought we got a pattern of starting at 8:30, so my head set me up to start at 8:30. So sorry, I'm coming in. I do want to look at some of my, if I may, I do want to look at some of the post-its that I have, just to double check on them. In terms of the comments of the list that Steve has, I think they're, some of them are continuing conversation, like economic development. There are multiple areas that, I think we have time that having it in the parking lot is really good, meaning that we are going to come back to it and work further on what the opportunity is associated with it. Similar idea with the liaison, although we could, kind of sync up the idea of what we perceive that to be. But again, it would be an additional conversation associated with it. I think you captured it with the pay study. We've gotten all our presentations at this point. That'll be, as we get to the end of the budget conversations, and there was a fourth one in there. I'm driving, so I can't read it. I know it was the CPI for associated with the board budget. In our discussions at the time was that we've done it for all departments, but we've kind of kept our the board away from that for many years. But we've created a situation where there's limited availability associated with travel or other items. And when we were having that discussion at the retreat, it was a suggestion that be a consideration, that we stay consistent with what the recommendations are each year, and 5% is what the county manager is recommending. And I think that's consistent with that conversation. The one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, as far as some of the parking lot pieces, would be that we come back and have a housing discussion, because it plays into the broader scope of what we have going on. Our employees, even if we give this pay raise, the cost of housing is getting beyond everybody, and it is one that we may not address immediately, but we might consider associated with the budget in terms of if we step into that conversation. But it's a good, again, placeholder for the parking lot. And I had a couple more. I think we covered a lot of them. But thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. I thought we started 8:30. Thank you.
Well, Judy called me at about 5:45 to ask me what time we started, so you could have called.
Yeah, I was busy checking my gopher traps and stuff like that, you know.
I will see you when you get here.
Okay.
Yes, I did note you have a lot of stickies that you might want to add to this. So, and I have to say, my recollection of our discussion during our retreat with regards to the Board of Supervisors 5% CPI allocation are similar to yours as well. So I guess we'll be discussing that more fully this afternoon with the rest of the parking lot items.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I think that, this list is good. I think we really need to focus on economic development this year, as we've been hearing that, and that's the reason why it's on the parking lot, which is really good. Tribal liaison, I don't know if it's a tribal liaison or what the position would be, but we've been having conversation about this position for several years in the Public Affairs Department, and really like to see if we can put that in this year. The other one that is that Judy brought up was the road that she's talking about, and seeing how we might be able to see how we can at least start a conversation about how it can be added to our roads list, and maybe be able to have set aside so that when we have an agreement with Navajo Nation, we'd be able to do that, because we can do projects with Navajo Nation. So that's the only other one that I want to just bring out. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And with regards to tribal liaison contract, I'd also like to talk a little bit about the diversity equity position that we've talked about, how they may overlap and how they may not. And I think that should be part of the discussion with that as well.
Yeah, the equity diversity position's been there, and the effort was to bring somebody from back east and have them planted here, and somehow initiate the diversity here. And we are already diverse, and I just think that we have to understand what the position is for and what this position is. So I think there's two different positions that we'll be talking about. Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I just wanted to say that I agree. I think that the diversity and inclusion position that we've been talking about, that has been kind of in the wings for a while, and that Manager Peru has committed some time to trying to jumpstart again. Just want to make sure we're having the proper conversation there and help moving that forward, because that position is crucial for the county.
And Madam Chair, if I could also.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I've heard, I get the message very clearly that you want us to move on that, and certainly that is on the top of the list. Just been trying to manage other priorities at this point in time, but it's on this list.
So, Madam Chair, we just need to make sure that we know the goal of that position and how it will be implemented, and really look to see somebody in that position with that knows our area as well. Thank you.
What I would like to suggest, Madam Chair, since this seems to be getting some good discussion, we'll be setting aside some time for some discussion from the board. We're getting feedback from the diversity commissions as well, and so it would be appropriate at this time also to add the Board of Supervisors as inputs on this process. It's a recruitment process. And so your input as we put the position together is key.
Yeah, thank you. And I know this will be great for further discussion. And I think the same is true with the tribal liaison. If we choose to go and do an FTE for that position, we need to talk about that and how that's going to relate for all the tribal context here in Northern Arizona. Well, guess who just came in? You want to take a look at your
Top of the morning, Madam Chair. If I may, Madam Chair, I'll just quickly, let's see, we went over flood control. We'll be coming back to that with the budget piece. Economic development, tribal liaison, matches, and I think it goes in line with some of the road discussion, matches for some of this federal money. I think that's a little bit more of a conversation on that. Don't have my glasses on. We know a facilities master plan will be, it's a continuum of conversation, so I don't think that needs to anything special. There was a note associated with coming back and having a discussion related to market study. Let's see.
We have up there what we've put up so far.
Right. I'm not seeing it up in those top 5, but sometimes we have these parking lot, and these are subcategories. I don't think it's, of that level, but I kind of put them down just to double check.
Sure.
Did you guys get the same notes associated with these? And one that I had on there that I don't know if we throw it up, but I wanted to make sure we had it as a point is it's kind of budget, it's kind of not. It's a board tour that we get the board going. Here, we're looking at all the budgets. We're seeing, again, more broadly, what we do. We really haven't had a chance together as a board to go around, and I'd love to have that in the parking lot as it's kind of like a carryover of legislative pieces. And the other one of note is I haven't seen, typically we have legislative bubble up. We don't have much on legislative right now that's bubbled up. Aside from our regular legislative, sometimes, departments will have an area, but that's an area of note of question that I don't know if you guys got into that much, Steve, but often we have, several items that bubble up related to legislative.
So the budget materials do ask for the question on legislative landscape within the departments. But back to Member Ryan, is there additional information you want us to prepare related to legislation and the budget?
Madam Chair and Steve, it is, I wasn't seeking additional, but I noticed that nothing's popping up, and I just don't want to lose it because suddenly we're going to do the aha moment. That's right, we were talking about this. We really should have had it as part of our prep for whether it's the federal or the state level of legislative.
Okay.
They're my little side notes, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate that. So, and I know there are some at some point in the future, and I don't really see this as budget related, and I'm trying to keep my remarks limited to budget, but I think there are obvious areas involved with some of the especially state, but also federal legislative that we may want to talk about or take a broader or more active stance on, but I don't see that as part of the budget discussion at this point. Although what would be part of the budget discussion is infrastructure bill. Yes,
Madam-
Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, as we look forward and as we all know, there's prices are increasing and there's a lot of funds that are probably going to be not there next year, the year after that, or whatever. I'm thinking, I brought this up before, is maybe a grant writing person right in Steve's office somewhere that can help, with different areas, grants. I know that the departments have their own grants and stuff like that, but I think we need to one at this level so that we can do some other stuff with that. So a lot of times these grant writers, what they do is they put their position in the grant and they don't get paid until the grant is approved or whatever. So I'm kind of thinking that would be something that we might be able to think about and talk about too.
If I can comment on that, Madam Chair, the county in the past has attempted different models with regard to grant writing. At one time, we had, there is certainly the software grant searching software that we've used in the past as a subscription where departments and staff can look and put parameters in for grant searching. And then all of the related grants that might connect to that particular topic we're alerted to. And so it's more of a grant search platform. We've also had on staff a grant writer in the past that did do actively seeking grants. And then we've also had a contract for seeking grant writing services. So what we'll do is we can put together just some of those attempts. I say attempts because I think had they been solutions, one of those would still be in place today. I think the other dynamic that happens at the county is departments also do a fair amount of grant searching on their own. They have that staff expertise to be looking out for grants that align to their work. And so we do have a variety of different attempts at grant writing, but we'll bring this back for discussion regarding some ideas going forward. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And this is where, I thought I mentioned it in the parking lot, but I was trying to see where we would have this discussion is a funding, matching funds for grants for departments, for them to be able to apply for a grant and be able to have funds set aside for to be able to have those go after these grants that are coming through right now. There are a lot of federal grants and other grants that are out there now. It won't be there for a long time. The main thing around these grants is clustering, and which means multiple agencies that are applying for a grant, but our departments do that. And our challenge, sounds like with our departments, is that they don't have the matching grants. We heard from the school district yesterday, superintendent's office, saying that they will try to seek grants where it doesn't require matching funds, or the matching funds come from in-kind services. While they can continue to do that, but it would really help our departments to be able to have some set aside funds for matching, to match grants and be able to secure grants that they are seeking. So give them a little bit more flexibility and opportunity. So that would be something that I would add to the grant discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other concerns, questions, comments? All right, anything from members of the staff or county manager?
Actually, Madam Chair, and Steve, you may have addressed this. My apologies. I see we have the Community Wildfire Defense Program modification. Are you going to go over the schedule changes? Are there any more, I guess?
Well, and that particular topic is on for this afternoon. And then we have also on Thursday, and I mentioned this, the Arizona State Retirement debt issuance. The debt issuance, we're bringing that back to the board for a Thursday update, just given changing market and inflation, et cetera. So that's coming back at 9:30 on Thursday. But just, Madam Chair, if I could just real quick, the schedule for the week calls for an 8 o'clock start for each day. Is there a desire on the part of the board to modify?
You know, I think 8:30 would probably be fine. I know some of our board members come in from the reservation and it's a long drive. And especially for Matt, but he doesn't. No, I think 8:30 probably be good for all of us.
Okay, we'll just we'll modify the schedule for an 8:30 start for the balance of the week.
Just to note, County Manager Peru, that the meeting tomorrow starts at 1 for budget
Thank you.
because of the evening meeting. So tomorrow is 1 o'clock start time. Thank you.
Your day, yeah, the day starts. Thank you. Madam Chair, let's see, Siri, any other comments? Let's see, Lucinda?
No, I think I'm good. I'm looking forward to this afternoon.
Okay, and then Sue?
Thank you, County Manager. I would just apologize. I failed to mention in the County Manager's budget presentation last week that we also have an additional staff member, and I apologize to her profusely. She does a great job, especially in the area of vital records and things like that. And that is Stephanie Nez, who is assigned to the city office. So my apologies to Stephanie. She's a great asset to us. And also I will make note, because we have IT scheduled on Thursday, the 12th, starting at 8 o'clock, that we'll move them to 8:30. And I'll look for confirmation from Siri on that with the new schedule. Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, the first presenter today is Superior Court. They're scheduled at 9 o'clock. So the board can take a quick break or.
Okay, obviously they aren't here. Too bad. We'd start early. So I guess we're taking a break.
Thank you.
Are we getting ourselves ready to start again? Because we should. It's 9 o'clock. I see the presiding judge is with us and all right. We're back again. So thank you for joining us and hello, Judge. Good to see you. It looks like you have your staff with you as well. I'm going to turn. And I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to get this started out for our Monday morning discussion on budget and the Superior Courts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Superior Court will be presenting it now, 9 o'clock, and I'll ask the judge to introduce his team that's here before. I do want to quickly go over the budget requests that were received. Requests that received were to fund expenses, mandated expenses related to the courts, juror services, interpreter, court reporter, court transcripts, mental health, forensic evaluations, guardianship, arbitration, and other AOC external and mandated external review. And Madam Chair, as we've always done, we will always, there's no choice. We must provide financial support for mandated services. While you will see that it is not recommended, well, it is because we're going to be funding that anyway. When the court gets to certain areas of the court that need funding, they typically reach out to us, and we do provide the possibility or the opportunities to do what we need to do to make those expenditures happen. So there is certainly no indication or anything other than we'll continue to fund mandated services. Two other items that were requested: staff, a bailiff position, an FT for a bailiff position, then also for a division manager. Those two positions were not recommended. Again, our focus this year is on compensation, and the capacity to do a countywide compensation just does not provide the opportunity to fund additional positions. Also, I just want to make note, earlier this year with the American Rescue Plan, significant investments have been made in the justice system throughout all areas, and so the support through that program is occurring at this time as well. And so, with Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you and turn it to Judge Slayton.
Thank you very much, County Manager and Judge Slayton. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Turn the button on the bottom there, Judge. Right there, and then just put the mic closer to you.
All righty. Chair Horstman, Supervisor Vasquez, Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Begay, and Supervisor Fowler. Thank you all. I also want to say good morning, obviously, to County Manager Peru, Deputy County Manager Andriani. I haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you. And I believe we also have Deputy County Manager Brown on there, so thank you all so much. I'm going to be relatively short. I think Supervisor Peru has set out the budget and what you have to consider and the recommendations on it. We're coming out of a very difficult time, as I know you're all aware. And while we seem to see things coming back somewhat to normal, financially things are very well abnormal. Not only do we have seen a tremendous loss of revenue over the pandemic years, as I think we may be calling them, but we also are faced with tremendous inflation.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Lena. I'm on Zoom, and if you would just speak up louder, maybe bring the mic closer together.
I'll move the
Appreciate
mic
it.
closer. Is that better,
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, it is. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know.
Sue Brown is usually here, and she's usually telling everybody to move closer to the microphone. We've lost her today, but I guess I better remember to take over that function.
These are difficult times, obviously, and we all appreciate the amount of support that we received from the board throughout the past couple of years and the difficult decisions you have to make today. We do have our Superior Court Administrator, Sharon Yates is also present. We do have our limited jurisdiction court administrator, Shelley Bacon. Marty Delgadillo is also present. And just to also let you know, we do have Judge Jerry Landau, who's been assisting us with the Page Justice Court. And I believe that perhaps in the observation is also Judge Donald G. Roberts as well. So I think those are the folks that we have. Again, thank you all for your consideration and your support of these requests. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Yates right now.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, county manager, and budget team. Thank you so much for being here today. It's great to see you in person instead of little squares on the screen, even though we can see some little squares on the screen still. Before I begin my presentation, I know Judge Slayton had already introduced staff here. Shelley Bacon, our deputy court administrator who handles our limited jurisdiction courts, and Marty Delgadillo from administrative senior manager who handles all of our financials and a lot more. We wear multiple hats, as you're well aware, for many of our employees in the county. Before I get started, I'll make it very brief, my presentation. I want to focus on questions that you may have, and then also defer some of our time to the justice courts, because I know that they have 4 justice courts and a very brief amount of time. So I want to say thank you so much for supporting the county employees throughout the pandemic, not only with the recent action with the fire, but also increasing some time, the leave time for caring for individuals that have been impacted with COVID, those who are sick. So we really appreciate it. In addition to that, thank you so much for giving some ARPA funds to the court for the additional division. We are in the hiring process right now, so we're hoping that we'll get someone up and ready as soon as possible. June 1st, we're hoping. We have final interviews this week. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. So we're hoping that we can streamline some of these cases so we can get that justice to our community. Want to go over some budget highlights this last fiscal year. We were able to conduct every 5 years, the courts do a strategic planning event where we invite community stakeholders, our criminal justice partners, to come together and develop a strategic plan for the courts for the future. We had to delay it by 1 year due to the pandemic, but fortunately we were able to have it this last fiscal year. And we did a hybrid where we allowed individuals to participate similar to this, where people can participate on Zoom and also in person. And we saw great success and an increase in participation in that process. So looking forward, we're looking at continuing to do that hybrid process. We are also piloting the use of digital evidence in our criminal cases. We're getting ready to do a mock trial in one of our courtrooms to see how that will go. What that is, instead of individuals bringing exhibits in the paper format or bringing it on a flash drive, a CD to play in court, they would be uploading it into this portal and then accessing it in the courtroom through a portal. We're hoping that will streamline some of the processes in the courtroom. And we couldn't have done that without the work of our clerk of Superior Court. I'm going to get to our workload. We are seeing an increase in criminal case filings back to the FY 2020 filings. So we're seeing that come back, and we are anticipating that it's going to exceed our 2020 case filings with some of the backlog that we've heard that the county attorney's office has. Another item that we've done over this last fiscal year is we pooled our court reporters. So in the past, what we have done, court reporters were assigned to a specific judge. Now they're assigned under court administration with a lead court reporter, and the lead court reporter assigns them based on where the need is for that court reporter. We do have 2 vacancies currently for court reporters. We have 5 court reporters, 2 are vacant. We have 3 court reporters and some uncalled court reporting. Fortunately, we've had some legislative changes that allow for us to use the use of technology to record hearings without a court reporter. And so we are using that technology, except for jury trials are our number one priority to get a court reporter there. We've shown great success doing it that way by allocating resources to where resources are needed, instead of allocating a court reporter to each division that may not need that resource for that entire day. Jury trials. Our jury trials are back up. Fortunately, we have the pleasure of working with, some of you know, Judge Coker, who does our settlement conferences. Settlement conferences are very similar to mediation, where he gets the parties together to talk about the case and try to have them reach an agreement. In one division alone, Judge Coker was able to settle 10 cases that were on the jury track. So we are fortunate to have someone who's dedicated and to the court and his experience to be able to help us. We do have 67 jury trials scheduled for this calendar year. Although that is a very fluid number. Sometimes they settle, sometimes it gets postponed.
Are those civil? Are those 67 civil jury trials?
Those are criminal jury trials.
Thank you.
We had 9 jury trials, criminal jury trials occurred this fiscal year. And then we do have 14 trials set between now and June 30th. We'll probably see some of those get postponed or settled, at least we hope so. We continue to offer free legal talks to our citizens. These have been very successful. We have a program called AZ Court Help. They provide free legal information to individuals, but also they have these legal talks that used to be in person and online. They've changed strictly to virtual, and they have various different topics. It could be anywhere from adoption. I think adoption's occurring this week. Court 101, Family 101 classes. I got evicted. What do I do now? We've had over 1,300 people participate in those legal talks, and 41 different topics were presented to our community. In addition to the AZ legal talks, we still have our law library who's helping customers. And we're one of the few courts in the state of Arizona that provide legal packets for free to our citizens, which is great. Those packets are, I called them, some of you remember the prior court administrator, Gary Kirschmark. He would call them do-it-yourself, like the Home Depot version, where they have the packet, and if they would need a file for divorce, they can pick up that packet and fill it out and complete it. A lot of courts have turned to charging customers for that, but a lot of times individuals don't have the means to be able to purchase those packets. So we're still continuing to provide that service for free. We also added a couple other positions through either ARPA fundings that you all have approved, and then also AOC has administrative office of the courts have provided to us. So one of the positions that the administrative office of the courts provided to us was a housing stability coordinator, which has been great. And that position was really to prevent evictions from happening in the court. And that individual has been so great. Her name's Sydney. She goes out to the community and provides resources. There's thousands, if not millions, of federal money to help individuals from getting evicted from their house. And so she has numerous stories. One she told us where she had a customer call her back and say, I was able to purchase food because I had money to pay my rent. And so those are the stories we're hearing from our citizens and how we can help individuals through that program. We also have our mental health coordinator, clinical coordinator, court coordinator position. I think I said it right. That just started, and that was through ARPA funding through the county. So thank you so much. Our hopes is that we could see a decrease in the individuals who are going to restoration to competency. As you can see, that cost is significant. We are creating a mental health court, and it's going to be under Judge Fanny Steinlage. We're hope that it's going to start July 11th in the Superior Court. We do have a mental health court program in our justice court, but this would be higher risk and higher need individuals in the Superior Court. So we're hoping to have a kickoff date of July 11th for that. I'm going to pause there to see if there's any questions before I go on to the service improvement requests.
Members of the board, any questions? We'll go ahead and wait till the end here.
Okay.
Thank you.
As Steve has mentioned, we did have a couple requests in to the board. One was additional court security officer. Right now, we have that individual funded out of our court enhancement fund. So it is being funded currently, just a special revenue fund. And we're going to deplete that fund in the near future. So that's why we were requesting the need. We have several court divisions, including Flagstaff Justice Court and the clerk's office in the Superior Court facility. And so the need for an additional court security officer is warranted. The other one I know Steve already discussed are judicial mandated services. So you may see us come back before you mid-year to ask for an increase in those costs. We never know how much it's going to be each year. It's dependent on jury trials, the amount of interpreters we need, or court transcripts. The other one came up during a discussion with the Human Resources Director, Erica Philpott, with regards to her organizational chart. And she had recommended that having a division manager be very helpful to our organization. I have 11 direct reports that I oversee directly. And it's a lot, but I'm able to handle it. I just don't want to see employees in the county set up for failure due to a structure issue within our department. So I think this position would help greatly and alleviate some of that and be able to provide some of the mentoring and coaching some of our staff may need. And then the last thing I want to talk about our work plan vision. So the fortunate thing is that we did our strategic planning event with our community members and our criminal justice stakeholders. So we do have a vision for the future. It should be part of your packet. It's a one-page sheet. It's a great visual on what we're working on. And you can see that we have 5 strategic focus areas and some goals and some strategies under that. But the main ones I want to highlight did you find it? Page 13 of 24. The main items I want to highlight is that we would hope to have and implement a successful and well-functioning mental health court program. We're hoping again to kick that off July 11th. We also hope that we have some kind of plan to address the long-term facility needs of the court. I know things have changed throughout the pandemic with regards to virtual hearings. And so we're going to take that and develop a plan on what hearings can stay virtual, but we always need to be open for those who want to come in person. And then, of course, complete and move through the backlog of cases as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. And then our hope is also to have a local restoration to competency program. This would be strictly an out of custody outpatient program where individuals can get the restoration services they need. Keep in mind the restoration services when individuals go down to either Yavapai or the state hospital is to restore them to competency so they understand the proceedings and the charges against them. It may not be to give them the mental health services that they may need to get treatment long-term. With the mental health clinical liaison court coordinator position, I think I got it right that time, that position is going to help with connecting them to mental health services within the community to provide that gap measure, so to speak, and then also to link them when they come back from the state hospital or Yavapai to connect with them with those services if they do come out into our community. Those are the items I want to highlight. I forgot, I made a note to myself for those who have been around for a while, Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Fowler, that I don't have a lucky budget suit. I was going to ask Gary to borrow his, but I felt like it may not look as good on me as it did on him. I might have to get one. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the materials. And I think it was very complete and very helpful for us here on the board. Any questions, members of the board? Any comments?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. And thank you, Sharon. As always, there's a lot going on, and probably added challenges, opportunity, because you have the ARPA funding, but now you need to begin to try and implement. And, I would assume that's part of the challenges. Continuity of funding creates challenges and mandated case-driven services such as interpreters, juror servers, court reporters, court transcripts, mental health evaluations, et cetera. But it is a piece of the question of how's it going with ARPA? You answered a lot of those questions, but how, in a broader scope, is it progressing in terms of what we're trying to do of getting the money in there? The opportunity with mental health sounds like the court's going to start up pretty soon. So you're in the beginning phases is part of what I'm reading through either the information you're provided or what you're explaining right now. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, that is correct. We had hoped to have a judge in place a few months ago, but we wanted to go out for re-recruitment. And so fortunately, we do have, 3 years to spend, allocation of 2 years. So we do have timing. And we're just now seeing that the criminal case volume is starting to get to pre-pandemic levels. So I think we're still good in that sense. And we are working internally on our case assignments, redoing our case assignments to be more efficient so we can get through those cases.
And that was my next question was related to the criminal cases, particularly, as we call the bubble, so to speak. Everybody has a different term, but generally a little bit of the backup that occurred because of the court order and unique times that we have with COVID. But it sounds like you're starting to work on various components of that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, that's correct. And we are prioritizing the cases for those who are in custody and also our victim cases where there is a physical victim in the case. So we can hopefully process those cases first before we process the other cases.
And then, Madam Chair, I'm not going to take Supervisor Vasquez's question away from him, so I'll leave it at that.
All right. Well, since you put me on the spot, so we know the question of what I've been asking everybody is really the question of FTE to compensation package. And we see the needs for additional FTE. But considering where we're at and what we're looking at in terms of trying to prioritize, and can you talk a little bit about the impact of the compensation package on the courts? Should we implement it?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, that is a great question because it's a very hard balancing act. And I know you have some tough decisions ahead of you with regards to compensation and employees. We in Superior Court don't have a lot of vacancies. We have our court reporter vacancies, and that's statewide. And we have 2 other vacancies, but they're in the process of recruitment. So we haven't had to hold positions vacant for a long time due to applicant. We're fortunate. A lot of our positions aren't entry level besides our court security officers. But I always come to that individuals, there's only so many hours in the day to get their work done. And so, yes, compensation is a huge piece, but if we only have so many hours in the day to get the work done, at some point, we're going to have to add employees to help get that work done. Otherwise, they'll be delayed. There'll be delay in the work that we do. Also, on the other hand, with compensation, I always feel that government employees should not be on government assistance too. And I know we have some employees that are on government assistance serving our community and maybe even providing that same type of government assistance too. And so compensation is great because individuals, some of the level of work that we're providing and the service we're providing to the community is higher. And, the trade-off is, maybe they can go somewhere else and either get a little bit less or more money to do something that's less, complex, less difficulty work. So it is a balancing act. I don't know if I didn't really answer your question. I think it depends on the breaking point that, there's only so many hours in the day. And if the work still can't get done with those hours, then at some point we're going to need to add employees.
Okay, thank you. And then my follow-up question is, on the funding requests, there are 3 different requests court security officers, judicial services, and one FTE court divisional manager. Which of those three would you prioritize? If we can only do one, which one would you choose?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, of course, the mandated ones. I don't want to be not in compliance with statutory requirements, but if taking that off the board between court security and division manager, I think court security, we have the duty to protect our employees, not only our employees, but community members who are seeking our services. Sometimes it's very difficult situations in order of protection, and they need to have a safe and secured place within the courthouse to be able to do that.
Thank you. And, you know, as you know, the board did make a substantial commitment, quite frankly, to our community and to the judicial system for mental health, mental and behavioral health, and obviously a new court division, which was, quite frankly, a well-discussed addition that we felt was necessary, and primarily because of the increase in jury trials that we're seeing going to be coming up. We've heard from the county attorney's office and others as well because of the backlog, because of COVID. So we are going to be looking to hear on a periodic basis from the courts and to see how that is going. And we're so pleased that Judge Steinlage is taking over that division. I just think she's just perfect for the division that will be hopefully the mental health court division. And so we look forward to getting updates from you on that and see how that is going. And also, I'm very pleased to hear that and I want to make sure I get it right, the mental health clinic liaison was in fact hired. So I think that's also going to be very helpful for the courts and helpful for our commitment to behavioral and mental health here in Coconino County. So thank you. And I really look forward for some updates on that. That security officer position, I know that the funding is running out. Is there other funding available or other sources for that position?
Madam Chair, we've looked at other sources. For example, the Administrative Office of the Courts do provide security-related grants. The one thing they don't fund is ongoing costs, so employee-related costs. They'll do one-time funding for equipment or something like that. But I have not been able to find any additional funding for that position.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
And Madam Chair, if I may, one thing that we didn't, it's hindsight is 2020. One thing that we didn't realize the ramifications of the backlog of the criminal cases, and we're seeing it now, is with our specialty court programs. We're seeing a high demand in our specialty court programs. For one, the recovery court program. I always say we have one-person programs. We have one person running that program. He does have a part-time position to help, which is great. But we're seeing an increase in referrals to that program at some point because of funding. We have a cap on that program of 70 individuals. And I know we've had to handle this situation in the past where we get to the cap and then people want to continue cases in hopes that the people will get into the program.
Mhm.
That's one thing that we didn't think about during the backlog of cases, those types of programs being impacted.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think of that either. So, and again, we really look forward to periodic reports, just how it's going. Obviously, we were concerned enough that we came up with a new division, and we want to see how that's progressing. So we also see that justice, obviously justice delayed is justice denied, and we want to make sure that we're doing what we can to make criminal justice and, quite frankly, the judicial system open to all members here in our community. So thank you so much. And any other members? I think I see Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Judge. Our judicial system is very complex, and we're only hearing a snippet of it, what the challenges are. I'm just wondering if maybe these challenges bubbled up because of we don't have our CJCC director or manager during these times. Maybe that is the reason why we are in the situation that we're in. And that's just a thought that came to mind. And a new division, now you want to continue the new division. And that is something that is part of the state. And I'm going to go back again, and I'd like to add to our list to look at. We need to take the state-funded programs and really look at them to see where we are with each of these programs, such as the courts, and so that we know what we're talking about. Let's look through everything and see what the mandates are and where are we with these mandates. We keep hearing how there is such a demand on our courts and that when we're backlogged, but when you look at some of the numbers that come through, the number of cases, it doesn't seem like there's not, that there's a decrease in some of these cases. So, you know, Sharon, these are just thoughts that I have and trying to see how we might be able to manage the budget. More and more, the state mandates are being pushed towards the counties. Now our departments are now saying that we need more from the general funds. And where are we going to get those dollars? Where are we going to get the funds from? So how are we going to address that? So our legal system is in a situation where we've had the CJCC for many years, and we still haven't come to a situation, we haven't come to a place where we believe that we are now having some success in trying to balance our legal system. And it just seems like it's just getting more concerning, the situation that we're in, and it's getting more costly. So I'm just really thinking about that. As far as the security is concerned, are those securities now needed because of the new temporary division that we created through the ARPA funds?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, that is not because thank you so much. You did provide a court security officer for that new temporary division. It was a need prior to the pandemic. It's been a need for several years on that court security officer position. And one thing I want to note is that I think we have a great opportunity with the ARPA funds. I think CJCC have great members, part of that group, and have great ideas, but I think sometimes it takes an investment to see a return long-term. And I think the ARPA funds is a great opportunity for us because we have that investment from the federal government. And I'm hopeful that we'll see a long-term return on those monies.
Yeah, and then the specialty courts are, you just mentioned that there's a lot more demand on them. Maybe I think we need to really, this goes back to having, really evaluating our budget and the services that we provide. And just looking at the board needs to really have a clear understanding as to where all of these, that the various programs within the courts are. So I just go back to that again. It's just getting, I think, more complex through the years. Just having been on here for several years, I'm just seeing that the courts is getting more, it just needs more funding. And so I just like to really take a look at that. I'm on CJCC as well. And I'm going to, and we have a Native American a committee, or, you know, that was established through there. And now I think we really need to really take a look at our court system, which we've been trying to do, but we haven't been very successful. And I'm not exactly sure why it is not getting to the point where there is starting to be a balance within the court system. So I guess those are just comments I have. But in terms of your budget requests, I think that, like the fees going away, that was something that the state had done, the fees. And there's a question about the fees. I think we do need to revisit that to see, to make sure that we understand what those fee for services are and were, so that we can understand where our budget is there. And once again, it goes back again to really evaluating each of the programs and finding out where are their fundings coming from and what are the limitations on those funds. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, in line with what Supervisor Fowler is saying, that's the same thought I've had, just thinking, we really need to revisit not only the courts, but in other areas of the whole organization. I think we really need to find out what the topics were that were discussed just now a while ago. But I think overall, we really need to look at other areas. We do have a parking lot, and I think one of the areas that I'm seeing that the services in some of these offices are not going to happen, and we're looking at compensation. So, Madam Chair, I would like to put that back on the parking lot if we can, and thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I'm just going to make one comment. Obviously, I've been on the board now for going a year and a half. And before that, I paid close attention to the Board of Supervisors meetings, and, the mandates that come forward throughout the year that we fund throughout the year, obviously is continuing to grow. And I don't think that's going to change. The judicial system and the providing access to justice, that's our responsibility. It's a constitutional mandate. And quite frankly, it's not going to change. What we need to do is make it very clear from the state legislature that they can't keep passing on these mandates to local government, to county government. It's just at some point not going to be sustainable. And so I understand the frustration of Supervisor Fowler. I share it. And we still must do what we can in our county to make sure that we maintain a highly functioning and accessible judicial system. And so far we have done that. And I want to thank you. I want to thank the presiding judge and the Superior Court judges and our Justice of the Peace. Well, that's interesting. I like that. Justice of the Peace. The Justice of the Peace, who have also served our community so well. So thank you so much. We know that it's a lot, and we ask for a lot with limited funds, quite frankly. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, can I finish up just a minute? But we want, again, thank you very much. I don't know what I was going to say. So but thank you very much for your service. We know that many times you're doing 2 or 3 jobs, and we appreciate all of your efforts here serving Coconino County. So thank you so much. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all our judges and our court system. Thank you, Sharon, for all that you do. And you've been there for many years and been really working hard. And I totally agree. We have to have a good justice system, but we also as a board need to, and management, we have to do our homework. And that is part of it, is to analyze where are our fundings and what are the limitations that are coming in, so that we can plan better from here moving forward with our budget. We have a 10-year budget cycle, and the requests that are coming in are escalating, And we're trying to figure out how are we going to be able to balance it through the 10 years. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
Thank you.
Sharon.
Thank you.
Other comments? Any other comments from the presiding judge or any other comments from your team?
Looking like none. And with that, I will, we'll go into justice courts. I know Steve probably will start it off.
Very good. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as Sharon indicated, the justice courts are next. Let me get my mic closer. The requests that have been provided by the justice court, let me get the list here. 2 items. One was in the for the Page Justice Court, increase in court security officer coverage. And then the second one is a reclassification of part-time into full-time for a court trainee position. Again, similar to the conversation prior to this area, the recommendations, we're continuing to recommend the investments in the compensation fund, and with the limitations that we have with regard to revenue and recurring revenue, at this time, those are the reasons that neither one of those requests were recommended for funding. Again, just capacity for funding. So, and with that, I will turn it over to our limited jurisdiction?
Court administrator, deputy court administrator.
There you go.
Limited jurisdiction.
Take it away, Sean. All yours.
Something like that.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the county manager's department, as well as the budget team. I'm Shelley Bacon. I am the deputy court administrator for the Superior Court, and I am here to present on our budget. I will keep my comments brief because I really would like for you to hear from the justices of the peace. And so I would like to take a quick moment to introduce justices.
The justice of the pieces, we're going to call them that from now on.
I didn't want to call you out on it, but yes, it's a mouthful. So Judge Slayton earlier introduced Judge Jerry Landau. He has been helping us out in the Page Justice Court. We have Maya Rodriguez. She is the new court manager for the Page Justice Court, which we are ecstatic about. Crystal Salas is here. She is the court manager for the Flagstaff Justice Court, was recently promoted. We have Judge Howard Grodman. He is the Justice of the Peace for the Flagstaff Justice Court. And then I believe we have Judge Crombeam. I thought I saw him on here. Oh, there he is. Okay. Judge Robert Crombeam. He is the Justice of the Peace in the Williams Justice Court. I don't see Judge Cutchin. Is she on? Serena Cutchin? She did tell me she was going to attend via Zoom. Okay. She is on, so I would like to introduce Judge Serena Cutchin. Tina Horlocker is her court manager, and then for the Williams Justice Court, Jennifer Carter is their court manager. So first of all, I want to make sure and thank Judges Jerry Landau and Judge John Kennedy from Yavapai County for keeping the Page Justice Court going. As you know, we've had Judge Roberts out. And so they've been phenomenal in making sure that the needs are met with that court. I also want to give a special shout out to Jennifer Carter and Jennifer Cox from Williams Justice Court. They were amazing, took time out of their day to go up there and make sure that the court maintained its operation and that staff was taken care of. So I have a huge appreciation for everybody that's helped out with that. Just so you know, the fill-in team, I call them, they tackled hundreds of extremely old cases by going through each one and determining what needed to be done in order for that case to be closed. So that was a daunting task. There were cases from the 80s that were still pending or open. And so they really went through a ton of cases and were able to process quite a few. I do have a note here. Judge Roberts did send his regrets. He called this morning and said that he was not able to make it today. He was under the weather. So he said that he wanted to make sure you all knew he wished he could be here to attend this hearing. Hello, this meeting. I guess it's a hearing. Justice, we're on a roll today.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is what happens when you do budget.
Makes you a little crazy. Okay. So first I want to kind of go over the highlights. As Sharon mentioned earlier, all of the justice courts did participate in the Justice 2040 Strategic Planning Conference. I have to tell you, that was my first conference coming from Yavapai. We did not do that there. And it was absolutely incredible to see everybody come together from all aspects of life, basically, and do brainstorming session on how the justice system could be better. So that was a great experience. The Williams and Flagstaff Justice Courts implemented online dispute resolution to help resolve cases that may benefit from that program. I did want to share with you, the AOC has chosen not to renew the contract with that vendor, but we do see benefit with that program. So we are going to seek a contract outside of the AOC in order to keep that program going. Let's see, the Flagstaff Justice Court, along with the Superior Court, is going to participate in the Veterans Stand Down on May 20th. So we're excited about that. That's always a great opportunity for the courts to help those who have served us. It allows warrants and cases that veterans may have outstanding, allows them to be processed or taken care of that day so they don't kind of have that court cloud hanging over their head and they can get on with their life. I want to give a huge shout out to the facilities department as we have finally finished the page build out. That has been an ongoing project from way before my time. And so the staff there were ecstatic to have that project completed and to get rid of the unsightly porta potty that was hanging out in the back. So we are very happy about that. As I mentioned, Judges Landau and Kennedy worked to process cases more efficiently. They've reviewed cases that were open back to the late 80s and reviewed them in order to resolve or close cases as appropriate. We've had some staffing changes. As I mentioned earlier, Maya Rodriguez is now the court manager up there. I have to tell you, that was an answered prayer for me, and I'll try not to get emotional, but it was amazing to have her let me know that she was interested in that position because we were struggling up there, and she has made some great changes, and I'm so excited to have her in that capacity. And it's just a huge relief for me not having to make trips up there on a regular basis. We also did enhance the technology in courtroom number 2, which is the Justice Court courtroom now. And that technology advancement allows for participants to view Zoom proceedings or participate in Zoom proceedings. So we were pretty excited about that. I did want to thank you all for the ARPA funding for the Flagstaff Justice Court. We did just recently hire a half-time pro tem justice of the peace. He will be starting at the end of May, and we currently have the 2 clerk positions that were approved. Those we are currently recruiting for those. And so the reason the judge is not starting till the end of May is because we want to make sure we have staff on site ready to handle cases with him. As Steve mentioned, we did put in some funding requests. One was for a 1.5 bailiff because we currently have a 0.5 bailiff in the Page Justice Court. That was in conjunction with an IGA that we've been working on with the Page City Court. Currently, the City Court has hired the 2 bailiffs that we have, or court security officers that we have, to fill their court days. And so those, it's not really a job share because they are separate employees of the city, but they do have some coverage. And as we mentioned earlier, the court security standards are mandates by the Supreme Court. They do mandate that we have 2 full-time officers there in that court because there are 2 judges, full-time judges that are in that building. So in order for us to have entryway screening and just basic security sweeps, we really do need 2 full-time security officers there. I did want to just make mention that with the funding request, we did say that it was a 48% share with the city of Page, but we did negotiate that to actually be 50%. So the city of Page is willing to pay 50% of the salary and ERE of the court security officers that we have recommended. And then I also wanted to share with you, I was speaking with Judge Landau last week. And the one thing I did not include was what we're currently paying for a temp on-call security officer that we're using in a part-time capacity. So that would impact the budget as well. And I believe just preliminary figures, I would like to go back, kind of firm things up, but I believe the total impact, rather than being around 50,000, would be actually about 28,000. That is just a preliminary figure, as I mentioned, but if the board would like, and we decide to move in that direction, I would certainly firm that number up. Yes, you bet, of course.
I told Shelley I wouldn't chime in, but I couldn't help myself. For those of you who don't know the Page facility, it's a shared facility between the Justice and Municipal Court. So they're in one facility together. And right now they do not do any screening for any of the customers coming into the court. They do not have the staff. We do have equipment. We just don't have the staff to be at the front door doing screening on every individual coming into the courthouse. So you can see how that poses a significant security risk, not only to our employees, but our community members there.
Thank you. I am kind of speeding through, so I appreciate that. And I know Judge Landau will also probably touch on that. The other request was for a part-time or a reclassification of a part-time administrative specialist 1 into a full-time justice court specialist 2, and that would be a trainer position. This position, you know, the Flagstaff Justice Court tends to have a high turnover just based on the nature of the work and the classification of the positions. And so this position would be responsible for training staff, and it would take that responsibility away from the managers and the supervisors so that they can focus on manager and supervisory type duties. I did want to share with you that we did just recently lose the field trainer who is a City of Flagstaff employee, but she did provide training throughout the county for our staff. It's kind of a shared position with the courts. And so I honestly, now more than ever, this position is probably needed because we do not any longer have a field trainer. They are recruiting for that, but that is a difficult position to recruit for anyway. And then when you add on the issue with having people apply for positions at this point in time, I think it's going to be even more difficult, and that position likely will be vacant for some time. So with that, I don't want to take any more time away from our judges so that you can hear from them. I do want to, I will start with Flagstaff Justice Court. So Judge Gradman, would you like to come up?
Hi, Madam Chair, Supervisors, County Manager, Deputy County Manager. As you heard, we had a seismic shift or a seismic jolt when Maya announced that and she's been wanting to leave the big city for a while. And, you know, and kudos to Paige for snagging her, and that be her ultimate retirement destination. But we were able to get Crystal Salas to apply for the position. Crystal had been with the courts. Previously she had been with the jail, but then she had been with the court since 2009, except for and with Flagstaff Justice Court, except for a couple of years where she was with court administration, and we were able to get her back. She's been in almost every position in the Flagstaff Justice Court, and she's been the supervisor for 2 of the 3 Justice Court staff units. And when we talk about supervisors and the position for training, and yeah, why not let supervisors do the training? After all, they're supervisors. The reality is that our supervisors, each of our 3 supervisors, is also tasked with another position. For instance, Crystal's position before she became manager was to handle the financial desk, and that's extremely complicated, time intensive, in addition to the supervisory duties. So our supervisors are more than just supervisors. They each have another assigned duty. And so putting training onto that, piling training onto that is overly harsh. And we would hope that the court would consider the reclassification so we can have an internal trainer. And I won't say anything more about that. I did want to mention, basically when I walked in, Supervisor Fowler was talking about specialty courts, and she had actually come to my mental health court. And so did a few of the former supervisors had come to observe mental health court that I had in the Flagstaff Justice Court, mostly handling felony post-adjudicated probationers for about 10 years. And that has dwindled down and it's being reconfigured in the Superior Court, which is probably where it should have been in the first place, because I was wearing my Superior Court Judge Pro Tem hat whenever I was holding a mental health court. But in cooperation with the county attorney, the new chief deputy county attorney, we are in the process of launching another mental health court in the Flagstaff Justice Court. And it will be a diversion mental health court for relatively low-level felonies. And they will be supervised by pretrial services because they won't be adjudicated. And what my hope is, and I think this is likely to bear fruit, that there will be a real impact on the amount of money that the county pays for restoration to competency. So these will be cases where it's a relatively, not a super serious felony, and it's primarily driven by mental illness, not so much other criminogenic factors. And the idea is, instead of spending $50,000 or $100,000 to restore somebody to a competency long enough that they can enter a plea or go to trial, assist their attorney in a trial, the goal is to restore them to a pattern of good mental health, even though there won't be a conviction ultimately on these relatively low-level felony offenses. And this won't cost anything. So I just wanted to let you know that's in the works. And I think we have our first customer who might be coming next Tuesday. So I'm open for questions if anybody has any.
Members of the board, questions for Judge Grodman?
Okay, thank you.
I'll go ask a question. Can you just comment for the justice courts about the impacts of a compensation package for the courts?
Well, as you heard, we have had a good deal of turnover, and we were able to snag a few people back lately because we're a good place to work, and people who have left us for higher paying jobs. But that's why they leave us. It's the cost of living in Flagstaff. I read in the Daily Sun, I think yesterday, that the average sale price for a home in this last quarter was $725,000, and unbelievable. And we're paying not much more than minimum wage to people who are really working hard, and they feel good about their work. But people who break up relationships and are now on a single income definitely can't afford to stay here, and we lose them for that reason. Flagstaff loses them for that reason. And so we're hoping that there's an awesome compensation package in the work for these people so that we can reduce our turnover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the job you do for us here in Coconino County.
Judge, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Judge Grodman, did you say that Maya's going to be leaving?
Maya has left.
Has left. Oh my goodness. Well,
But she
I
hasn't
wanted to
gone
thank
far.
her.
She's gone to Page. She's now the manager of the Page Justice Court.
That's wonderful. I just want to thank her for all that she's done, does for our county and our justice system. So, and your work as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Sharon said we should call you the Justice Court Queen. So. So I would like to go in alphabetical order. So then this is going to be challenging for me, but I believe it'd be Fredonia. So Judge Cutchin? Yes. And Tina?
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. Thank you for having us. We'll just do a quick summary of what's going on in Fredonia. I'm sure many of you know that we co-located the municipal court and the justice court in late 2019, just prior to COVID. So we were just getting everything adjusted with those two courts being together when COVID hit. So we've really been working during that time because we had a little bit more downtime with COVID. We were working on making sure all of our employees were cross-trained. So municipal employees and justice court employees, although they're now all justice employees, though, can handle the caseloads from both courts. And we really had an increase in electronic hearings. So people are hearing via Zoom or via telephone. And that's actually been a really good thing that we can offer for our defendants here in the community, because we are so remotely located that when people come through, having the option to appear via Zoom has been good. So we did increase a lot of our civil traffic hearings. We've had a lot more hearings than we normally have because we do offer that option to appear online. We've continued a lot with professional development, and we worked on having our policies and procedures pretty much lined up between the two courts. That was a little bit of work to get everything in line, but I think we're on track with that. And now we're moving into some projects we'd like to continue now that COVID's kind of receded. One of those big projects we'd like to do is have a community open house to celebrate the consolidation or co-location of the two courts. And we are hoping to have that probably late fall, and we'll let you all know when that will be held. We're looking at bringing the school system back into the courts. We really like to involve the schools in the courts. And one thing we've worked is with the government teachers to have mock trials. All that was put on hold with COVID, so we're hoping to implement that. And I think it's a really good idea to let our kids kind of see how the court system works and how that those all work together. It just gives them a greater understanding of how government works. And then hopefully we'll get marriage licenses reinstated here too in Fredonia. Those were eliminated years ago, and that's a service we'd like to offer our community. As far as goals that we have is just continue to offer high quality service to our customers and provide them with options for appearing. And we are just happy to be fully staffed and kind of back on track after COVID. Do any of you have any questions for us?
Thank you very much. Judge, any questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I don't have any questions, but it's really great to see you too. Hi, Tina. And thank you for all your work out there and everything that you're doing. Hope to be able to see you all in person again here soon.
That would be great. Great. Thank you.
Okay, so for Page Justice Court, I'm going to ask Judge Jerry Landau to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Steve Peru, and fellow judges. It's my pleasure to be here. I've been serving for the past 7 months as a pro tem justice of the peace in the Page Justice Court. It's been my pleasure to work with the excellent staff of the Page Justice Court, and I'm thrilled that Maya has decided to take the trip of 89 and join us. We're very, very fortunate. I've worked closely with Judge Slayton, Steve Peru, who I've had the pleasure of working with in the past, Sharon Yates and Shelley Bacon, and others. And I have to say, I very much enjoyed my time here in Coconino County. I also recognize Judge Roberts, who has served the Page Justice Court for as long as I can remember, and I've been around for a long time. A snapshot of where I came from. For 17 years, I was the government affairs director for the Arizona Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts, 1 year as a consultant. So I find it fascinating really interesting listening to your comments about the legislature and the interaction with the legislature and the mandates. Prior to joining the court, I spent 24 years as a county employee. I was with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, 10 years representing that office at the legislature. So I've kind of seen it from both angles and have worked with both county and city and state. And I can say up front that I know the employees of Coconino County appreciate a compensation package, because I would obviously been a state employee and a county employee, so I know how that is. Shelley presented ably the highlights of the budget request. I'd like to touch just on two areas. One of my goals when joining the Page Justice Court was to increase efficiency. For instance, working with Bill Ring and Sandra Deal and Erica Arlington, we adjusted the court schedule and increased the use of Zoom and remote hearings. I told the sheriff's office I would aim to have all hearings Zoom and remote, except when absolutely necessary to be in person. I'm glad to report over the 7 months that I've been in Page, we have not needed to transport any prisoner from the Flagstaff jail or the Page jail to court. And that saves in time, money, and efficiency. During my time in Page, we established a strong working relationship with the City of Page Municipal Court, Judge Hettinger, the city manager, and court staff. This enabled us to collaborate on items that affect the courts. As Shelley and Sharon mentioned, we share a building in Page and need to work together on that. I again also want to shout out our county and city maintenance and facilities staff in completing the build out. One of the items that we did work together on is court security, and you're hearing about that a lot here. When arriving in Page, I was asked to look at court security. The Page court building, as mentioned, is home to 2 courts and 2 staffs, and public coming in for either or both of the courts. It's open 5 days a week, all day. In 2016, the Administrative Office of the Courts, where I worked at the time, established the Court Security Standards Committee. And that followed in 2019, the state legislature passing a legislation to codify the certification and the training and the authority of court security officers. And coincidentally, I was the one who worked through with the legislature on that bill. Now, for years now, we've heard throughout the country issues of court security. So jointly with the Page Municipal Court, we applied for a grant from the Administrative Office of the Courts, and I think Shelley touched on that, to fund needed improvements in the building in order to enhance security. That includes establishing one entrance and where persons can be properly and appropriately screened. We also reached an agreement, as mentioned, on the proposed IGA with the city, where the city and county would split 50% each the cost of security officers in the building. Currently, we do employ 1 court security officer part-time, 1/2 of an IGA to provide security for approximately 20 hours a week, and 1 temporary on call who covers about on the average 28 to 29 hours a week to fill a void, not the full day, however. In order to reach the appropriate level of security, we're seeking to increase the 1/2 to 1 FTE and add the second FTE in place of the on-call to cover the full-time 5 days a week at the court. However, while this takes us from 0.15 to 2, really not, because the city's agreed in our IGA to pay half of it. So we're adding basically, in essence, a half of an IGA. As we look to enhance the security and the safety of all those who enter the court, all our residents of the community, our court staff, and our judges. And I do, of course, we do recognize the competing and the balancing interests of compensation for our employees. Their employees are great, and I've really enjoyed working with them in Page and working with all of you all in Coconino County. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. And thank you for coming all the way in person to be with us this morning. Appreciate that.
Oh, my pleasure.
And any questions, members of the board?
You stole my thunder. You already spoke about compensation.
I kind of figured, Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, I kind of figured it was coming.
Not a problem. Thank you for clarifying and sharing with us the needs up in Page, and we'll definitely take that in consideration.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Judge Landau. Actually, pretty excited to hear the work that has been transpiring, just tidying up key pieces, sometimes needs that we haven't had a chance to have addressed that are addressed. The use of the Zoom, I know that transport cost was pretty significant, and using Zoom for the hearings, as well as reducing, or in this case, eliminating the need for the transport. Understanding periodically that has to happen, but really appreciate that. So stepping in with your eyes, and it is, we do have that tough question. There are needs everywhere, but we're also trying to address the compensation question. But it's a unique circumstance also where you've been able to come in with your eyes to take a look at that. Hearing the question associated with security, it's a gradual progression as you get to, smaller and smaller courts or communities, et cetera. How could you speak a little further about the need associated with that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, Page is it's a legitimate sized community. The court hears cases, sees people from Page, from the surrounding Native American communities and some of the other communities, and we do see a good number of people in the courtroom and in the courthouse. And people think in general that all the court does is hear cases, but we do more than that. And Judge Hutchin, Judge Grodman talked about some of the other programs, and we issue marriage licenses. We answer questions, so we do get traffic, and really think it is important that people feel secure, our staff feel secure in the courthouse. And as I mentioned, when I came here, one of the areas I was asked to look at was, what is the security situation in Page? We had two entrances. It's an open building. Anyone can come in and out. And working with the staff, working with the city and the county, we did make some changes to the structure, and we did implement some more court security measures to try to ensure that safety. So the bottom line is that we do believe we needed to make, at least I believe we needed to make the structural changes to the building, and also we needed to make the I guess the best way of putting it would be the protocol and the process changes to ensure that everyone comes in the building is ultimately screened. People coming into the courtroom are screened, and we know who's there, who's not. And if there is an instance where we have to take action, we can go ahead and do it. So to talk about fresh eyes coming in, albeit from a larger county, came in and said, yeah, we're not going to be necessarily like Flagstaff. We're not going to be like Phoenix. or two. So we don't necessarily need to be, but we do need to provide that measure of security that is important. That should be, quite frankly, statewide.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. And one thing I would mention, if I could, you talked about Zoom and all, and remote hearings. So one of the things we also did work out was giving the county attorney and the public defender, legal defender, the ability, where appropriate, to appear by Zoom. It's 2 hour, as you all know, 2 hour, 15-minute drive. And this allowed them to do more work back in Flagstaff and appear in Flagstaff court and appear in Page court on the same day. So we were able to work that out, and I think it's worked quite well.
Well, my compliments on all the work that you've done.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Any other board members?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Judge, for working and taking care of doing all the work in Page. We've been at that improving that facility since probably before I was elected in 2009 as well. And it's been a slow progress. And I don't know if Sue is here, Sue Brown, she's been working on that. Our deputy county manager, there she is, for as long as I can remember. And, we've had the bathroom issues, we have had all kinds of issues. Through the years working with the city of Page, that court the facility has been improved. So now there's been such an improvement done to on the courts, and working diligently. And it's not been easy for the county to improve that facility. But no, Sue was not going to give up, and she didn't. She was always there patiently, just nudging away at it. So I'm really happy where it's at now. And now we're talking about, we've moved on to another level. The new court room, and also now having discussion about security. So we have come a long ways to where we are today. So now you're adding on. So that's really good. So thank you for doing that. And we'll have to really consider the security, the recommendation you have submitted, but the county management has not recommended that. So we'll have to have a discussion about that. But we're as a board, we're very familiar with the Page Justice Court. Really appreciate the staff that work there and their patience, and Judge Roberts and his patience, having all these years. And there's been a lot of people that have been involved in that. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sue. Just wanted to thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, and Sue for all her work, because I noticed the change from when I first got there to the way we are right now in the courtrooms and the facility and such. And when I first got there, I did ask what the reason for the porta potty was outside the courtroom. And I fully do recognize the county manager's position and the importance of the compensation. Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks again for joining us in person here. And thank you for filling in at Page. That's very important for the people up there in Page and for Coconino County. So really appreciate your work.
You're welcome.
The porta potty will be admitted into the county.
We actually got a tour of that when we were up there taking a look at it.
Madam Chair, I know we're running short on time, but our presiding Justice of the Peace, Judge Crombie, may he have a few minutes, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the board. I had actually anticipated that Judges Grodman and Landau would need the most time. So And with Shelley having put together such a well-prepared package, the accomplishments and other highlight points from the court, I didn't prepare any comments for that. I just want to thank you for your support. And then also just kind of, if I could echo what Judge Brodman said earlier about the compensation package that I know that you're all going to be considering, and the importance, I think, of that as being one of the highest priorities in the county moving forward. And then just from our perspective at the Williams Justice Court, we're embracing the challenges of the new norm, not trying to go back to pre-COVID and the way things were, but embracing the way things can be. And I feel like we've been able to accelerate some standards and some practices, as I've been hearing from the other courts they have as well. And we're looking forward to embracing the challenges of the future as well. So thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to share a few comments with you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for joining us this morning. Any questions from members of the board?
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair, if I may, and Judge Grodman, it's good to see you. Actually, Judge Grodman, as well as Judge Crombie. I'm thinking of you both because my comments were just recognizing your participation beyond the scope of reaching out to the veterans with this stand down. Really appreciate the work there. And Judge Crombie, good to see you as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other members of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, County Manager.
if I could very quickly, I want to add to the comments about Maya. She's awesome. She's always been awesome. She's been a fantastic to work with in the time that I've been here. I left and she came back and she's still here doing great things. And then going up to Paige and supporting the team up there. But I just want to appreciate all the work that she's done. She's a special person. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Any other comments, questions?
She has kept us on our toes and balanced everything. So thank you so much, Maya.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed the presentation, and I just want to say that, thank you, Paige. Thank you, Fredonia, Flagstaff, Williams, Justice Courts, for all you do. And just want to let your staff know, we appreciate what they do out there for the communities that they serve. And, unfortunately, we have left stallers, and, we're still, the needs are still there with limited dollars, and, we're still asked to do a lot more for our communities. But certainly your request will be considered, and we will take a good look at that. And I just want to say thank you, all of you. And being new to the board, I'm placing names with faces and stuff like that. So greatly appreciate it. And I'm here to support, the staff and also the organization here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a good wrap up, Supervisor Begay. It's an excellent wrap up. And I think it's shared by all the other members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, at this time, you are scheduled for a break. Our next presenter will be Sheriff's Office after the break. So if you want to take a 15-minute break. Okay, 15-minute break.
Okay, thank you. Within our department, we have three primary divisions. The operations division deals with our issues and activities in the field concerning calls for service, criminal investigations, traffic enforcement, search and rescue, community emergency response teams, cold case, our patrol volunteers. And we average 77,000 calls per service per year. Our detention is involved in managing our jail. That's for the care, custody, and control of all those arrested. The jail for local and state law enforcement agencies within Coconino County. And we average about 10,000 bookings annually. And then our last division is administrative services that manages our internal services, finance, HR, co-location services with facilities, IT, record management, and warrants. Next slide. Meg, go ahead and move to the next one. The picture of the lady you have on your screen is named Sasha Krauss. This is a particularly terrible situation that we were involved in over the past several years. In January of 2020, Sasha Krauss was abducted from a Mennonite church compound in Aztec, New Mexico. Sasha's body was discovered several weeks later north of Sunset Crater Estates. Her hands were bound with tape and she had been shot in the head. Our own detectives worked with several other law enforcement agencies and investigators from a variety of agencies, including San Juan County Sheriff's Department, where she was abducted, FBI, and a number of other law enforcement agencies around Arizona and New Mexico, including the FBI. The idea of essentially trying to find a needle in a haystack. No evidence was on the scene indicating who could be responsible. Thousands of items were looked at as potential evidence. And we worked for weeks and weeks trying to identify who could possibly be involved. Our detectives were able to secure the assistance of an agency dealing with phone data. And through algorithms that I can't explain how they work, but they were able to trace a phone that had activity in Aztec, New Mexico, and again, near Sunset Crater Estates through the millions of phone calls that occurred over those 2 months of time. We were finally able to isolate a phone number that was located in both Aztec and Sunset Crater. This allowed us to develop a suspect, and we began looking into the suspect's history, activities, and his current assignment with the U.S. Air Force. With the assistance of OSI, the Office of Special Investigations, we began to surveil this suspect in the Phoenix area. We observed him coming and going, but we also observed him conducting a casing or a surveillance of another Mennonite community down in the Phoenix area. With the help of OSI and these other agencies I listed, we made an arrest last year and arrest of Mr. Mark Gooch. A firearm was also obtained that the ballistics matched the bullet that it was used to kill Sasha Krauss. He was convicted this recent February for first-degree murder and is now serving a sentence of life in prison. I think what is so unique about this case was the technology involved in solving this. Without this technology, had this occurred 20 years ago, I don't think we ever would have solved it. But the phone data, the access to this information, the assistance of agencies that have expertise in this area are the ones that contributed so greatly to a positive resolution of this case. We rely on technology for so much anymore that I don't know how we would be successful without it. The other thing about this case was, I think the absolutely terrible situation to abduct an innocent young lady involved in church activities in the evening and murdering her the way that he did was just unconscionable. And it's unfortunate, but these things happen. And I'm just hoping that we are able to continue to have the cooperation and assistance of these other agencies should these types of events occur again in our county. Next slide, please. The next slide is a very indicative of a call that we're taking every week, if not sometimes 2 or 3 per shift. And there'll be a video, and I'll explain a little bit more on the video as we go. Again, we used his phone to locate where this subject was, and we're able to respond to him that way.
Hey, man. Man, I'm Deputy Perry with the Sheriff's Office. What's going on, man?
I'm a little lost.
You're a little lost?
Yeah.
What's your name, man? You got any weapons or anything on you?
Huh.
You mind if I check? Cigarettes. Hold on, watch your hands, all right? Watch. Okay. All right, man. What's your name? What is it? Gelford? Gelford. All right. What's going on tonight, man? Going through some stuff? Yeah. All right, man. Well, look, let's get you some help. All right.
I had straps.
You had straps?
Literally, I wrapped the straps around the tree branch and hanging around my neck.
You gonna do it right there?
I was. You guys probably saved my life.
Say again?
You guys probably saved my life.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't have nowhere else to go. Like, I was just, I'm lost.
Yeah?
I'm really lost.
I will tell you, this is very typical of the calls that we get, especially since COVID. Those calls significantly increased since COVID, and at times, as I mentioned, several in one day. Our officers are all trained in mental health first aid, both in detention, in our patrol function, as well as of our administrative folks. So everybody in the department gets mental health first aid training, because we never know when we're going to encounter or where we're going to encounter one of these individuals. We increase our training over time. We're also looking at some additional training for our folks, because we know we're going to see that increase is going to continue. Next slide, please. In preparing for this presentation, I know the request was made for the impacts of COVID on our department and what's been done, what our response was. And you can see without reading all these bullets to you, though, that we were pretty successful with our COVID response. We developed some relationships that continue to this day, especially with Health and Human Services being so involved in helping us address it within the jail. But from the initial COVID outbreak, we followed CDC guidelines. We continue to this day to follow CDC guidelines, especially being in a congregate setting within the jail. It makes a huge difference. As I mentioned, we've been very, very successful. We've established relationships in the community with organizations like TGen to where we're able to get rapid processing and test results. We established a quarantine system and isolation where we had 14 different areas within our jail to where a person was brought in. They were quarantined for 14 days initially. And when we did have a positive case, we were able to isolate it at that point. We continue with our quarantine, but it has been reduced to 10 days now. We did not implement any layoffs. We only had one large outbreak late last year, and we had it under control within 30 days. Only 3 inmates who tested positive throughout this time needed a higher level of medical care and had to leave the jail temporarily. We've had no custody-related deaths as a result of our COVID response. All staff that have tested positive are all recovered and successfully back to work. During COVID, we did not have the opportunity to have people work from home. They still needed to come to work. We were able to keep all employees, even though it was difficult, we were able to keep our employees whole. We worked with obtaining PPE from health and emergency management and are very fortunate to have those relationships again. Internally, our facilities people sanitized and conducted cleaning regimens throughout the entire time. Our detention academy continued on as well. We found new ways to do business. We set up a second video court. We established a meeting weekly with the other 14 counties within Arizona to discuss what was working and what was not, to obtain lessons learned, the value of those kinds of meetings. The relationship with Health and Human Services allowed us to test, get results back, and also to provide vaccinations. Next slide, please. 0 inmates and staff are currently positive within our facility. The last COVID inmate was at the beginning of March of 2022. You can see the totals of 357 inmates, 109 detention staff, and the vaccinations that we've been able to provide within the facility and continue to do so. Next slide, please. As far as other accomplishments, this past October, we opened the Page facility after a significant remodel that started in November of 2020. We had an open house and had a number of local Page folks that attend that, as well as some out of the county here in Flag. This was funded through the jail district at a cost of $4.1 million. It serves the Page, Fredonia, and surrounding Native American communities. Through this remodel, we enhanced our security and provided an enclosed sally port, security fencing around the entire facility. We added a permanent video court and a community room. And again, what was so important about this was funded entirely through jail district tax. Next slide, please. For more accomplishments, I'm extremely proud of our community emergency response team. Being named the Daily Sun Organization of the Year. Our CERT team, we feel, is second to none. It is a very robust organization with over 148 volunteers. During 2020, they contributed over 1,700 hours of time. During 2021, they contributed over 1,900 hours. And in this, during this 2022, I think with the fire that we've just come out of, I think we will see that number increase even more. The reliance on volunteers with the Sheriff's Department is certainly noted. Public safety, information checkpoints, disaster preparedness, and community assistance are just a few of these things that this volunteer group provides. They assisted us with evacuation, reentry, and assisted at the call center in one of our previous fires. They assisted with roadblocks during Schultz and Raphael fires. They helped fill sandbags for flooding precautions in Sunnyside. They handed out emergency preparedness information to many residents. They exhibit that ongoing community service. The tunnel fire, I think, was a great example of the value of having a very viable and robust CERT team. And just last Thursday, we graduated another 17 members into our CERT program from a class that they had just taken. Next slide, please. And even though there were the impacts of COVID, I think were severe at times on all of us, there's certainly some accomplishments and things that we have learned from that as well. When we look at the recruitment and retention, we lost people through COVID who had to leave the community or had sick family members. But we were able to do some things. Through recruitment and retention, I think we're going to be good. And I'll talk a lot more about that here in a few minutes. But the cost of living, I think that we all face, that we have all talked about, that we've had discussions about with all of you. We're addressing that through your help and that of the county manager's office most recently. The mental health that we saw, though, and again, as I talked about earlier, our people continue to come to work. But what we did find out, that was good for them. But they went home to families that didn't necessarily have that ability to be at work. They went home to families where kids were learning remotely. They went home to families in which maybe a spouse had been laid off from work or unable to work. So there was mental impacts that affected our staff as well. Again, it was good that they were able to come to work, and especially for some of that social outlet. But then they had to go home as well. And the impacts of that we're still feeling. We saw a huge increase in the amount of outdoor recreation and search and rescue missions that we had. It hasn't let off. I think if you've spent any time out in the forest lately, you'll see that we are being loved to death, especially by people from the valley. And we are overusing many of the resources that we have here, whether it's national parks, national forests, or other publicly owned lands. We're facing a huge increase. We're on a record number of search and rescue missions the last 2 years, and we anticipate that will be another record this year. But we're also looking at some litigation that we've hadn't experienced until a few years ago. The requests for information, the requests for lists of our activity and reports has never been higher. And the amount of work that these take sometimes is just somewhat unbelievable. Many of these requests are not just for records, they're for research projects. They want information about how much of this occurred prior to this, and research about what things could be, or why different things happened. And I have been reluctant to meet those requests and try to focus on what the law requires, and we'll certainly provide information, but we don't have the staff nor the time to conduct actual research projects for many of these agencies or media outlets that have made these requests. Next slide, please. During our, I think we missed a slide. Could you go back one more? Nope. My notes aren't right. We're okay. Go ahead. This map illustrates what we have available in the field and on the road at any given time. During the day, we average 14 deputies throughout Coconino County, everything from Fredonia down to Forest Lakes. We average 14 on days. At night, we're down to 8. It can certainly limit our ability many times to respond, especially when it's in the late evening hours, when we have multiple situations or problems. Just yesterday evening, we had a traffic fatality involving an 8-year-old boy on an ATV down in the Forest Lakes community. And to respond to that, and I think the emotional toll that it also takes is difficult when you're dealing with a lot of family members. So I think it's certainly indicative of the amount of people, but it's also indicates what kind of issues and problems that we're seeing in our community. As I mentioned a minute ago, we have an average of 77,000 calls per year. And the need for additional deputies is certainly there. Keeping in mind that when new deputies' positions are approved, it takes a total of 12 months through the academy, recruitment process, and field training before those deputies are functioning on the road. Next slide, please. Over the past several years, and Madam Chair in particular, in your district, we've seen the Highway 180 traffic increase to the point where it can be very, very frustrating. And this wasn't a bad snow year this past winter, but we have traffic that exceeds the capacity of that highway. And I don't have all the answers, but I do appreciate the fact that we are able to work collectively in partnership with County Public Works, DPS, ADOT, to make a significant difference in helping. It's so important that we can't solve this problem by ourselves. It's going to take the community along with local agencies to address this problem and hopefully create a safer environment out there. We average 21 days each winter when the traffic is this bad. And we face that same situation, Supervisor Ryan, in Oak Creek with the Traffic Matters groups and traffic moving into Sedona being backed up all the way to Slide Rock. We are overloving our resources, and our infrastructure is not capable of managing these huge this huge influx of traffic into the area. But it's just, I think, indicative of some of the problems that we face, that many times law enforcement is the first one to respond or to feel the effects of these problems or issues. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is from the tunnel fire a couple of weeks ago, but it's the kind of letter and support that we get. I think the courage and resilience of our people during an extremely successful year makes me very proud of what they've done. There are opportunities, though, in addition, that are headed our way. We have the opportunity, we hope, to have a local police academy here this fall at the Coconino Community College, which would offset a significant financial impact to the general fund. It also, we feel it will help with our recruitment. And I will tell you that the pay plan that was approved 2 months ago is making a significant impact. And I'll talk more about that in just a minute. We've reinstituted our canine program at no cost to the general fund. This was done through drug seizure money. And just last week, our dog located 42 pounds of meth on Interstate 40. So the dog is still in training and was able to make his first big bust, I guess you would call it. So we're very proud of that as well. Next slide, please. In looking at our funding requests, and before I get into that too much, I still need to express our thanks for the pay plan. We feel it has made a significant difference in what's happening. Right now, we have 8 people today that we are making job offers to as a result of, and we feel a direct result of the approval of the pay plan. 6 detention officers and 1 nurse, 7 there. We have 2 potential detention officers in Page that are in our pipeline right now. We hope to have 1 deputy hired and in place in Tuba City within the next 3 weeks, which is something we've been striving for several years. This person is just finishing background now, and we hope to, he is successful and he is able to be there in the next, we hope within a month. We also have a huge increase in the applications that we are getting for all jobs within the department, especially for detention officer. And this is accomplishing exactly what we needed when we had our discussions concerning the pay plan. In October of 2021 until April, we only were able to hire 5 new people. Since the pay plan, we've got more apps, and again, 8 people we're looking at hiring on right now. So the impacts to our department from the approval of that pay plan, we feel will really go a long ways in making us successful, not just in recruiting, but in retaining those that we already have. You can see on these are the tier 1s that were listed. And as Steve had mentioned, we realize there are limits, fiscal limits to the capabilities of general fund, and understand those and certainly appreciate those items that were recommended. But there are still needs within the department. We still have the need for vehicles, replacements of things like that. And we still have the need for more deputies. And again, it's important that we hire for the openings that we do have. But as I've mentioned in the past to you, I would like to get off of 12-hour shifts in Flagstaff for the patrol division and get moved to where we were doing a 4 10-hour shift. We think it would be a much safer environment and still provide a better service within our community. Next slide, please. There's the top one is that staffing increase with the additional or 2 more deputies. But some of these other items are important as well. We're talking about some of the replacement of our vehicles or the upgrades of several of our vehicles as well, from say a sedan to a Tahoe or an Expedition that we're trying to have addressed as well, instead of trying to find that somewhere else in our budget. Next slide, please. These are the requests for our IT, and we've been fortunate enough to be able to work a lot with Matt Fowler and Sue Brown And we think we're on the right track with IT, and we hope to establish that 5-year plan and be successful in, even though we're in that transition period with the city of Flagstaff, there's still going to be those IT needs and additional equipment that we will need in the future. Next item, please. Here's the jail district funding, and as Steve mentioned, these were all approved. And again, we're thankful that these were approved initially, and we look forward to be again a very good and positive year, a good recruiting year that we are able to bring people on board. And again, the bottom line, this is about serving our community. So we will continue to do that in the best way we can, regardless of what happens with funding. But we feel very fortunate and appreciative of what the county has been able to do thus far. So if you have any questions, I will certainly try to answer. And if I can't, I think I have the staff here that can probably do that for us. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, Sheriff, and your staff that are here. We so appreciate all of the efforts that you continue to make here for Coconino County, both during COVID and then most recently during the tunnel fire. But as you pointed out, it's certainly every day and it's every night. And so sorry to hear about the tragedy with the 8-year-old. And yet these are the types of services that, or these are the types of incidents that really require your service and your staff service. And we so appreciate what you do here in Coconino County. And, you know, we should have done a standing ovation when you told us that the compensation increases that we authorized, in fact, have resulted in 8 new deputies. So that is excellent news for board and excellent news, of course, for the community. That's excellent. And we hope it keeps going. And we hope that you find maybe somebody wants to live in Tucson and be a deputy in Tucson. We're hoping that occurs as well. So I have some questions, but I'm going to turn it over to other board members first. Other board members, Vice Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate the presentation. Glad to see all the accomplishments for the year, and just want to put out kudos to you and your staff for a tough year that you've gotten through, but especially this tunnel fire experience. The Sheriff's Office was on the front lines, and everything that I heard from the community members was exemplary experience working with the Sheriff's Office. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your team, your crew. Everybody did a great job, and the community was very appreciative of that. And so I also wanted to state that I did receive some feedback from some of your officers stating that the compensation plan did help retain some of their staff. And so that was exciting to hear directly from them. And so it definitely warmed my heart to know that we had made a difference in your office and helping with your staff. And my one question is, if we choose this compensation package, does that include the Sheriff's Office as well in the overall compensation package?
Supervisor Vasquez, yes, our civilian staff only, yes.
Okay.
Yes, for the uniform staff, we're done with that. That's all in place. And I would like to thank you for being out on the tunnel fire. Your presence out there makes people see this, and they understand that value, I think, of being out there with them.
Well, I need to be out there in the front lines with all of you. So thank you for all your service. And, you know, as I went through and spoke with different community members out there, you know, the Sheriff's Office, you know, was glowing. Everybody had positive things to say about the work that was done with the evacuation effort, and then the reentry effort that went very smooth, and the community was very appreciative of that. So thank you.
Well, we had a great deal of help. I mentioned Public Works, and we had 3 other counties come up to help us, Mojave, Gila, and Navajo. So it, again, we're very reliant upon some of those other agencies for help. Thank you.
And before we forget, we mentioned this before, but just to put it to our to-do list, to make sure you get a thank you off to the other counties that came to our assistance during the tunnel fire. And I know we talked about that at a board meeting, And I think it's important that we thank them for their efforts up here in Coconino County.
Letters were sent last week.
Fabulous. Thank you.
And just so you know, when I was out and about, I did see some deputies from Mojave County. So I got down and went and spoke with them. I think I surprised them because I was like, I just came here to thank you for being here. But we do appreciate all that extra support.
I'm sure they appreciate the acknowledgement, though. I had a chance to meet with a lot of them, and they were very impressed with our county on how we manage things from all the various departments. So that was fortunate.
Sheriff, real quick, the counties were Gila, Navajo, Mojave, and Yavapai?
No, not Yavapai,
Okay,
just the other three.
Gila, Navajo, and Mojave. Got it, thanks.
We'll be helping them in the future, no doubt. So.
I'm sure it absolutely takes the effort of all of us. So other board members have some comments or questions? Supervisor Ryan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And Sheriff, really good to have you here. And yeah, I'll ditto on compliments and always appreciate what your folks are doing out there. You know, it's just, there's so much. I think you did well to outline the challenges. We're suffering a metro level of impact where we're a smaller tax base, and how do we manage what to do? The other aspect associated with that, and I think it's an ongoing discussion. A lot of what you outline associated with needs, we've talked to some of our other departments on, is we're hitting that expenditure limit, and it becomes a discussion of what we do in the future and how we approach it. But presenting the information, understanding the information is half of our need to move towards how do we approach this? What do we do for the future associated with that? And so, you know, that's an important piece. I didn't bring it up during the last discussion with the courts, but we have most often with the other departments. So we'll all need to work together on what do we do in the future associated with it. So that's an important piece. The pay plan, glad it's helping. You know, as always, we can't do it all, but we're trying to do what we can associated with it. And the challenges of the cost of living is a big factor associated with that. COVID, your folks were on front line, really acknowledged that, made it that much more challenging. You couldn't shut down or work remotely, and you worked your way through those issues. In terms of the regional discussions, I think you know, there will be opportunities where we most certainly we'll want to work with our partners along with your folks and community to see what do we do? How do we wrestle with, as you noted, with the example of snow play, but it goes beyond that. We're getting hit all seasons, and what do we do? And are there certain areas that we can work together with on those issues? We spoke to, I think the county manager made the point of what we can fund and what we can't fund. You've already responded to it. Thank you for your presentation. And again, thank you for everybody and what they're doing out there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Sheriff. We have such a large remote county, and many, you know, our deputies are out there, you know, driving in the dark, working alone, and it's very difficult. And we are so challenged just with our budget, as you know. We struggle to approve, and how do we balance approving over here for this department, approving over here, and where do we get our revenue to be able to, you know, do all the things that we want to do? You know, we just heard from the courts; they do such a great job in trying to balance their departments and their court system. And this is part of the justice system. And it's just been really been a great challenge. And I'm really happy that you focused on mental health. I think we all, when we talk about mental health, I think that we all have felt that, whether we realize it or not. It's just something unknown that came in on us, and we had to all deal with it. So, and our law enforcement and first responders, they're the ones that are front line, and they have a lot more that they carry with them. So I think it's so important to make sure that we have a really good program that's there for them. And, I just have to go back and I have to think about how is it that when I think about our budget and having this outlook, how do we balance our budget and be able to deliver the service that we would like to deliver, and being able to try to keep up with the change of time and being able to deliver quality services and, meet the needs of our citizens, and just for example, in your department with just the influx of people that have just over loving our lands. How do we address that? I think that's multifaceted. I think economic development is part of that. I think that all the various communities are part of that. It's part of the tourism industry, and creating a path, probably like a pathway for people to travel, and trying to see where they come in from, where they exit, and really examining the flow of people, and then just really trying to see where they go and what services are there, what the resources are there. Where is that? Like in my district, the wave is the same thing's going on there, and you've had to respond there. And we have one deputy that's out there, and then our federal agencies are not getting the positions that they need. And so that's where we come in to advocate, to help, to see if they can get rehired. So it's just all, when you really look at the bigger picture, it's a huge challenge that we have. And so how do we all come together to address all these issues that are before us, and bring it back into our budget, and seeing how do we address that? So it's probably, this is just part of my thoughts. It's probably more than what I believe it's really related to our budget and how we address things, and re-examining our budget as well again, and saying, okay, where are the pressure points? Where are the release points in this cycle? Where all the departments are interrelated, and it's interrelated out in the community. So anyway, I just want to thank you again for what you do, and Matt with the detention center and all of your staff. I know it's a great challenge, and hopefully that we'll have we just be able to support each other through this process.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Driscoll, you and your staff are here. Thank you very much for doing the presentation. And I just want to say that I'm really glad that, some of the accomplishments that you guys are having within your department, the mental health component of that, and then getting everyone cross-trained and trained in the area, how to deal with it, and to ensure that, the type of help is provided to families that are in need of those services. Then also your managing of your COVID that within your department. And to date, you have zero COVID cases. So that's something, I greatly appreciate. As we know, there's still cases out there and we don't know if anything is going to be coming back again, but, nonetheless, thank you so much. And then also your initiation of the K-9 program. Maybe we should hire more canines too, so we can get more money, so we can work with it within our department. So anyway, and then congratulations for your cert and being the 2000 Organization of the Year 2021 by the Daily Sun. So that's a big accomplishment. And I really feel that, Coconino County as a whole accomplishes a lot of things, and, they're recognized for that too. So, and it's all because of a team. We're all team players, all the way from the staff, all the way to the departments, and all the way to the board. So, well, as you know, that as Supervisor Fowler said, there's monies, wish we had all the monies in the world to do what we need to do, but we have to do with what we have. And I'm glad that you guys are, I always say, we all have to give and take here. All the we have so many departments and so many needs, so many things that we want to address, but we have limited dollars. So thank you so much.
And Sheriff, if I can, I want to ask a couple of questions too. I know Pathways. Have you gotten any update on Pathways?
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, no. We should have heard, we think, a month ago. But I know we're going to get something. They've assured us that, but they haven't given us the amount yet for Pathways.
Well, people are asking about the jail tax, and of course, I'm doing everything I can to talk about that and continuing that. And one of the things that comes up is Pathways, and I know that's not paid by the jail tax, but if we are able to get that Pathways program up and running, and fingers crossed we will, is that something we could also look to expanding within the jail itself? Have you thought about those as well?
We've looked at the possibilities for Pathways down the road. What they've indicated to us, and this was the Regina Cup and JLBC, was that get your program up and running, provide the data, the statistics to ACJC, and down the road, they would then entertain more requests for additional funding down the road. So I think certainly the possibilities there. I think it depends on the initial success before we could look at growing or expanding.
Good, thank you.
But I think it will be successful.
Well, please let us know the minute you hear on the Pathways program. That's an exciting program for the jail, and I think fits in with the board's commitment to mental and behavioral health and the investment we're making.
And I think this would be a great benefit to our community.
Absolutely.
And as soon as I hear, we'll all do a happy dance together.
All right, very good. And I know Supervisor Fowler also has a couple follow-up questions.
Actually, I just want to thank you, Sheriff. We had the Tuba City position open for many, many years. I want to just thank you for your patience. You could have taken that position and used it elsewhere where it's really needed. And it's very much needed in Tuba City as well, but you were able to keep it in Tuba, and really happy that we have the individual who applied is going to most likely be the deputy. I am just very excited about that, and just really excited that that position will finally be filled, it sounds like, and really excited about that. And that took a lot of patience on you and the all of us, the whole community, where we thought it would get filled right away. And we referred all kinds of people, but there was just always something and something or something. And finally, it sounds like the position will be filled. So I just want to thank you for that, and very excited to have that position filled here soon.
Supervisor Fowler, thank you. I think what's so important is to put the right person into that position. We didn't
Exactly.
we didn't want to put somebody in we felt may or may not. We wanted the right person in that position to be successful. And my fingers are crossed that this gentleman is able to get through his last couple of processes and we can get him to work. He's already certified, so we do not have an academy that he needs to go through. Just a shorter field training officer program that would be a couple of months. So we're optimistic at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Just another comment. Tuzian is still waiting. So but the real comment I was going to make. Yeah, exactly. The real comment that we really need to, and this goes beyond just the budget, obviously, but something we really need to take a look at. And that is, we are a county that really is a tourist economy, and we are experiencing a situation where our resources and our beautiful lands are truly being loved to death. And unfortunately, very unfortunate fatal accident from last night, and condolences to the family on that as well, and to your sheriff deputies responded to that. That must be just devastating. But we really need to take a look at the drain that this is causing on your department. We've got the OHV using our forests. We have traffic, which of course 180 is in my district and 89A is in Supervisor Ryan's district, and the ongoing problems that we're having again with this. We want the tourists up here. It's important for our economy. On the other hand, we need to somehow come up with a way to manage this. And we also need, quite frankly, the Forest Service and DPS to step up and do more, because your deputies are supplementing really the work on state lands and state highways, as well as our forest. And it is something that really does need to get addressed. And as has been said by my colleagues, it's a partnership, and we need to look across jurisdictions to try to resolve this problem, because it's just getting worse. It's not getting any better. So
we agree entirely. Yes.
And any other comments, questions?
Just one more comment, Madam Chair and Sheriff. I was looking at the IT investment, very important for us as a whole in terms of the risk that we have right now. So glad that we're working on that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, well, I'll tell you, Matt Fowler's been great to work with, and we appreciate all of his efforts, and Sue as well.
Very good. Well, as always, you all are doing a great job for us here in Coconino County, and we appreciate all the efforts and the extraordinary efforts that you provide to our community. And let's hope that our fire season started with a bang and is just going to continue as a lamb from now until the end of fire season. So, and thank you. Thank you very much for the service.
Well, thank you all. And I think you have an extra 20 minutes of lunch. So,
oh, I love that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just with the sheriff.
County manager.
He ordered it. I think we should break early. We do have lunch scheduled at this time, and at 1 o'clock we'll return public defender, legal defender, clerk of the court, and then public works. So
thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, can you hear us?
Thank you. Yes, I can.
Green.
So it is 1 o'clock, and it looks like we have all 5 supervisors back. And County Manager, are we ready to proceed?
We are, Madam Chair.
Very good. All right, well, I'm
So I
going to
will-
turn this back over to you to do the introductions.
You bet. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today we have Brad Bransky and Tara Boykin from the Public Defender's Office. And Brad is pinch hitting for Sandy Deal, who is out of town for a very good reason. That they will be going over the budget presentation. There was one budget request that was provided, increased dependency attorney position from half to full to 3/4 time. And again, just based on priorities to compensation, we did not make a recommendation for that item at this time. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Brad and Tara.
Very good.
And then Brad, you'll just need to press your mic button to make sure it's green.
I'm sorry, test?
Yep, you're good.
And they're going to want you to stay pretty close to it so that Supervisor Fowler and the public can hear us.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Well, thank all of you and good afternoon to all of you. My name is Brad Bransky. I'm assistant to Ms. Deal, and she sends her regrets that she can't be here today. She is at her, right this minute, ongoing her daughter's thesis, master's thesis defense in Montana. So she wouldn't have missed this for any other reason, but she did have to miss today. With me is Tara Clifton, our administrative senior manager, or as we like to call her, our assistant director of operations and budget. And this shouldn't take too long because we just have one request to make. Just a little bit about our office. I know we've been through this in prior years, but before 1963, members of the community that were indigent and accused of crimes typically couldn't afford attorneys. And in 1963, the United States Supreme Court decided a case, Gideon versus Wainwright, which gave indigent defendants throughout the country the same rights federal defendants had in federal cases. And as of then, state defendants and county defendants all were entitled to an attorney when they were accused of a crime. Over the years, that's expanded to include representation in juvenile matters also, including terminations, dependencies, and delinquencies. So we represent all those folks on a daily basis in the various justice, superior, and juvenile courts. Our funding sources are mainly through the general fund, as I'm sure you all know. We also get Title IV-E through the federal grant dependency program, which we use to fund directly into our dependency caseload. And we've recently, thanks to you all, been granted some ARPA funding, which we've used to create one more beginning attorney position and a couple administrative positions to help us with the overwhelming, basically, load of paperwork that we have these days. We also have I believe, an investigator position that's being funded through that. So we thank you for that. Real quick, this is just a quick overview of the folks that work at our office currently. We do have a number of superior court attorneys, juvenile attorneys, juvenile support staff, and some administrators. Although some of us are listed like Ms. Hool as a supervising juvenile attorney and myself as whatever they call me, we also have full caseloads. I know Ms. Hool is carrying a full caseload of juvenile cases. I've got a huge caseload of justice court cases and appeals cases. So everybody there is working hard. And all these people, and looking through here, it's just really heartwarming because everybody on our staff right now, every attorney, right through the receptionist, is extremely and 100% dedicated to representing disenfranchised folks in our community that would otherwise have no help. And it's really a pleasure to be there every day in that atmosphere. It's really unbelievable the dedication these folks have to the underserviced people in our community. Not sure about this slide because I'm reading through the accomplishments section and the opportunities and challenges section, and I'm not sure that some of it's kind of cross interchangeable, like attorney representation at every initial appearance in Coconino County is, I guess, an accomplishment. It's also a challenge. Things go on all day, every day. It's something we didn't used to do not too long ago, and it takes up a lot of our attorneys' time. Inexpensive virtual training. We've been doing a lot of our training online, which has really cut back on the cost of our mandatory CLE. We have, used Zoom quite a bit to appear and cut down in the time necessary for court appearances. And that also helps quite a bit with folks that are in outlying areas that can't get here without spending a fortune in time and money these days. So the use of Zoom, and I hope that it continues now that someday COVID is going to be over, has really helped, I think, in that regard. We have, like I said, some ARPA-funded positions. We had hired 2 administrative specs to help us with our clerical work. One unfortunately had to leave because her mom got sick, but we're going to fill that soon. And we're also on the verge of filling our ARPA position for our attorney and our investigator. And we have accomplished a less paper office. I mean, we've got this case management system, everything's downloaded. But I honestly, personally consider that more of a challenge than an accomplishment, because the time it takes to do that is just overwhelming. And basically the reason we had to hire a couple ARPA positions to help us with that. Just as a quick example, I'm kind of dating myself, but not too long ago, all the police officers weren't required to wear these body cameras. Now they do, and every single interaction with our clients is now has to be downloaded and into our case management system, and we have to review that, and it's not necessarily indexed for us, or what it is we don't know. You open up a 2-hour-long media thing that takes a while to download, and it's some officer driving around in a police car with no interaction with anyone. So it's been a little bit of a challenge, but we're getting through it. Thanks to you all for funding us through that ARPA program. We have a little bit of turnover with some of our attorneys in the recent past, but that seems to be totally alleviated at this point. We've got people that are extremely, like I said, dedicated and pretty psyched to be there. It's like a family. I go to work in the morning, I feel like I'm going to, meet with my family members. Everybody gets along right now. I don't think anybody's about to leave. And it helped a lot working with HR and county management and approval by the board of our recent compensation increases for us attorneys and our legal assistants. I got to thank you all for that, because that's really been a godsend for us. And people feel appreciated. They can pay for the gas prices that they drive their car around now. So it's good stuff. Switch here. Here's a quick overview of the cases that we're handling at the present time. And I see our 22 estimates, 3,166 total cases. You can see how they're broken down and how that compares to previous years. But I got to caution you that even though it doesn't appear the caseloads are necessarily skyrocketing at the present time or going up a lot, the amount of work that these things take, just in terms of, again, downloading things and the complexity of the cases has really seemed like it's taking a toll on our time, and it's necessary to handle these things. In that regard, though, we'd like to point out that we have somehow managed to maintain, and I'm not sure if it's in the slide or not, but about a $600 and some odd change cost per case, which is far, far less than any other county in the state. And you know, we're very conscious of budgetary matters and being frugal, but our primary concern and our real main concern is making sure that every single person that we're appointed to represent gets the best representation they possibly can hope for. And we pride ourselves in doing that. And I'm not sure how we do it for 600 some bucks a case, but we do. So hopefully that's something that we can take into consideration. Our 2 to 5 year outlook is looking pretty good with our ARPA positions and, you know, our new attorney positions that have been approved. I think we're going to be able to pretty much handle everything, other than if there's something unforeseen that happens. I know that just the month before last in Flagstaff Justice Court alone, I keep track of this every month. There was a record-breaking number of cases that we were assigned to. Is over 100 cases in 1 month just in the Flagstaff Justice Court, just in felonies. But I think we're going to be able to do it. And I think we're going to be able to continue to provide what I consider grade A representation and a personalized approach to every single client we have. Even though the case load does, or the case work, not necessarily the case load, is seeming to go up. Again, if things change in the future, we never know what the county attorney is going to file or how many cases are coming down. I see therapeutic courts listed on here. As I'm sure you all know, we have what was called drug court, is now recovery court. We man that. There's a veterans court that we have a dedicated attorney also handling. And in about another month, give or take, they're starting back up the mental health court, which is going to require, again, a lot of attorney work. Not only there's going to be one in justice court and also one in superior court. So I believe that when we fill all these ARPA spots, we'll be able to handle that. But that's something that's, you know, we're very happy they're creating all these specialty courts and therapeutic courts, but somebody's got to run those things, and it's something that takes our time away from other matters, although it's more than worth it. I'd like to turn our one budget request over to Ms. Clifton, and she'll go through that with y'all on this slide here. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. I'll move over. On the camera there, height discrepancy. Okay. Thank you. So I just want to start quickly with a letter that Sandy passed my way. That's probably going to make Brad a little bit nervous here, but this is a letter that we received from a private attorney in town here. And it says, "Dear Brad, I had the pleasure of being with you in justice court today. And I don't know if today was like any other day in justice court. Maybe it isn't. In any case, a gal you were representing in custody and was clearly having a mental health crisis. She was talking about cases from here, New Mexico, and everywhere else. The situation was getting difficult, and she was talking over everyone, including the court, and not listening to you as you were trying to help her. I was touched by the way you handled the situation. You took a breath, pivoted the conversation, and started over. I was touched with the patience, kindness, and grace that you extended to another human being who is in a situation for reasons that have nothing to do with you. I am grateful to live in a community with people like you who treat people with dignity, regardless of their circumstances.
Thank you for your efforts and for the way that you represent people in our community. And so I think that very clearly highlights the special people and the attorneys that work in our office and the type of support we provide to the Flagstaff community, to the entire Coconino County community, both to Brad and to all of our attorneys who represent those community members. And so to talk about our one FTE request that we have this year, that FTE request is for a current attorney position that we have. She's been at our office for a few years and is currently working, or just up to about 2 months ago when we had a vacancy and were able to put her into a higher FTE position. She was working at a 0.74 FTE, so just under the amount to receive benefits. Our request for this year is to increase that position to 0.75 FTE. It's currently board approved at 0.5. And then we've been supplementing it with a special revenue fund, the 4E dependency grant at 0.24. And so our request is to increase that to 0.25 to allow this employee to have benefits. I think this is really important as we consider the county priorities of putting the team members first. I know that new FTEs aren't being recommended this year, but because this is a current employee, we hope that you'll consider our request and potentially give this employee the opportunity to have benefits and be a full-time benefit eligible employee at 0.75 FTE. The general fund change for this request is $10,661. The remainder would be supplemented by the 4E dependency special revenue fund. And so that is basically a summary of our request for this year. I did check the fund balance this morning. It's about at $156,000 is where we stand. And we do pay some attorney wages out of that, but then we do have enough to be able to supplement that with benefits. So we would request and appreciate the consideration of general funding to supplement and help provide those benefits to this employee. If that isn't possible, we would also request it be considered that we fully supplement the benefits with the 4E funds. So if we aren't able to do it through the general fund, we would request that you consider allowing us to do it through the 4E funds that we have as well. And then I'm happy to take any questions on that too. I think that's all we have.
Thank you so much. And members of the board, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Same question I've asked all the last 2 weeks is just, can you comment on the compensation package and how that would impact your office?
Well, we've talked a little bit about this, and the compensation package is extremely generous, and we're really excited about it, especially with the compensation that we've just been granted just recently. It's great. I think that it's going to be a really big help with retention, and just having people feel appreciated. I mean, I think the biggest effect it's going to have is just retention, which is a huge deal because we like to have continuity with representation with our clients. When someone leaves and we have like all of a sudden 70 cases to meet out and they don't know their attorney all of a sudden in the middle of their case, it's bad. And the compensation package is really, really good. And we thank you all for it. I don't know what we'd do without it. It was awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we did hear your request for benefits. I know how important that is in retention as well. And we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Like Tara said, we're able to take care of it, I think, through our 4E funding if we have to. And I think we have enough in there for about 5 years worth, is my understanding. But if you can help us out with that, we'd super appreciate it. And as far as the woman goes that has that position right now, real quick, if you have just another minute, she worked for our office for a number of years in the juvenile sector and is a really, really fine, caring attorney and individual. She then left to start a restaurant here and worked that restaurant for a number of years, downtown Flagstaff. And when we had this opening, because one of our attorneys left to the private sector, before we had our reason compensation increase, which he probably would have stayed, but he left, and she was nice enough to come back, but she didn't want to come back full time. I can tell from looking at what she's doing, she's working full-time with a full caseload. But I think in her psychologically, in her mind, she wants to have the, the freedom to, well, I want to leave a half hour early today or whatever, although I'm not sure that she does very often. And she's really, really an asset to our office, and we really appreciate her and all our attorneys. So with that, thank you all.
So I actually have a question on the 4E monies. That does not need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors if you elect to use that, or does it?
I can have Ms. Clifton speak to that. I don't think the use of it necessarily. I think I'm talking too close because I was told to talk close to it. I could probably just holler out, be better.
Siri, maybe you can answer that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
And somebody's got to do something.
So any FTE increase does have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors regardless of the funding source.
Thank you for the clarification. Got it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Sure, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Brad and Sarah. Well done in Sandy's stead, and certainly we really appreciate the passion that your office brings and the professionalism. And we do have that tough decision. Compensation, how do we keep people in work here? Versus FTEs, no matter what, we have to work within the budget. So, hence Supervisor Vasquez's question associated with that. I wanted to ask the question first of Steve, did you get into this fund discussion during your budget conversations? I don't know if you did or not.
Yes, we did. I'm going to apologize because I'd rather not discuss a specific individual employee's salary situation. And this is heading in that direction. With regard to addition, since there is a grant available, we'll discuss the recommendation at a staff level.
Okay. Manager goes into discussions with department. We're not privy to all those discussions, and that's part of the question. So it's one for a chance for them to take a look at and stay consistent with the recommendation, or not. And that's where I was going with the question.
Certainly, it's not a matter of priviness or not priviness, because it's a transparent conversation. But it's a conversation that has more focus on an individual employee. And I would rather have that conversation separate so that we look at kind of the systematic process as opposed to a yay or nay on a specific employee. It's very awkward. I'm just going to be real honest. It's awkward to be discussing an individual employee's hourly hours modification in this forum. I'm sorry, I think that was my fault. No, please do it.
No, yeah, and I was trying to bring it back to the system, but it's kind of hard to, reconcile at this point. Another piece of the question, I was looking at the charts and seeing the expenditures with a very strong trend. And is this stepping out of COVID? Is this filling of positions? So it's a general fund expenditure trend. And in the meantime, the special revenue funds have a huge dip associated with them, which are a little bit more broad than regular patterns. So I was kind of curious about those two. And that's, what page is that? That is page 10 of 15.
I think that's those two graphs I couldn't really understand.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, this is Sue, if you could remind everybody to speak closer to the microphones. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I turned it off because I was getting feedback.
Some were speaking too close, and now, you just, it's like finding the other planet Earth, I guess. It's the
Brad,
Goldilocks.
if you could, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Brad, if you could move that microphone to the right side of the monitor instead of the left, if it's on the left, that can help.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I think they swapped out the mic too, so hopefully it's a little bit better now. And Brandon might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the general fund expenditure trend, that upward trajectory was related to ARPA funding. And I don't know if that's
Yes,
correct or not.
Sandy had the same question that you did, Chairman Ryan, about the graphs. And in my email, I said that was due to the proposed compensation increase plan. So that's why there is that large increase in the general fund expenditures. And on the special revenue fund side, that's due to a fund 1011 being coded as a general fund expenditure, which I think was.
So that's a fees for services fund. And the general fund basically works as a pass through. So we receive the fees for services from justice courts and superior courts, and they just get passed through. We divide a percentage. It's 90% to us and 10% to the legal defender. And we use those to supplement any operations needs that we have in terms of hiring court specialists and court preparation costs and things like that. So it does go to the general fund initially, but that's just as a pass through. And we do a quarterly transfer into that special revenue fund, which is 1011, which is our fees for services.
But there is a dip in the fund.
And see that I'm not sure. I don't know that it was previously represented as part of the general fund. I think that part might be the change.
Siri, can you help?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Horstman and Supervisor Ryan and members of the board. So oftentimes what we see, I can't speak to their specific funds without a little more research, but in our special revenue funds, we do allow the departments to have some flexibility in how they budget those funds. So based on available funds, what we've seen in the past is some departments will in some years, for example, budget their fund balance. Maybe it's for a special project or some other one-time use. And so what we're looking at is the fund in balance with the projected revenue. And so although it says 38%, what I would like to point out is that we're talking about a difference of approximately $50,000. It's the scale on the chart, I think, that makes it stand out. So they're in total, their budget got as high as 200,000 in their special revenue funds and is budgeted as 100,000 for this fiscal year. Now, if we were to add back in their requested increase into that 4D fund, that's where you would see that line change once again up to closer to the 150,000. Which would smooth out that trend a little bit. So it really probably is just fluctuations in the available resources and then how it was budgeted.
And the function of the fund. All right, thank you. Sorry to put you two on the spot, but you had to come on the spot today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Well, if not, tell Sandy we missed her, but congratulations. Her family, that's a wonderful thing for her family. So appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler popped up.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and just the work that you do. And, I think that the request for a position to fund at 75%, I think that we really need to take that into consideration. So we will be looking to see how we can help out in that area. I know that your cases and it's pretty complex, and it's really with the CJCC and just the court system trying to find relief in that area. I think it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you again for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks. County Manager.
Next is the legal defender. Erica Arlington is here to present. There were no budget increments or requests from her office at this time, but she is, of course, we are supportive of her conversation with you to talk about highlights and anything that she has to present. So give us one moment, please.
Welcome, Erica, and thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's nice to see you all in person. Excuse me, forgot to take that off. So we're the little sister, I guess, to the Public Defender's Office. When they can't handle a case due to a conflict or sometimes due to overflow, it comes to us. And our vision and kind of the policy of our office is to be ready to deal with kind of whatever's thrown at us. We're not a policy-making office. We're not an office that generates anything other than representation for what's handed to us. So we're not really in control of what we get, but we try to be ready for whatever life sends our ways. And to explain that a little bit more, you heard Brad say that public defenders are appointed based on constitutional mandates and that they're appointed by the courts. And here you can see that we get cases from the county attorney's office, from the attorney general's office, and also sometimes from private parties. And at the bottom of the slide, you can see how these cases flow. So criminal and juvenile matters start with the public defenders, come to us if there's a conflict. Due to an agreement reached years ago by previous public and legal defenders, we take all the Title 36 matters as well. We do take guardianships. They're appointed by the courts. And we have in the last year and a half or so taken some of the guardianships in-house, which has been an accomplishment for us to do that as well. And then, of course, we get the conflicts for dependency matters and for terminations and adoptions. Our organizational chart is a little simpler. we have about 10 people. The only change from last year is we were able to hire a half-time parent advocate beginning in January of this year. That came out of Title IV funding. We will continue funding it from there. We have plenty of funds in there to make that work. And has been a great addition to our office to have that staff member to help represent clients in dependencies, parent clients specifically. So we'll continue on in our 3 to 5 years and probably past that to try to be fully staffed and cross-trained, which we are and have been able to maintain during COVID. We're prepared to respond to any cases thrown at us. We will continue use of virtual platforms. The courts are definitely keeping some of that going. I think that works both to our clients' advantages and sometimes in terms of travel time for court, especially short court hearings, and certainly expands court access. There's negatives to it, of course, but there are some positives as well. And thanks to a board last year, we had adequate indigent contract funds. I'll talk more specifically about that later. We are continuing to handle, and it continues to keep our budget high for the indigent defense contract because we both have murder cases in-house, but also manage murder cases and serious cases with contract counsel, and those cases involve a lot of extra trial prep, experts, et cetera, and hours of the attorney's time. We did get 2 of our in-house staff qualified as notaries in the last year, which is just a nice addition again to be able to do that for our clients instead of having to send them elsewhere. And we also have the Title IV funded social and caseworker. Just a brief look at the numbers. They're pretty consistent with what the PD showed, a few more cases than last year. We don't know what it'll look like for FY22. I will note that the big jump in FY19, FY20, in FY19 was some overflow and just a big jump up in cases. FY20 was a lot of overflow cases. So now we're seeing these lower numbers. Some of that's due to COVID. But the 800 is, I think, a pretty good estimate for this year. It may jump up again. We don't have control over when cases are filed, but that's my best guess as of today. So going a little bit further into Title IV, I was asked to explain this. So it's a Title IV reimbursement. The county calls it a grant. It falls into that kind of funding. It is pass-through funding. So in December of 2018, Department of Health and Human Services permitted the states to receive that Title IV funding. It goes initially, as you can see from my little chart, to the Department of Child Services. And then in Arizona, the Administrative Office of the Courts disperses the funds to the counties. So how that happens is an intergovernmental agreement was signed by DCS, AOC, and Coconino County back in January of 2020. I do want to stop for a minute here to let you know that I recently received information that they want us to make some amendments to that intergovernmental agreement. So the board, or at least the county manager, is going to be seeing that agreement again coming through for signature for an amendment so we can continue to receive those funds. The public and legal defenders then submit a combined quarterly expenditure report. That report is also going through a few changes and requiring a little more detailed reporting on the types of cases and where our children are placed. But I think we'll be able to make those requirements. I'm usually the one, well, I am the one who prepares those invoices, and then we receive the disbursements. So our only request was to continue to use these funds to do the 0.40 of our social worker salary and to continue to, as a temporary employee, pay our parent advocate at 20 hours a week. We have the funds available, and they are more than adequate, really, from the distributions to fund these positions for the coming year and probably for at least a year or two after that. So the indigent contract update, I'm so happy to be standing here today, and I have not to date made a request from this board for more money this year in this fund. First time since I took this job over. Super happy. I will be making one, however, but it's coming the end of May, so it's my latest request and my lowest request ever for $40,000 to see us through the end of the year. John Comer and I talked about this amount. We believe this is a good amount to make sure we're not coming back again in June, but so we have enough to finish out the fourth quarter budget. So thank you again for making that allocation last year. It made this year so much easier, and easier on you all because you didn't have to see me more than once. And as usual, I'm super fast because I talk really fast. Any questions or anything else you want to hear from me?
Well, we like to see you, so don't do that. So, we appreciate your expedited presentation and complete information. So thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. My question is if you could just comment on how the compensation package would impact your department.
So the compensation package that was already approved for the attorneys was very well received, and we thank the board for that. My staff would be the ones most affected by this increase in compensation. They're the ones that most need it. At this point, I know it would make a big difference to them. It's hard to hear that they could go into the private sector and basically make very similar, if not more money. I know the benefits are not quite as good, but they are doing high level type work, both of them. And it would make a big difference to them to have that compensation package. I hope the board will approve it because it will help me keep them. I'm constantly concerned I'm going to lose my support staff to Target. I mean, it's a rough thing, and with less, with different types of stresses, I'm sure Target, but still, they were grateful for the bump last year, and I know they would very much appreciate the compensation package. I think that would definitely make me feel a little less worried that I'm going to lose my front staff.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Erica. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
In answering that question, that's important to us because we do have to talk about that at the end of these discussions. Just a little bit more on the indigent cases.
Sure.
So you're saying numbers are down with COVID, but the numbers were climbing with when we were going into COVID. And that was, oh my gosh, the world's changing. We're just getting such a volume. Can you explain, do you have any other indicators in that pattern or no?
In terms of what it's going to look like for next year? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So my best guess is to look at what the county attorney is doing and what was funded for the sheriffs and other local law enforcement. Because as local law enforcement is increased in numbers, then those cases referred to the county attorney's office increase. And then as the county attorney's office members increase in numbers, then that it all kind of just flows down to us. So I can't give you a great predictor, What I can say is we have a lot of those serious cases and murder cases that were pushed back because of COVID and are still on the trial court calendar. I'm still actively managing several serious cases that are, they cost money, and they're set for trial like later this year, some are as far out as next year. So, and we continue to get increased seriousness in our cases. And so that always takes more attorney time and more resources for the county. And that we don't see that backing away. We're still getting a lot more murders than used to happen. And thank goodness Sandy's been able to take most of them, and we haven't had to filter that through to us. But what I can tell you is this: the Indigent Contract Defense Fund, what it's funded for right now, was about 50,000 below the average for the last 5 years. And so we were pretty close because I'm asking for 40,000. So we're pretty close to average still for this year. I hope that we will be, the same for next year, but I can't predict that. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but
I could gain a little here or there. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, County Manager.
I'm going to correct myself. There was a budget request. It was for the social work position to increase it from 0.4 to 0.60. But that is to use it with special revenue funds. So again, using the Title IV-E fund. So the recommendation was to approve that.
And I want to clarify that was previously approved for a 2-year period. That 2-year period expired now. So now I just want it approved going forward to use those Title IV funds.
Thank you. Thanks for the explanation. All right. Well, thank you. It's always good to see you. And thank you for your information. And thanks for all you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we have, what is today? We have the Clerk of Superior Court at 2:15. Is it possible to ask the clerk to come down earlier?
Madam Chair, yes, to your question, I just contacted Clerk of Superior Court. They said they will be heading this way in 5 minutes.
Dynamite. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I guess we have a 5-minute break.
Can we, is that side door unlocked? Okay.
You can get out, you can't get in.
Well, if the clerk has to go all around the building, if someone can just stand post there. Thank you, Corey.
We're back. Thank you for joining us early. We really appreciate that, and it's good to see you. And we look forward to hearing from you and your staff this afternoon. And before we get started, we're going to turn this over to the county manager for introductions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This afternoon, our clerk of Superior Court, Wyant, is with us today. She'll be providing highlights and some of the activities throughout the year. And there are no budget requests. We did, of course, through the ARPA process, have some initiatives and some positions that have been tied to that fund. And then other than that, though, I'll turn it over to our clerk of the court.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present this year's budget. I'd like to start by introducing my staff. I have failed to do that in years past and then think about it about halfway through. So today I put it very first on my notes as a reminder. So we'll start with my Chief Deputy, Erin. She is, of course, my right-hand gal, and without her, I could not do anything. So I am very, very pleased with Erin and her performance in our department. She is just amazing. And then next to her, we have Miss Bass, and she oversees our court techs. The court techs are the staff that physically go into the courtroom and are taking summary minutes as to what is occurring in the courtroom. And then we also have our business manager, Kengeda Callan, with us today. And he, in addition to doing business manager functions, has his own caseload that is in our FAIR program. FAIR and TIP, which is fines and restitution enforcement, and TIP is the tax intercept program. And so our last manager, Leslie Clark, is unable to be with us here today. Unfortunately, it's a bittersweet reason. Her youngest son and family moved out of the county. So they're busy relocating him to another state. So with that, I'll just get at it. I do have up on the screen today our organizational chart. And I think that this is such a great visual so that you can see the amount of FTEs we have, and I can go through some of their duties, and it really tells a story about what we cover in the clerk's office. So at the top is myself acting as the clerk of Superior Court. I also have a few additional mandates that I am the county's jury commissioner and also the probate registrar. So as jury commissioner, my responsibilities are to summons jurors for all of the civil and criminal jury trials that are substantially backlogged, as many of you are aware. And we'll get into some weeds on that in just a moment. Probate registrar duties are such that I handle all of the informal probates on behalf of the Superior Court. So rather than wasting the judge's time and resources, those are something easy that I can review, and I can make that determination and keep that paperwork flowing as expeditiously as possible. And then right below me is Erin as my Chief Deputy Clerk, and she wears many hats. We all wear many hats, and I know that you've been hearing a lot about that throughout the budget process from several departments, but it certainly is the reality of our beast there at the clerk's office. So it would be a wonderful thing if we could finally get our FTE count to a position where we're not having to work 3 or 4 desks with one individual, so that we can really have a better work-home balance and that we can kind of take a break. We're pretty fatigued and exhausted through the pandemic and all of the backlogs that we're enduring. Directly below her is Kengeda. We talked about some of his duties already, so I won't go too further into that. Our court accountant, Ms. Fox, is a little bit of a different position. So she is our 0.6 FTE. So our total FTEs end up being 24.6. And she does the accounting reviews for matters that are under guardianship and sometimes probate on behalf of the Superior Court judges. So they're not having to crunch the math and look through volumes and volumes of bank statements and the other things that are submitted for review. Denise is our accounting tech too. She is solely responsible for the payments that are coming in through the clerk's office. Anybody that is ordered to pay a court fine or fee, she is handling all of those monies. And the members of the board that have been here for some time may recall that we had a pilot project with adult probation. There was a time that we needed to shift all of the financials into the clerk's office. Our case management system is called Ajax. And we had asked for an FTE as part of that shift several years ago, but unfortunately, we were not awarded that position. So all of that additional duty has fallen on Denise's shoulders. And she also, a third of the time, answers our main phone line. So you can appreciate the volume that she sees every day. Directly below her is Miss McMinn. She is our Deputy Jury Commissioner and/or Jury Clerk. And I really want to take a moment to explain some of Taryn's duties. As part of this jury backlog, we had to be very creative with the pandemic in order to keep the prospective jurors that are coming into the courthouse as safe as possible. There was a period of time that we were having to do jury selection off-site, and so with the help of facilities and several other partners, we were able to utilize Fort Tuthill for that. But now that the pandemic has changed and shifted, we're able to do that in the courthouse again, but not without the amazing work that Taryn has done. We have been a lead in the state in implementing online questionnaires. We were one of the first courts in the state to utilize that through the help of HR. So a huge shout out to Erica and her team for helping us. In the beginning, we did not have a subscription to SurveyMonkey, but HR did. And they were very welcoming of our intentions to utilize it and work through some things. And now we have our own subscription. We are creating our own questionnaires, of course, based on the stipulations of counsel related to each case. They're different. So it's not like we're recycling those questionnaires. They're freshly drafted each time based on the stipulations of counsel. What we do is we put those questions into the application, and then when we mail our summonses out to the prospective jurors, they're able to do that online questionnaire in advance. And then it gives the court and the attorneys flexibility to determine who needs to really physically report in person and who doesn't. And by excusing a large volume of prospective jurors in advance, it really reduces the amount of foot traffic coming in for the actual trial. But it's not just a matter of creating that link and sending out the summonses. If that was all she was doing, it would be a great day. But there's so much maintenance behind it. I know this will come as a shock, especially to the chair, who's also an attorney, but attorneys and judges can be quite demanding. They can have needs that we wouldn't have anticipated from one trial to another. And so we certainly do our best. There's a lot of follow-up because if we summoned a pool of, say, 100 jurors for a particular trial, sometimes our volume has been that only perhaps 25 have completed the questionnaire in advance. So we're constantly watching that, babysitting it, reaching out to those jurors who may not have even opened their mail, letting them know so that they can get it done. And then there's the end of it. So once a juror has served on a jury trial, we have shifted from paper checks to compensate jurors, but rather using debit cards. And this has been super helpful, especially for jurors that are coming back week after week, like our grand jurors. So we're able to just simply reload their debit cards, and that's saving a lot of time and postage on our part. So I certainly wanted to give a huge shout to Taryn because she's just one person and she's handling that. And she has such a level of professionalism, and we're just very happy with her performance. Currently today, we have 2 high-profile jury trials that are back-to-back overlapping. And so you can appreciate the challenges that that brings as well. So right now we have the first one that's happening in Division 6 with the Honorable Fanny Steinlage, and that is an attempted murder matter. And then the second case that's currently ongoing today is in Division 1 with the Honorable Ted Reed, and that is in fact a first-degree murder charge. So I say that just as an idea to the board of the nature of the cases that are before the court with the backlog. We had to make decisions as far as which cases take priority over the others. We have yet to be able to hit any civil backlog of jury trials just because criminal, comes first. And I know that Superior Court mentioned some of these stats this morning, but I would feel remiss if I didn't mention them as well. When we first determined what the initial jury trial backlog was for this fiscal year, it was 67 total cases that needed to be tried. So far, fiscally, 9 have occurred. There are 14 left that are scheduled by June 30th. However, here we are May 9th. So that's probably unlikely that we're going to have those 14. Some will plead and whatnot, but we're definitely gearing up for another 2 in the next couple of weeks. As soon as these current jury trials are done, we have 2 more that are very high profile in nature. So with high profile cases comes a lot of media attention. And also we have historically created a high profile website. It is on the clerk's page on the county website. And if anybody is interested in seeing which cases are going to trial, there's always that resource. And then continuing down the org chart, on the bottom in that green section is Kathy Davies. She is our data integrity specialist. And today her duties are being kind of set aside because she is helping me tremendously with the criminal desk. And I want to bring this up because we recently lost our criminal clerk back in March. It was very early March, in fact, March 3rd. And today we have not filled her vacancy. We are experiencing the same as many other departments in the county where we're just not seeing the application pool that we used to see. In fact, I've only had about 4 individuals apply for that position since March, and we're fixing to do those interviews this week. So fingers crossed that we get somebody great. So let me go ahead and jump over into that peach section. Our administrative supervisor, Leslie, who's not with us today, oversees those 8 individuals, and they all have specialties as to what they do. So Karina is our records and archives clerk. Lydia is our file room clerk. So what she does is she pulls the files every day for the divisions upstairs, what's going to the judge. She's bringing those files down that the judge has already reviewed so that we can continue to process them. The criminal vacancy, as I mentioned before, is significant. So between Kathy Davies and myself, we have maintained that criminal desk since March. Of course, I'm very passionate about the criminal desk. It's not something that you can allow to back up. So we try to process anything criminal as expeditiously as possible. Shalay is our family law and child support clerk, and she also does all of the data entry into what's called the Atlas system. Atlas is a very old MS-DOS program, believe it or not, that still has those green screens, and the state of Arizona has finally found the funding and the resources to change that. So we're currently amongst a 3-year implementation of a new statewide system, and it's called Arizona Cares. And so Shalay and Leslie have been working diligently with the state resources to gain their training and credentials in that new case management system. Yvette is very new. She is our appeals clerk that recently replaced Kathy Scherf, who many of you know. Kathy has been able to stay on with us as a temporary employee, so we've been super lucky in that regard. She's been able to share her institutional knowledge and ensure that Yvette is well-groomed and well-trained before taking the lead in that role. Ms. Calandra is solely dedicated to front counter, and she does case initiation scanning for us. We have Joey in the civil position and Michelle who does other case types. And the reason we say other case types is it's a small smorgasbord of several. There's like 6 case types that she handles. And so the knowledge that this staff needs in order to do their daily functions is just so critical. And we'll get to compensation because I know that Supervisor Vasquez is going to ask me. So I will definitely dive into that in a moment. And then on the far right, or my far right, the blue, which is Mrs. Bass's staff, is the court text, like I mentioned earlier. They're taking summary minutes. They're going into the courtroom. They're handling exhibits. They are administering oaths, etc. And then when they come out of the courtroom, that's the other important piece. It's not just spending time in the courtroom and taking minutes. It's coming out of the courtroom and preparing those minutes. We prepare sentences of probation and imprisonment. We are just pushing forward whatever it is that the court orders in the courtroom. On the very bottom of the right row, we have a court tech 2 there named Brooke. Brooke recently left us just last week. She also had to relocate out of state with the increases in rent and whatnot. Her lease was up, and unfortunately we lost her. And I think it's important to mention that, you know, as a piece of the compensation, because Brooke was just an amazing clerk, an amazing court tech that we could put into very complicated motions hearings and jury trials. But when we lose a significant resource like that, it takes several months to get somebody, one, on board and then to provide that training. But a brand new court tech is not going to cover a complicated jury trial or motions hearing. That comes with time and expertise. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump right over to the compensation piece. We absolutely adore the pay plan and structure that great minds came together and brought forward with the detention staff. We really like that over time, as you retain, years of service with us and you're growing with us, that you're compensated along the way. Our positions are structured in a manner that you're not going to be able to walk into a new position today and know what you're doing in probably 6 weeks. It takes so much time to learn and understand what you're doing. And so that retention is critical. And here I'm telling you my violin story of how I lost my amazing criminal clerk in one of our court techs, and that really hurts. When we have vacancies, we all have to pitch in as a team to cover for each other, but that is just certainly becoming more and more challenging with the influx and the backlog of cases. Let's see. I also want to talk about the SIRs that we did put in just quickly. I know that we didn't really need to talk about it, but I think it's important that we do, because I did take the time, and as a department, we made decisions as to what we felt was important. Our first one was to reclassify 2 of the court techs on the far blue over there. You can see that we have 2 court tech 1 positions. And so our goal is that we retain our staff. We want to give them incentive to grow with our department and not just start with us and maybe get their foot in the door at the county and relocate to another department. So our original idea was to make all positions court tech 2 eligible so that people have that incentive and the room to grow. But we went ahead and pulled that back. We want to work with the county, with HR, all of you on this new compensation package. And we think that we can work that in, and we're not certain if we need that reclassification with the broadbanding. So we're really wanting to work with you in that regard. The other one was for a server. We just had a server that, they die. Technology, they were at end of life. And so we needed a new server, but on county manager's recommendation and working with Siri, we were able to utilize some of our salary savings this year. We have in fact already purchased that server, and it should be arriving next month before the end of the fiscal year so that we can get that implemented. So a huge appreciation to County Manager Peru for our ability to utilize those salary savings in that capacity. And I'm sorry, I have some allergies, so I'm gonna wet my whistle. Okay. And there's lots of things that are coming down the pike. So we want to bring to the board's attention just simply some new initiatives that are coming in FY23. We are in this e-world, the electronic world. We've already had mandatory e-filing thus far in 3 separate case types, but that's going to continue to grow. We remain in the funky hybrid world between paper and electronic, I shouldn't say electric. And so, just navigating between the 2 worlds becomes a little more and more challenging each day. But we are looking to implement e-warrants. That would be a huge help to us, and it will be 0 delays in when a warrant is issued from the bench. So we're really looking forward to that. We're also looking for implementation of our electronic DOC packets. And so today, when an inmate is transported down to the Department of Corrections, the paperwork goes with the inmate. This is a new initiative where we would get all the paperwork to DOC in advance so that that inmate can already be classified. So they're not going to have to spend a lot of time in Alhambra, but rather just go straight to the department that they are classified to be at. We have not been able to fully implement our marriage license conversion project. That was something that I had to choose to drop as a project along the way with the pandemic. We just weren't able to sustain it. So we're excited to bring that forward again in FY23. And that will also be a nice blessing for county IT department, that is the last project that county IT supports on behalf of my office. We're also looking to implement a fee deferral recovery project. We continue to work on our back scanning of cases to eliminate all paper to free up just physical space, and then evidence destruction. So it wasn't too long ago that facilities had a series of meetings with you all, and you could see into our buildings, and when you open our evidence room, it's barely any walking room. Since that time, Ms. Bass and Ms. Scherf have taken the initiative to go ahead and work on that room. So now we have lots of room in there. We're working through some of that destruction. So we very much appreciate that we're starting to see some fruit of our labor in that regard. And then I do want to talk just briefly about the COVID impacts that our department has had. We never closed our doors throughout the pandemic. We continued to deliver those in-person services, as well as the implementation of remote and virtual services. So we appreciate that that's going to continue moving forward in some case types. We see the benefit of it, and we're happy to work with the other justice partners in that regard. However, when you're dealing with something so significant, it's also a matter of maintaining the well-being of your employees. You know, we can't continue to pour from an empty cup. And so with the ARPA funds that were awarded to my department, and a huge thank you to you all for that allowance, we were given 4 additional court techs and 2 additional admins. The problem is, like many other departments, we're just not seeing those applications come in. And so we have those ongoing recruitments, and we do not have any applications that have come in yet. But we're certainly crossing our fingers that those will start to come in. And then I'll open it up for questions in just a moment, but I always like to throw out a couple of customer satisfaction surveys. We do these up at the front counter while we are working with customers so that they can provide feedback to us and let us know how we are doing. So the first one is somebody that came in for child support issues and to file their documents, and a motion for temporary parenting time and legal decision making. And she says that we're very knowledgeable, courteous, and she was very satisfied. And her additional comments are, the clerks are and have always been very friendly, courteous, and helpful every time I have been here for service since I started my case in 2013. So I thought that was really nice to hear. And this other one is from Carla's Paralegal Service. Her spouse, Ed, comes to us just about every day to file whatever it is that Carla has created document-wise. And so he, of his own accord, took the time to write us out a survey. And again, very knowledgeable, courteous, overly satisfied. And he says, we love Val and all the clerks. Such a pleasure to work with everyone here. Always so helpful. Love, Ed. And we just thought that that was just so great. So with that, I will open it up for any questions that any of you may have of me or my staff. I know they would love to jump up and answer questions.
You can see that, yeah. Members of the board, any questions, comments? And Val, thank you so much for being here, and your staff. What a great job that you've done. And of course, the difficulties being there on the front line and serving our community during COVID. So thank you so much. And it's wonderful to meet some of you in person. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Others and comments?
You beat me to the punch.
I know. I wanted to.
That's good. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And it's good to hear that the compensation package would have a positive effect on your department. You did mention about the ARPA positions that we provided last year. How many of those have been filled, and how many are still pending?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Vasquez, we got the 4 court tech positions and 2 admins, and thus far we have filled 0 of those positions. And so that's the impact. You know, we're not getting those applications, and so time is a ticking. We only have so much time that we can utilize them. And then, as you heard with Superior Court's budget this morning, the Division 7 judge we're looking to have come on board in July. We do not have the staff ready for them. So that's very frustrating and certainly challenging. And like we mentioned before, just losing Brooke as a court tech, we're down to 7 now. 7 court techs to cover 7 divisions. That means every single court tech is in court all day, every day. Nobody can take a day off and nobody can take a vacation, and they have no time at their desk. So please, anybody in the public that is job seeking, we have many positions open at the clerk's office and we would love to have you.
And do you anticipate this compensation package helping with that recruitment effort?
Absolutely. Yes, I do. I think that the team was willing to stick with us thus far, and it's just a matter of keeping them. You know, we really do have a great team. It's just a matter of matching that compensation and then back to that work-home balance. Because when we are so severely understaffed, I will tell you what happens. Myself, Leslie, Ms. Bass, we are working in the evenings. We are docketing, scanning, doing the e-filing. Bass is writing minute entries. Some of her court techs are doing it at night. And that's not fair to our families, you know? And so as an elected official, I will take that hit for my team and I will continue to do it because that's a different, you know, kind of set of circumstances. But for my everyday employees, and let's remember that the grade of these employees, they're making $36,000 or less a year. So when you're handling 3 or 4 jobs or, you know, duties, hats, multiple caseloads and the complexity of it. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention the vicarious trauma side of it. You know, in years past, we all kind of talked about that, but it's not going away. These high profile cases are extremely heinous. We have sexual assaults, child abuses, murders, and we see the evidence. We go through all the bloody clothes, pictures, etc. So there's a lot of, you know, trauma that we can carry as well. So it's so critical that we take that break, and none of us have been able to take a break at all throughout the pandemic. We would like a vacation.
Well, thank you for sticking through it.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can get those positions filled.
Yes, yes, that would be really the answer to everything. And you know, in working with Aaron and my management team, we really can envision that once we fill these ARPA positions, then we're going to see that balance. We're going to see where everything will start to fall into place. We're handling it. And I think we'll be able to have that breath of fresh air. And then, of course, I'll come back to you in years ahead to beg that we keep these positions because we need them.
Yes, you know, we want to do whatever we can to get to recruit for you. So
Sure.
thank you. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
that. So other comments or questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Lena.
Yes, thank you, Val. Thanks so much. You always bring so much energy when you do your presentations. Thank you to you and your staff. So in our budget packet, you list a number of legislations that you're following. And I was just wondering if that is going to be what kind of impact? You mentioned that it would have an impact on the clerk's office, and there's quite a few of them here. And I know that we work with on our side, try to work with each department and trying to work on and meeting with state legislators and trying to educate them as to the impact. So I'm just wondering, I thought maybe you might want to make a comment on that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, thank you for that great question. And I totally skipped over that. So thank you for bringing that forward. Each year legislation does change and it does impact our mandates. And so it's always learning something new. You know, things that we used to do last year are going to change moving forward. And so it's being on top of your game and ensuring that your staff is trained to do the right thing. Some of these bills died and we couldn't have been happier. Others are going to be implemented, I think, in August when the general effective date is. So we'll work through those as we have in the past. It just becomes more and more challenging, you know, with the vacancies and whatnot. I do act in my, I'm the vice president of the Arizona Association of Superior Court Clerks, and I'm also the legislative liaison. So not only am I responsible for the implementation back home, but I'm responsible for the representation of the clerks in the state. So I do go on behalf of the clerks to testify at the Senate and the House, and working with ACO and of course the board and our wonderful Trey on all of the other local things. And so this year, honestly, even though this list looks big, Some of them did die. And so it's really not as bad as we anticipated early on. So that's a blessing in disguise. We did have some recent legislation, as many of you know, with the Prop 207 marijuana expungements. And so we were anticipating a high volume of those. In all honesty, we haven't felt that huge increase yet. I think it's still very new. We know that our partners at DNA Legal Services are really trying to promote their assistance with these expungements. So we think we'll start to see more of those. But each year we just take legislation as we can, one bill at a time, and just do our very best.
Thank you. It's just when you think about the clerk's office, it sounds very simple, and yet when you explain that each year, it is very complex, and you are, working on every front with your office. So really appreciate your dedication and just your commitment to your staff. So and our court system in the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Val. It's good to see you again. And thank you to everybody in your office. I have one question and then I have a follow-up comment. But the backlog, we knew we would have the backlog. You're in the center of it. How do you see navigating this?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, I just see us really being able to nail it with the ARPA positions. I think that's the most critical piece, is I just need to grow the team. Because the team that we have, like I mentioned before, are really amazing at what they do. And so it's just finding more team members to do that ongoing work. Without the ARPA positions, I honestly don't know how we can do it. I utilized the example earlier. I have 7 court techs today. We're going to have 7 divisions next month. And I just don't see us being successful with that line, that amount of line staff. So as soon as we're able to grow and provide that training, then I think we're really going to start to see the balance. But for now, I'm scared. I don't know how we're going to be able to do it. And I don't know how I can ask any more of my current staff to take on more every single day. So anything that, I'm open for any thoughts. I know that we work closely with CJCC. I know that we work closely with all of our other county departments that are in the justice system. That is something that I truly am proud of, when we can come together and work through problems. Sometimes it's not pleasant conversations, but other times it's us really pulling our ideas together and strategizing how to do it better. I know when the public defender budget conversation was happening earlier, Mr. Bransky mentioned the high volume coming in from the lower courts that are felonies. So in checking with Kathy, who's also helping me with the criminal desk, we are seeing about 80 new criminal cases per week between the grand jury and the justice court being bound over. And excuse me, I lied, per month. That's not per week. I know, I almost gave myself my own heart attack, but it's about 80 to 100 per month. And so it's just difficult to continue to sustain all of those new cases coming in while all the other cases are still pending. So if we're not closing out cases quicker, then it just really starts to buckle. Today is law in motion. That calendar consists of the 4 divisions that are handling criminal matters. They each get a 2-hour window to do arraignments, case management conferences, changes of pleas, and sentencings, in that 2-hour window. And it's not unheard of like, I'll just throw out Division 3 right now, because she's currently handling the guardianship review hearing. So in the morning, she could have something like 60 guardianship reviews. And then in the afternoon, have about 40 cases that are scheduled for law in motion. So if we have one court tech covering her division, they just handled 100 proceedings, and then they have court first thing tomorrow morning at 8:15. So they're not going to have any time at their desk to be able to prepare those minute entries. So the ask of the court techs are, while they're in court, they're working. So they may be typing the minute entry from the current proceeding, or they're working on a minute entry from a week ago, but they're constantly working. There's never just sitting down and listening to what's happening in court. You have to have the ability to multitask.
All right. And then the other follow-up to that. It's very consistent. It sounds like you've been listening to what we're talking about, but a similar idea of long-term. Okay, we have the FTEs now. Let's get them hired. So that's real important. That answers some of the questions that you've asked of the past as well for what's going on. But to look to the future, we have limited capacity, and that'll be all of us working together, making recommendations, working with the community. We have to work within that expenditure limit. So if we need to take on something new or broaden it, we need to work together on that. So.
Thank you. I agree. And you know, when the time is right and we have those conversations in future board meetings, I do have a few ideas of how I think we can balance it between the additional court tech FTEs that we received as part of the ARPA funding and the admins. I think we can balance those numbers, but it's really going to be a matter of prioritizing once we get the staff on board and we can see what we can really handle. And then it may not be that we need all 6 of the additional staff, but man, even if we could retain 4 of them, I think would be a nice, medium. So I'm very open and willing to have those conversations, because honestly, any employee over what we have now is really a blessing, and we certainly need it.
All right. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, yes. Thank you so much for the presentation and having your staff here. I just sitting here, all the departments are talking about the compensation plan, how we, we're asking even that question, how it's going to affect your departments and stuff like that. I'm just kind of sitting here thinking down the road after the compensation plan is has been expended. I know that we're going to be talking different things, rifts possibly, and just downsizing. And so that's where my thought is. And I certainly don't want that for any of the staff also. So when we're talking about the compensation plan, yes, the money is here now, and we're trying to do everything all at once. And in, just like I said, it may be downsizing, it may be lifting people, maybe doing away with some services. And I kind of feel scared, and as a board member. And so I would like to see people still working 10 years down the road in the positions. And then with the inflation, everything going on, this is something that we could do. And then at the end, it's going to be harder, identifying and services and departments and all the stuff that's going to come along with it. And these are positions that were funded too, they probably won't last that long. So I'm just feeling really scared listening to all of this, and I've been through an organization that did the same thing, and exactly what happened. We did a lot of disservice to families that really needed it. People had lost homes, lost vehicles because of that. So I just want to say, we're really between a rock and a hard place, all of us. And so I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing, and that, we appreciate all the work that all the departments are doing. We see all the successes out there, and we also acknowledge all the challenges you all have. But we just want to protect your jobs too. And that's probably something that this morning, that's the compensation would be, I asked that it be put back on our parking lot so that we can talk about that. And so thank you so much again. And thank you for all the hard work you guys do. And every department, there's a reason for their existence that's helping the people out there, providing services to the people that need it. And that's what our focus is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
How can you not hear me?
We hear you now loud and clear.
Yes. This morning, our Fredonia judge, Justice court judge mentioned wanting to issue merits license again. So I was wondering how that can, if we can help Fredonia Court to be able to provide that service again.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, that ideation is already in the works. When Judge Cutchin became the Fredonia Justice of the Peace, she did ask for that. That is part of this new marriage license conversion project. So as soon as we're able to implement that, we didn't want to get them up and running on this antiquated way that we're doing it today in order to re-implement next fiscal year. So she's aware of that, and that should be coming. So those citizens that live out in our underlying communities will have that access. So closest next stop is Page, because they have been doing it for a substantial amount of time. It was just simply that the judge in Fredonia previously didn't want to take on that additional task. But like I say, with Judge Cutchin coming on, she very much wants to extend that service out to the community.
Well, thanks so much for working with her. She just mentioned it this morning, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
I have a little comment too. Asked earlier, if there were any ideas out there about your people wanting to help or whatever. How do you work with workforce development? I know in Tuba City, they really work with their departments and organizations. They place students. They help one another, even with a phone call. That can take so much time away from you, and things like that, taking messages, whatever. I know, if you have a full duties, responsibilities with all the caseloads and everything, and you need that time off. So I'm just kind of wondering how that program is working with the department or your department.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Begay, honestly, we've never had any conversations with community development. So, we've never had, or workforce development, excuse me. So perhaps that's a great idea that we could just, have a conversation and see what services they have or how we can extend it further out into the community, because the recruitment, and not to say that HR is amazing. Carol and Lauren that work with us are just stellar. They really move mountains to help us as much as possible, but there's only so much that they can do across the entire organization. So if there's any other ideas that we can come up with, I'm all for it. So maybe that's just me picking up the phone and giving them a call. I honestly had never even thought about it. So thanks for that suggestion.
All right, any other comments or questions? Val, as always, thank you so much. And thank you for your team. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And County Manager, we're just doing so well today. We're just way ahead of the game. And
2:30.
we have next is Public Works and Community Wildfire Defense Program, which we did not get to finish on Thursday.
So, Madam Chair, we do have some refreshments outside. If the chair would like to take a 10-minute, we can get the next group, which is the Wildfire Defense Program. Public Works is next.
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. And Lucinda, we shut you down on Thursday, so we're happy to see you back here on Monday to talk about the Community Wildfire Defense Program. This could not be coming at a better time for our community and for us here at the board. So we look forward to hearing from you. I'm going to turn it over to the county manager and see if he's any intros or what he would like to do.
Madam Chair, as you indicated, this is a discussion from last week. Lucinda, in your discussion though, can you please, in the presentation, also hit up on the match part, the county match that we talked about at lunch, just to clarify the source of those funds as proposed? Great.
Sorry, Lucinda, I just want to verify. Supervisor Fowler, can you hear us?
I'm here. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks for checking in. Sorry, I didn't turn my camera on when it started. Apologize. Can't hear you, Lucinda. You're on mute.
It on always helps. All
Your
right, well,
turn.
good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and you're correct. The timing of this opportunity couldn't be any better given what we've been experiencing. And unfortunately, I'm pretty concerned that we may well continue to experience. Certainly, New Mexico and some other states now are beginning to experience. New Mexico even actually started before us into the fire season and is continuing with a very large set of fires there now and losing homes. Hundreds and hundreds of homes are being lost. So that's really, really sad. And we are certainly not out of fire season. And I really want to strongly encourage residents across the county to take every measure they can to create defensible space. And we're going to talk a little bit about homeowners insurance and fire insurance here in a minute as well. And I want to speak to that as well. But today we're here. I was here and the team was here, Jay and Greg and I, on April 26th, as you'll recall. And we did an introductory presentation relative to this program prior to the budget so that you had a good sense about what was coming forward. And so some of that we're not going to reiterate again today, but I believe in your binders should be behind this presentation is the presentation for the 26th. In case you have any questions or if you want to refer to that in the future, you have that there as well. So to launch in, first slide here, Sean, is, you know, what we all know, the tunnel fire from April. And to date, we are at 30 homes lost, 3 homes uninsured, and significant number of homes uninsured. And I'm going to or underinsured. I'm going to come back to that. But, you know, significant impacts through the area that even though the fire did do some, what I call hopscotching across the landscape, I think we ended up with about another 150 properties that had damage, outlined, you know, out structures where it wasn't the primary home burned, but fencing and other impacts to the landscape. And many people in this area have livestock and other large animals and so forth. So they've lost their pasture, they've lost their arenas and other types of structures as well. Next slide, Sean. Just to reiterate some of what we discussed quite a bit that Jay shared with you on the 26th was the threat across the county to wildfire, and that most of our I'll say inhabited areas are at very, very high risk to wildfire from within the community as well as outside the community. And I want to emphasize for this program within the community, because this program is really going to focus on reducing the threat of wildfire within the community or fires within the community. And again, there's a lot of that information in your presentation from the 26th as well. Next slide, Sean. Potential landowner risk, as was pointed out, and this is another slide from the 26th, that Verisk, which is an organization that has done some analysis looking at the risk to housing within our county, and has identified 18,200 housing units at high or extreme wildfire risk. What they do is provide information to the insurance companies, and we have had some insurance companies that have decided not to insure in this area given the fire threat and other concerns, and many now are have raised rates or looking at raising rates as a result. And what I want to share, something we're really learning coming out of tunnel fire, is that many of those properties, as I mentioned, are underinsured. 3 uninsured, many underinsured. And Jay was doing some research, and they've identified that somewhere between that homeowners insurance across the country, particularly in these wildfire areas, are significantly underinsured. And part of the driver of that is the cost to replace a home today. For example, in our area, Adam Hicks from Community Development estimated that right now the cost of construction is about $350 per square foot. So I did a quick calculation of what it would cost to replace my home at 1,900 square feet, we're at 1,920, which is probably a moderately sized home within Flagstaff. And, that's $672,000. And I may believe that I have a replacement policy, but I think I really want to encourage people to check in with their insurance agents and understand what coverages they do and don't have. Because once the fire happens, frankly, it's too late, because they won't go back and make any changes at that point, that's for sure. And certainly if people in that area are having issues with their insurance company, they should, we're referring them to the state insurance commissioner, because it's that office's role to regulate and manage insurance within the state of Arizona. The county doesn't have any authority over insurance companies, but I would strongly encourage people to also check what is the level of insurance you have. So a number of people out there are underinsured because they maybe didn't have a replacement policy, or they didn't have a replacement policy that fully insured to the current cost value. So that's a whole nother concern that's really taking place. California's initiated, they've passed some legislation that is requiring insurance, not allowing insurance companies not to cover, and trying to more heavily regulate the insurance industry. And from what I hear, they're kind of having some ups and downs with that process. So, because they face a very similar and frankly even greater.
So Lucinda, a question to ask you: are you recommending that we recommend to our constituents and residents here that they take a look at their homeowners insurance and make sure that they have adequate coverage?
Yes, I think that's an important step, that we are in fire season, and it certainly would be prudent right now to check that. Irrespective of where you live across the county, there's just a much greater threat now.
Lucinda?
Yes.
Madam Chair, if you would speak louder, please, Lucinda, into the mic. That'd be great.
I'll try to get it even closer here.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may ask a question.
Yes, so go ahead.
So you're finding that people are not fully covered, and do you have any kind of flyer or anything that's been developed just to get the word out, or I'm just wondering how we're thinking of approaching this, or should we just all go out there and tell everybody to double check their insurance?
I think the key message is to have that conversation with your insurance provider. and make sure that you've got the coverage that is adequate. You know, and some people maybe can't afford a certain level of coverage. They're going to have to make some trade-offs, right? So, but it's certainly important to have that conversation about what is your coverage and understand that, knowing we're in fire season and there's a tremendous amount of risk right now. So we'll go to the next slide here, and I'm going to turn it over to Greg, who's going to talk about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and how this is creating this tremendous opportunity for us to begin to address this issue. So, Greg.
Thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, board members, chair, vice chair. Thank you for having me here today. Just real quick on the insurance piece, there was some chatter over the weekend in parks about many people who can't get insurance out there. So this issue is continuing to develop. Just to move forward, so to address this problem, Congress specifically authorized and funded a program in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed by the Senate in August of last year, the House in November, and then signed by the President on November 15th. Next slide, Sean. And I'd like to thank our senators and Congressman O'Halloran for championing that legislation. It's very important for us in the county. Significant investments. So just to go briefly over the legislation, they authorized and funded the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program that'll be administered by the U.S. Forest Service under USDA. This provides $500 million in program funding for 5 years for treatments on private lands within communities with current community wildfire protection plans that are not less than 10 years old. And within that, there's two buckets of funding, one of $10 million and a 25% match to implement projects within those plans, and then up to $250,000 to develop or revise the community wildfire protection plan with a 10% match. And so this legislation directs that all priority be given to communities at very high or very high wildfire potential. And we've seen in the maps, both on the 26th and today, that we do qualify in certain areas for that. And just another piece is we are waiting on the administrative regulations to be promulgated. We expect those to be coming down from the Forest Service here this month. So that'll really guide how the funding is implemented. Thank you very much. If there's any questions.
Just a comment, and that was that Supervisor Vasquez and myself were able to host Senator Sinema and her folks when they were here, and took them out to the tunnel fire and saw some of the devastation out there. And what I would like to point out is, of course, everybody is saying, how can we help? How can we help? And one of the things we said is that Coconino County is going to be first in line for this community wildfire defense program. And they said, we will write a letter on Senator Sinema in support of us getting our funding for this. So I want to bring this to you to make sure that's followed up with, and we get them all to sign on the dotted line to hopefully help us get these grants. And I just want to underscore again, this is on private property. This is probably one of the only programs I have seen that allows those folks on private property to get assistance to do their defensible space and to make their property more resilient to wildfire. So it's extremely important we get this done. So thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So great, thank you for the report. And is this based on the eligibility? Is that based on the maps that you had just shown earlier? Those potential fire areas, how is eligibility determined? And then also businesses, is this open to businesses also?
At this point, I do understand that it will be open to businesses if they're within an area under a current CWPP In terms of the eligibility, we will know more once the federal regulations are promulgated by the agency. And we've had an advocacy effort involved in that. Chair Horstman sent a letter, Jay Smith made recommendations to the agency. And so we've tried to get involved early on, especially with the National Association of State Foresters, where input was solicited through their organization with USDA. So we continue to be engaged and we stand ready to make the application when we can as these regulations come down and we further understand kind of the guidelines and barriers around the program.
I have a question, and we might have spoken about this before, but just to refresh my memory. The 25% match required from us, where do we intend to provide those funds? Where would those funds come from?
Yeah, I'll get to that here in just a little bit. So. I will definitely cover that. Think back to the question from Supervisor Fowler too. What we understand the vision was in this process was that the funding doesn't go necessarily to individuals or individual businesses. It's going to go to likely fire districts, counties, cities with fire departments, those types of entities, to public entities, not necessarily to individuals. But certainly what we're envisioning with this program would that within that community, that again has to have a more current plan, has to have a plan that's been created updated at least in the last 10 years, that we would serve, whoever is interested. There will be a requirement, because if we're going on to private property, much like we do if we do flood mitigation, we will have to have a very similar type of likely a cooperator agreement. We'll have to have some legal access to the property. So people will have to opt in, and it's likely they will be expected to make some level of match as well toward the cost. So those are the kinds of details that once we get a party on board, which I'll talk more about to help manage the program, those are the kind of details. And also that'll likely be articulated to some degree through the federal regulations that we expect Forest Service to be providing sometime this month. So I think we covered all that, Sean. So now I want to walk into the program. Sean, go to the next slide and talk a little bit about the program and the concept and that we're proposing. We did have an initial meeting with the fire districts back in February, and there's been communication with some of them since then. And they're so far expressing a lot of interest in this, and they really wanted to work cooperatively and collaboratively across the county. There's a lot of interest in working together because they have different levels of resources, but many of the fire districts are relatively small. They have limited funding and limited staff. Certainly, probably the types of grants they would historically have pursued would have been for fire equipment, that type of thing, and not necessarily for competing for a national federal grant. So just the capacity to be able to do this and manage through a program like this would be really challenging. So there's a lot of interest in working together. We also want to ensure that as we take this program forward, that there is a connectivity to our forest restoration initiative and the 4FRI efforts as well. So that we look at, for example, under the forest restoration initiatives, we all know under the flood control district, the nexus has to be made to locations where that could experience severe and repetitive post-wildfire flooding. But we also know we have a number of communities that abut these steep slopes that if burned could create very traumatic impacts, for example, into Flagstaff through downtown, south side, NA, down through Continental. And there are a number of communities out along Highway 180 that where potentially the fire could start and then run uphill. And most fires do migrate up hills. They go up canyons, they go up drainages. That's very commonly seen. So we want to look at that to make sure that, again, we're having the most impact, across the county as well. But there might not be a one-to-one, I'll say, nexus, not as clear a nexus. So some of those funds that we described, we want to have available where we know that there could be this impact, and we can help mitigate in those communities in particular, but certainly other communities as well over time. Next slide, please. So as Greg mentioned, you must have a current, i.e. Updated within the last 10 years or created within the last 10 years to be able to be eligible for the funding. This is the run criteria that's very clear in the legislation. And as you can see, the greater Flagstaff area updated a plan in 2018 and then Tucson in 2013. And then we have a couple of areas where the plans, there were plans, but they're outdated. And then communities without a plan, I think Forest Lakes did participate in a plan involving the Apache Sitgraves National Forest at one point, but that has expired as well. And then there's certainly a whole area within the county as well that don't necessarily fall within fire districts. And how do we make sure that they're served? Most do, or most fire districts will respond. They will respond outside their district boundaries, and in most cases to try to attempt to put a fire out, particularly if it's within the area that they're serving as well, because they know that likely the fire could migrate into those areas as well. So there's a fair amount of just work to get the plans updated for various areas. But the greater Flagstaff area does include a very large area from basically Parks west through Mormon, the Mormon Lake Fire District area. And then to the north goes up through Timberline, Doney Park with Summit, out to the east, out toward Loop Road and those areas, and then down through to Munns Park and all the communities along 17. So that's probably the largest area that's covered by a single plan right now. And several of the districts within that area, and they have plans and they have projects that what we would term shovel ready to be able to move forward with soon.
I think Supervisor Fowler has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What about our unincorporated communities?
Most of them are covered by fire districts. They are within a fire district official territory. And then some aren't. That's where we catch that non-fire district communities, but many are. It would be more kind of single developments that might be separated from others. But most of our communities that we think of are covered within fire district territories.
So it would be, just to follow up, Lucinda, Madam Chair, in my district, the fire district is from Kanab. So we have to check with them. Is that how it works?
There may be some areas that are covered within, that would be a cross-state question. So yes, we'll need to communicate with them and determine if they've got any cross-state responsibility. But for example, Fredonia, Fredonia may subscribe to a service. So a number of communities, particularly specific developments, also subscribe for the service from the fire district. So they may be covered by a plan that's within that fire district that's providing the subscription service. So That's part of the, if we get the green light to move ahead with this, that's the kind of background work we've got to start doing to really understand. The other area within your district that I'm really interested in is Jacobs Lake and that whole area. And the north,
that's-
of course, the North Rim, much of the North Rim that's inhabited is within the park. But that area and how is that to be covered? And is there any plan? And again, securing the funding to first get a plan done and then securing the funding to actually, mobilize projects.
Yeah, that's the area that I'm asking really questions about, just in that whole region there. It's all unincorporated, so.
And that's a reason to have it be a county-based project rather than just a singular, just saying to the district, so you go out and pursue your funding, right? Because if they don't have a district, like potentially Jacobs Lake, and I don't believe they do there, I think basically, the resort area there is managed by the resort, then we could then work with that type of area to go through and secure a plan for them and that type of thing.
And I think we talked too for Tucson, which their plan is still under the 10 years, which no older than 10 years, but coming close.
Yeah.
And
correct.
just to reach out to let them know this is available for them.
Right, absolutely. And then work with them to get that plan updated.
Exactly.
Potentially apply right now, but knowing that that plan's going to expire.
And what my concern is that they may not know this is even available right now.
They may not.
And that's
because-
why just to reach out and let them know is be great. Or, even sending one of these and another one of these notebooks off to them. I would be happy to send that off to the mayor.
Yeah, I've sent the presentations to the district chiefs.
Dynamite.
But again, I didn't want to get the horse the cart too much in front of the horse until we get direction from the
Got
board.
it. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we'll wait to hear from you as to when we should reach out. Okay.
Yeah, well, once we get feedback from you, if you want to move ahead with this, this plan, then we can begin, we'll move into communication in earnest, right?
Thank you.
So the next slide, please, Sean. So the overview, we're looking at setting this up very similarly to the external funding for ARPA. And there's a reason for that, because the intent, as we'll talk about here shortly, is to utilize another bucket of ARPA funds that the county is still expecting to receive and will be receiving. But is to conduct a competitive procurement to secure a service provider to implement the program. And again, they would work with the county on this effort, but we really need to identify an entity that has the capacity to both has done grant writing in this arena, have successfully brought in funds. There have been programs at the state level historically, and certainly Supervisor Ryan can speak to those. He's had some history with various communities where organizations were successful in securing funds, in particular the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership. And so we're looking for that technical capacity. We're looking for the capacity to write grants, secure grants, prepare the plans, and be able to do a lot of the fair amount of the grant management. We'll still have some responsibility as well, of course, because if we're the overarching entity or, that is securing the grants. So a portion of the funding would be dedicated to that service provider to deliver services, so to speak. And then we'd have a portion that would be used for matching the grants, and probably a small portion to support the county effort relative to this program, but it'd be relatively small because we intend to really bring in that expertise and that capacity. And then frankly, the funds are supposed to be available over the next probably 5 to 8 years. I think the funds have to be expended within some timeframe, knowing that projects probably may extend beyond that, but, and then we don't have a large number of capacity people within the organization, then we're trying to figure out how to fund, right? Obviously, I'm hopeful that the federal government and state will step up and continue to fund these, because I doubt that we'll be able to accomplish everything, but I'm hoping we can make certainly a significant dent into this massive problem in our county. So next up is the program management, and you can kind of see the categories here: develop an RFQ for the outside grant management and program management, develop the goals and objectives related to that grant, and there'll need to be an education and outreach component, a significant component to this effort, because again, the private properties, this is a grant, as noted by the chair. This is these funds are to be used on private property, not on national forest. That's the forest restoration money. This is very separate from that. So this is for private properties within communities. And so doing that education outreach to those individuals within the community. And I think what we've talked about historically is using what's called a ABCD model. And that really is asset-based community development, where we're developing leadership within the community that helps get the word out. And then frankly is there for the county also longer term, that we can then continue to communicate with and develop that community's assets. So, and then in this process, identify the community projects, working not only with community members, but very importantly with the fire district in that area, and the service provider, the consultant as well. Next slide, please. We've identified some of the service deliverables here, as I mentioned before, working to develop and implement really a plan relative to updating, creating and updating the community wildfire protection plans where needed, and identify how much funding is going to go into that process. And then also coordinating, the application and management and reporting of the grants, the grant. But we believe that we would have a set of projects that, as I mentioned, that are shovel ready and that we can move ahead with fairly quickly. So likely initial application would not only be for updating plans and or creating new plans, but also to begin to mobilize within some communities that have a plan and have had some level of communication within the community already about going down this path. So, and then that service provider, coordinates the execution of those projects and develops a communication plan. Again, this is all working in concert with the county, and I would see board members as we work throughout the different districts being a real key part of that communication, so that you're in those communications and show the leadership that the county's bringing to this effort. Now, next slide, turning to the funding proposal. How are we proposing to fund this? Now, you'll remember that we talked about this quite a bit at the April 26th meeting, but I'll go through it again because this is an important element. We are still slated to receive within the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Act funding. There was an amendment by Senator Wyden out of Oregon, who identified that funding needed to be made available to some of the more rural counties in the country, particularly those that are forested counties and have a limited amount of private lands within those counties. And as everyone's aware, we're one of the more limited at 13% private land. And so there's supposed to be funding directed. It has not yet been released by the Treasury, but it was approved by Congress. So it will be released. I think they've been trying to get through Congress some legislation to provide for some additional flexibility not only on this funding, but all of the ARPA funding. And it's kind of been held up as a result of that. But we do expect to get this funding. Right now, the formula that was proposed by NACO, the National Association of Counties, to the Treasury Department suggested that the formula used under the payment in lieu of taxes should be utilized for distributing this funding. If they utilize that formula, then we are slated to get 5.2 million. And so what we're proposing is that 3 million of that funding would go toward the Community Wildfire Defense Program, and then 2.2 million for the Forest Restoration Initiative. And again, this gets where we don't have that nexus, where we need to conduct projects within communities that could contribute to steep slope. For example, Oak Creek Canyon, that's another great example. To some extent, the Mormon Lake community, certainly all of the west side of the peaks. There are a number of communities that if fires begin there and go uphill, we're going to lose areas that can definitely contribute to post-wildfire flooding. So what we're thinking now, instead of moving that into flood control, actually keeping it within this program, the Community Wildfire Defense Program, but it would give us the flexibility to really target those communities where there is the nexus isn't quite as strong, but there's an opportunity to leverage again more federal funding in concert with the forest restoration funding. So we'd be looking at initially 5.2 million. Next slide, please. So again, right now we're identifying this as an unawarded grant of 5.2 million in the fiscal year 23 budget. And again, would allocate potentially up to 3 million. Again, to procure the management entity, the service provider, target the match for shovel ready, and then also target some of the funding toward updating the plans and or creating plans where they don't exist. So, then one of the big next steps is creating that plan. What is that budget plan for FY23? If we get the nod from you, then is developing what does that plan specifically look like? And again, doing the RFQ and selecting a party to work with us on then developing and executing that plan. So, and that this fund in effect would be a separate fund within the general fund. So, and it would be specifically targeted for this work. And again, the total budget, how we've kind of looked at it. And again, this is something we'd be working closely with the board as this gets developed, but approximately 2 million for the matching fund. Again, for projects, actual projects, the 25% match. And then plus or minus 750,000 for procuring the entity that's going to write, manage the grants and manage the program, execute that program, working with us. And some funding for community outreach, education, mapping, and other types of services that'll likely be needed as well. And then some set aside some funding for county program management as well, because there'll need to be someone that's overseeing this and then someone working with this program kind of more on a day-to-day basis as well. And technically we can't fund that out of we can't fund that out of flood control. We should not be funding out of public works or other departments. So next slide. That covered that. I ended up with 2 slides there. So conclusions. On last week when we talked about flood control, I talked about this being a really pivotal point, in terms of my own personal career and a pivotal point in the county's, future. And I think It's just the evidence that we've seen recently with tunnel and the fires across the west that are already beginning, that this is just, again, a really unique opportunity to take advantage of a $500 million that's being made available. And certainly we don't know if that'll happen again. And I think if we sit back and say, well, maybe we should wait for this or wait for that, that we're likely going to lose this opportunity. I think this is really something that we are really well positioned to work. We have an excellent relationship, both through emergency management, public works, through the supervisors. We work very closely and collaboratively with our fire districts and fire departments over the years. And I think we are really well positioned to collaborate and take a program forward. And we've had success. This community, the broader Flagstaff area, has had success historically with this very small amounts that have been made available through the state and some other federal funding over the years, but that's been very limited funding. And frankly, I think at this point, right, Supervisor Ryan, that many of those areas that were probably thinned at that time or created defensible space are due for projects again already, right? And there's going to be a maintenance, requirement through all this. So educating people and about what they need to do to be able to maintain this defensible space, as Senator Sinema pointed out, the need for is really important. So, and again, we can leverage the forest restoration dollars as well as these dollars to really comprehensively cover the county with a wildfire reduction strategy, and therefore flood control or post-wildfire flooding reduction strategy as well. So, and it's our regional economy that's really at risk. And we lose the peaks. We lose one of the biggest drivers for our economy. And we know our economy is tourism based, and it's all connected. Everything's connected in terms of that economy. An impact of Flagstaff or Sedona will impact Page. Grand Canyon impacts to Grand Canyon. Tucson will impact Page, on Nation. The impacts are across the whole county. So with that, I'll stop talking and entertain any comments or questions that you might have. Thank you.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you, Lucinda. I appreciate the presentation. And this question is actually more related toward the previous presentation about the flood control district and increasing the property tax. Because over the weekend, I was talking with some folks and just kind of gauging and reaction. And so my question is, what is the county's plan to educate the community or to kind of push this idea forward of raising taxes for folks, property taxes for folks to fund this?
If the board decides to move ahead in that direction, then I think we can implement a communication effort. I think that in terms of what people have seen, a couple of things to remember. One is right now there's a tremendous awareness of what we are facing and what the significant consequences are. The other thing to remember is that when FWPP was put on the ballot in 2012 after Schultz, it passed with 75% of voter support within Flagstaff. That was the highest ballot initiative votes ever attained within the city in history. And I think that support will remain to be able to continue to pursue that objective. And obviously we would want the city to work with us on the western slopes of the peaks, those projects, because the real beneficiary not only is some of our rural areas, Fort Valley and the areas out off of 180, but the big beneficiary is Flagstaff. But the real beneficiary is the regional economy, because if that area becomes devastated, we've estimated, the city estimated back at that time, $1 billion increase impact. And I would say we're probably at $1.5 to $2 billion in impact at these days, if you think about what's happened with the property values here in Flagstaff. So And then think about that very similarly for Oak Creek Canyon and Sedona. You have the same dilemma down there, same type of risk, where if we get burning, and Joe Leverage's, J. Fuller's analysis for Oak Creek Canyon is showing that unlike what burned in the fire in 14, the slide fire in 14, which burned, one half of the kind of lower slopes of the canyon wall itself, if it gets up on top of the ridges, which some of it did in slide fire, but not much, or if it goes up the east side and then tops the ridges and gets into those canyons, Kelly Canyon, Munns Creek, Munns Creek, Munns Wash, thank you. That's where we're going to see the really devastating flooding and impact into Oak Creek Canyon. So a lot of people focused on the fire right in the canyon itself, but really it's the drainages that drain into the canyon if those burn. So I think that there are people who will have concern about the tax? Yes. Are there people out there who are opposed to tax? It wouldn't matter if they were personally receiving all the money, they would be opposed because that's their philosophy and they have a right to have that philosophy. At the same time, I think most of our communities are well aware of what the risk is. And I think they're really valuing that we're being proactive and that we're proposing a proactive plan. So I think, we've got a really strong set of key messages. For example, with Williams, Williams was very appreciative of the investment the county's been making there in Bill Williams Mountain. And they said, really, in terms of other supports from the county, if you keep doing that, like, we're not looking for other supports. This is the support we need, is helping to thin that for us. So we can certainly mount, a communication effort to help people understand, and we'll do a whole communication effort, when the tax bills go out as well. But historically, when they raised it back in 2011 and it went into place, I don't recall any opposition. There was small, like about 20 people who opposed the Public Health Services District tax that was also increased that same year, was established that same year. There had no vocal opposition to flood control. So that doesn't mean we won't necessarily experience some opposition, but I think overall, we will find the community very supportive.
Thank you. Yeah, I was taking a little bit aback about some pushback as I was talking to folks, but it did make me think about that there are folks that might not be in support of this effort that we're trying to do to leverage this federal funding.
And they may be more supportive of the community because they may perceive that'll be more likely to affect their properties, right? So I think those that are in the museum flood area or now out in the Schultz flood area, they know the benefit of these measures, right? And the investments that the flood control district has made and will need to continue to make. We're meeting tomorrow to look at the analysis of flooding coming off of the tunnel fire, and I bet it's interesting because the preliminary numbers coming from the Bear team are fairly high. The numbers coming from J. Fuller are quite a bit lower, but so where is that? Where are we going to go with that? So we're going to have a meeting over the lunch hour tomorrow to really look at the analysis and say, okay, where do we need to go? But there will be a level of investment. Let alone we just have to repair what got damaged. And we're expecting that to be, in the $250,000 to probably $350,000 range right there.
Could have been worse.
Could have been much worse. Yeah, could have been much worse. We could have lost roads too. We were fortunate the fire popped over the road, so we didn't see much of that impact at all. We were, as an organization, infrastructure, we were fortunate, so.
That's true. Supervisor Fowler. And
yes, how many, so I'm just trying to think this through. How many people do you believe will be helped through this project? $2 million to help individual property owners.
So in terms of the matching grants, I mean, the work is fairly, if you've ever hired a technical faller to come out and take down a tree near your house, if you know what that costs, some of you are shaking your heads. It's not cheap. It's pretty expensive work. So it's not, the individuals are getting, we're not writing individuals checks and they get to decide what they do with the money. I mean, this is going to be invested in creating that defensible space. Also, for example, on Munns Park, there are a set of drainages that were created as part of the original development that are on private property, but have been largely unmaintained, and they've grown a lot of shrubs and trees and all kinds of vegetation. Those are the similar type areas we would want to really focus on in a number of communities throughout the county, where those areas will carry the fire up through the community, and thinning those and getting those cleaned up is going to have a very
just
positive
wondering
impact.
again, how many individuals will be assisted with this program? That's.
I think it'll be
you're
thousands.
saying-
I think it could
Well,
be, several thousand.
Then I guess this will come later, but just the criteria of eligibility, and the locations throughout the whole county, and just looking at the whole county, and just most of the county work and all of the county work really is just in the Flagstaff, and this in the Flagstaff, Williams, and just the area out there. There isn't any assistance in District 5, as I know. So
I don't think that
wondering
actually be the
how
case. I
that
think
will
Jacobs Lake will benefit from this program. I think Fredonia.
And that's what I want to make sure
Fredonia
that
impact
I've
there.
not seen that from the departments yet. So that's the reason why I raised this. I'm gonna have to really look at this to see if it really is going to benefit all across the county, because it usually does not happen. So these are unincorporated communities. And so this program sounds like, is that going to be within the cities, or is it just in the unincorporated communities?
The cities will be able to decide, because they could independently pursue grants as well.
This is
whether
what
they
we're
choose
talking
to or
about.
not, but I think many of the smaller communities like a Fredonia or a Page, they're going to have challenges in finding the expertise. And I think they'll find a real value in working with the county and the consultant in, working through that. Same with Williams. I think they'll find a lot of value. Tucson will find a lot of value. And remember, some of the areas that are at worse risk are like Blue Ridge and all the, and frankly, throughout Flagstaff. Flagstaff still has tremendous amount of risk. I'll to say my neighborhood's one of the worst, and there's tremendous amount of risk. So some fires may not look like wooded fires. In Fredonia, you're not going to see a wooded fire, but you could see a grass fire. Look at what happened in Boulder, Colorado. You could very much see something like that. So that, the types of fires may not be identical across the county, but everything is at significant risk given the level of drought that we're seeing and the long-term impacts of not managing these threats.
So back, Madam Chair, just want to understand. So the cities are doing their own, and what you're proposing is
we don't
only
know that the cities will do their own.
unincorporated. So you're saying that the cities are all involved in this. It's all property owners, not just in the unincorporated, not just the counties.
I think the intention is to work with whatever communities have an interest in working and partnering on this, certainly they'll need to bring some resources forward as well to work with their constituents within their cities, be it Flagstaff, Page, Fredonia, Tucson. They're going to have to look at how do they assist with those efforts as well, both financially and in terms of supporting the program and, endorsing that and working with their community constituents. But I think there's the opportunity to really work together, but they'll each make their own decision as well, whether they want to or not. I think we're going to find that most will want to work together to leverage those resources that they don't have within their own communities. Even Flagstaff, although, they have one wildland fire crew, and, they certainly have spent a lot more time being focused on it than many communities, but they have fairly limited resources as well.
And if I may, I also think that what you've indicated is we're still waiting for the regulations as they come forward. And the proposal, as I understand from the materials you presented, is an emergence of a county-wide approach and a desire to collaborate and share resources and expertise county-wide. And I think your recommendation was initially to kind of work with the fire districts on a countywide basis.
And fire department.
And fire departments on a countywide basis. And probably we'll find more information as we get these regulations. And I want to say that this is Coconino County. And when something happens in Fredonia, it affects us here in Flagstaff because we are all part of Coconino County. And when something happens in Flagstaff, which is also an economic center and base, as well as a tourist center and base, it's certainly going to affect the rest of the county as well. Absolutely. So what I really liked about this is, number one, it's a program to provide benefit to our private property owners and businesses on a county-wide basis. So I really look forward to getting the regulations and trying to get a plan in place and working across the county and getting our unincorporated areas through the fire districts, as well as some of our towns and municipalities involved in this program. It is a tremendous opportunity, which we probably aren't going to see again. So I know we can't take action, nor are we going to make a motion to take action. But if you're asking just for, our thoughts, I'm very much as you can tell, very much in favor of going forward with this program. I think it's a great benefit for all of our county residents, and it's important for us to do what we can to help build resilient communities. We are in the crosshairs of a potential disaster, and it is not sustainable that we go back time after time, the federal government saying we need help because we've just had a forest fire or we've just had wildfire flooding. The cost to the county, the cost to our citizens, the social cost, the human cost is just not sustainable. So we have any opportunity we have to build a resilient community, quite frankly, using as much federal money as we can get, we need to do it. And we need to do it for everybody here in Coconino County. So I don't need to say more. And I know Supervisor Ryan has comments as well.
So, Madam Chair, I want to make sure that this is a county-wide program and that it is going to be set up in such a way. We have gone through this before, and I've been here for many years. And so I know where the projects are happening. So if this is going to be a county-wide project, then it needs to be a county-wide project. Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm swing back into presentation and just look at everything more broadly, what we're dealing with and our opportunity. First we identify our greatest public health and safety risk is wildfire and potential flooding that follows such catastrophic wildfires. We've seen the cost and what we bear countywide associated with the impact. even worse, if you get into the communities where there are losses, it's tremendous. And it's not just those 30 houses. It goes beyond that. It's the whole community that's being impacted. We've been watching California burn up. Paradise, go back and look at it. It looks quite similar to what we have in this area. There was loss of life as well as structures associated with it. Colorado, New Mexico. We've been fortunate for the few number of houses, and up until the Tinder fire, we've been able to avoid it. However, we've been lucky thus far associated with that. The cost could be that much more, and then you play it out to the economic impact. So we're, suddenly, we've been trying to get money and nickel and dime it and put it together and begin to influence it. And we've been nicking away at it, but we really haven't had the programs, whether the FOR-FRI, the Forest Restoration Initiative, where we've needed industry back and we've seen the densities grow in the forest and the fire danger grow, but this huge drought. So suddenly there's a lot of money that's coming in, and we've been working towards it. Those areas that we've worked on programs, we've been successful in doing it. So part of the front is from a flood control perspective, looking at steep slope. We had that presentation, we had that discussion, and that's an important aspect. The FOR-FRI, that's more of a federal piece, but we've been a partner associated with it and have an opportunity to leverage and reduce that risk. But then the other piece, and it's a key piece, and it goes back to, I look at some programs that we were dealing with back in the late 1900s, early 2000s, and we carried forward for a number of years the RCMFP, Rural Community Fuels Management Reduction Program. And I always mess up the acronym, because they changed the acronym also. It started in parks, and then we grew it out, and we grew it, as we do with anything. We start with a program, we grow it up, we make it better, and we spread it out and spread it with the intentions of getting it as far as we can. But that program, the initial discussion, and it was the creation of our burn pits. Initial discussion was, they're taking care of thinning adjacent to the communities, the wildland urban interface, the WUI, but they weren't in the communities. And you look at our communities and they're dense. The threat is quite high within them. And we were able to initiate at least sample programs, but at a much smaller scale. It's a piece that we've been missing is, how do we get it into the communities? And here's an opportunity that there's a lot of federal money coming in, that we have a chance to initiate a program and grow it up. And my perspective on it is, if we do it right, we create a living program. It's a plan that's not just here and gone. It's a plan to grow it and enhance it and bring it further and further into our communities. And not just that, we're talking about a resource that keeps coming back, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. But as a forest grows again, you need continual thinning associated with it. So it is important. We've got the FOR-FRI that's starting to come forward, and hopefully that can be triggered. We're working on the flood control element. But the community wildfire protection programs and how to deal with it in the communities is another piece in that stool of what to do and how to do it. Can we do them all at once? No. But can we look at the high-risk communities, work on the high-risk communities, but look at the communities that can't bring their own programs, and how do we work with them? And I think that's what we're trying to do. So I really think it's the right intent. And as we see the rules written, we'll be able to see our potential applications But the other piece is that we step out, that we show leadership, we show that we can create a program that's innovative and can be incorporated in other communities and build that foundational support associated with it. So we've been waiting for a long time for this opportunity. I think the timing's right. We're in the right place, right time to trigger this. And so, I definitely support the intent, but this isn't the last conversation. We need to continue to have this conversation, that it's shared, it's spread amongst our communities, but we do it right and do it well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Now, other comments, Supervisor Begay?
Yes, thank you, Lucinda and staff for putting this presentation together. I'm really confident that the staff can run with this. You've done a lot of good things and put things together all the way from the beginning to the end of the projects. I've seen the plans and you've carried them through, and there's evidence that that's happening. So I just want to say thank you for, really thinking this out, and that, as far as, even sharing us a map of where all the threats are in the Coconino County. And I assume that this project will be addressing all the red areas of the whole county. We're talking about the whole county. So that's what I'm understanding because I have the mapping here. And then with the funding, the way you split it up and talking about matching funds, I think that's good. I think we just need to make sure that, there's accountability is there. And I trust Siri and her staff in that also. And then, so I just want to say that a lot of times, these projects come up and, there is like more monies for us and more things that we can do and stuff like that. And, sometimes we might overburden ourselves, but we just have to kind of watch out for that. But I know that, all the stakeholders, the county, everybody is, you guys are very experienced. And, we board members, even though we're new, we kind of know what we're talking about or what we would like to see. But anyway, I just want to say thank you, for bringing this before us, and that, we're just there to, and like I always say, it's on us to serve the people out there, wildfire, floods, whatever it may be. And the only thing that's missing off of here is my 10 trees that are on my lot in Comay Mesa that's not red there. So those are cedar trees. So, but anyway, I just want to let you guys laugh. But anyway, that's what I want to say. And I think it's a good plan, the way I see it. And, but just getting the board, information as soon as they arise. And the other one is that Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes, their plans need to be updated. So somehow I think we can start on that right away. At least that's there. So they're not waiting till the time that we release anything to them. And the other, I think there's 2 more other places too. So thank you very much for the presentation. I feel that we can do this.
I did speak with Dave Rodriguez recently, and he expressed a lot of interest in the program.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other statements, comments?
I didn't actually speak to him, but I communicated with him.
And Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just had one more question, and that would be, when is this coming up to us for a vote?
It'd be part of the budget process. So, later this week, you're going to give direction on where you want to go with the budget, with the goal of, remind me, Siri, when the preliminary budget is. Where'd Siri go? She's over. That's right. She's at a game with her child right now, but I'll look at the tentative budget is approved on June
23rd.
Right. So June 17th for tentative, 7th for tentative, and then funding.
Sorry, we changed the date. The final is June 23rd. Yes. And the tentative is
7th, she said. So those would be the final set of approval dates, but there's a lot to prepare for that. So I think county managers, that we need direction from you about how you want to move ahead by the end of this week, so all those preparations can go into place.
So can we put that in the parking lot? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All
Any
right, great.
other-
Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time today. And again, I think, there aren't a great deal of detail at this point, but I think the concept is a strong one, and that we have this tremendous opportunity to partner across the county and really make an impact. So thank you.
Thank you, and Gregory and your staff and team on this. Really appreciate it. And your leadership, quite frankly, on taking a look, whatever bucket is out there to try to reach into and get something here for Coconino County. So thank you very much. And
Madam
I
Chair.
see the county manager.
I think Supervisor.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Begay.
Fowler.
Supervisor Fowler, I'm sorry.
Yes, I like to see where it is in our budget. Siri sent out the general funds expenditure and transfer this morning, and I'm trying to see where it would be, and just in our, I guess I have to go back and really look to see where these two, the request is $2 million, right?
For the wildlife, for the program we just.
Is
Yes,
that a
however,
one-time, is that a one-time funding?
that funding, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, is predicted to come from the Wyden Amendment funding. So no local general fund will be provided for this particular program at this time. So again, we're looking for the Wyden money to be used as our match for the other federal programs.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, so we're booking that or showing that on the presentation as unawarded grants, because again, several other steps will need to go through. However, I do want to make a note with regard to the budget and the flood control district. As we proceed in building the tentative budget, we will, when we wrap up this week, we'll like to know the board's position, knowing that it is yet to be acted on, but a direction from the board with regard to the flood control district tax.
The tax, is that correct?
Correct. So, Madam Chair, it's 4 o'clock, and this was the reserve for wrap up. We have one presentation that we are going to do, and then I would like to get a sense for the board with regard to the wrap up. So on Thursday, we're scheduled to wrap up the budget discussions. And so your direction relative to the recommendations, the recommended budget, the feedback that you've received from departments and elected officials, as well as other general items, will need to be wrapped up again. And so on Thursday, after Erica presents on the compensation studies that you've made mention of, I would like to get a sense of where the board is at, and I'll come back after Erica's presentation. But again, right now, Erica Philpott is going to be providing some follow-up information related to the market study, job audit, a couple of other terms that board members have mentioned during your time as we discuss the compensation plan. So, Madam Chair, would that be okay at this time?
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. You haven't been able to leave, have you?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you, Fong. So wanted to start the afternoon talking about one of my favorite topics, which is compensation. It's a well-known joke around the county that you can't get Erica started talking about compensation unless you plan on having a long conversation, because it is one of my favorite things. And so I wanted to just start, just to cover a couple of terms. We've been talking about compensation over the last several meetings, and so wanted to just make sure that we're all using the same terms as we talk about compensation. So what is a compensation study or a market study? So a compensation or market study is when we analyze pay practices among our competitors to see if they are competitive within that industry and that geographic location. So that evaluates internal equity, external equity, and it ensures that the pay is fair for those responsibilities, that level of work, and it also attracts and retains employees. And so we collect market compensation data from external survey sources to compare against the pay for those positions. And we do that periodically and frequently, actually, and I will talk about that in a future slide. So how does that differ from a classification and compensation study? And that's when we look at the structure. When we talk about the classification, that's looking at the structure of the plan as well as the pay. So looking at not just what our competitors are paying, but what is the structure of what we do? How wide is the range? What's the difference between the ranges? All of those things. So that's pretty much the difference between a compensation or a market study and a class and comp study. And then how does that compare to a job audit? So a job audit is a formal review of the duties and the responsibilities that are assigned to a job to ensure that it is working within its scope, it's in the appropriate classification, and does it need to be updated, changed? Certainly, classifications, specifications, or class specs or job descriptions are living documents. They grow and change over time. The way that we conduct work today is certainly not the way that we conducted work 10 years ago. And we don't even call computers the same things. Certainly certifications change. And so a job audit process looks at the duties and responsibilities that make up that job long-term, not just short-term tasks or short-term duties. And if a job is in a state of flux or change, then the job audit is usually delayed. So that can balance out and we're not thinking about what the job might do. Either a market study, a class and comp study, a comp study, or a job audit are very much a snapshot in time of those living documents. In HR, we love to do comp work. I enjoy it quite a bit myself. And so we're constantly updating our class specs, working with departments to make sure that those descriptions of that work is correct. Every time we post a job, we make sure that that is correct. We look at FLSA audits as the work changes. We have reclassifications that come up as the work has changed, whether the work has gone up or down. We've redistributed among different people. And so we're continue to have reclassifications brought forward to HR and also talk to departments about what positions might need to be reclassified based on what we're seeing. We have positions that are broad-banded and we call those comprehensive class specs. And I'll give a definition of that in a moment as well. We keep the pay plans up, of which there are several, and they change with minimum wage changes. And then we look at market data. So the comp work is performed day to day, regularly and consistently by a lot of people in human resources. We check equity every time there's a job offer, whether that's a new hire, that's a promotion, a lateral change. And so we partner with departments to make sure that we have good career ladders, job families. And we know those jobs that have similar responsibilities. So if one job is changing and evolving, we can follow up with another job in that family or with related duties. And so we're understanding how those positions change and evolve. And we pride ourselves on doing that frequently to make sure that that is up to date. So we use class specs instead of job descriptions. They are set up slightly differently. Class specs are designed to be slightly broader, and some departments do have job descriptions that accompany those class specs. And when we post jobs, we modify those to make sure that that job is speaking to the applicant, that it's really specific on what tasks it does. And so since July of 2021, 37 class specs have been newly created and 21 were revised. So 58 class specs have had changes where we're working with the departments, where we're pulling data from other sources. We're looking at other class specs and doing that research. And so this is just a sampling of some of those titles that we've changed or created in the last year.
Can I ask a question on that?
Certainly.
When you say that 37 class specs, 21 were revised, which is great. I think it's one of those things you always need to keep up on. Were they combined? Did you break some apart? Were there changes in where they fell on the salary schedule? Or was it all of the above?
Madam Chair, a little bit of all of the above. Sometimes we're just updating the language to make sure it's more current. Sometimes the department has reorganized slightly. Sometimes they're making it more clear who does what as they really grow and evolve the different positions. Some of them are because we are reclassing a job that departments have come forward and said, we need to look at this job or do this work differently. A good example of that is in the medical examiner's office. In the last year, we created a broadband for them, but we combined their forensic tech and investigator class specs so that everyone did a little bit of both so they would have better coverage. It allowed them to change their call out schedule, which in turn allowed them to have some better work-life balance for weekends, but also to have a more consistent schedule. And then as a result, they saved in overtime costs. So it was win-win for them. And it was a broadband. So we'll talk about that in a minute, what that means, but it was really well received within the department. And it was a change from how the work had been performed previously. So sometimes it's just wording pieces, maybe a certification changes, maybe they've seen a class spec they like somewhere else and they're like, oh, this is great, we should update that. So some minor things and some major things.
Thank you.
Thank you. So reclassification is when the department comes forward or we go to the department and we're concerned that the grade of the position, the amount of pay that it receives in our classification structure is no longer correct. And so we're evaluating that. This shows the number of submittals to our Position Evaluation Review Committee, which we call PERC, because we love acronyms in HR. And then we have a committee that looks at those, and then the number of positions that were reclassified, or the number of employees that were impacted by changes. You can see in FY21 and FY22, those numbers of impacts are high, and that's because that also includes minimum wage changes. So when a job moves up because of a minimum wage change, that is captured here in the data. But these positions come forward, not all of them are changed, but we look at them, we evaluate them. We actually use a Hay point system, and that point system gives points for knowledge, skills, abilities, responsibilities on a myriad of different categories so that we can really compare apples to oranges and look at those different positions. So we're evaluating the duties, responsibilities, the scope, the impact, and qualifications of the position that result in the assignment of a grade in that system. There's, and I just want to mention here that reclassifications in some organizations, when there's a policy, there's usually a policy about reclassifications, and in some organizations, to prevent employees from wanting to seek a reclassification just for a pay raise, they will have in policy that you can only move up to the minimum of the grade if that position gets reclassified, or if you're within the minimum, even by a penny, that you can't receive any pay raise at all. We did have that policy when I first started here at the county. And actually, after looking at some different pay equity in the county several years ago, we actually changed that policy because what we were finding was that positions that were reclassed were creating compression and pay inequity. And so our policy says that when a position is reclassed, the people that are reclassed do get a bump in pay when we do that. So even something like a reclassification can have implications on not just pay, but on policy, on equity, lots of different things to look at when we're looking at reclassifications. So we've been talking about broadbanding, and you can see the forensic tech and investigator here. Since July of 2021, we've worked in partnership with 6 departments developing broadbanding structures. Not all of them are ready to move forward or in the final stages, but 4 broadbanding structures were implemented. Forensic tech and investigator, legal assistant, paralegal, and court security officer. And 1 broadbanding structure was revised, which was in the appraiser's office, the assessor's office with the appraiser. And so when we talk about broadbanding or comprehensive class spec, what does that mean? It means that there is several titles all together in one class spec. It's budgeted at the highest level, and we have the ability to bring people in anywhere within that structure. And the moment that they meet the qualifications of the next level, they're able to move up. They don't have to wait for someone to retire or leave. And so there's ability to advance based on learning new skills, abilities, or qualifications. So a good example of that is the appraiser. We have an apprentice appraiser because we have people that come here where we're growing our own talent that are not licensed through the Department of Revenue, but have a background in real estate or some other related area. And they come in as an apprentice appraiser. And it takes roughly about a year. And then they are certified through the Department of Revenue, and they become an appraiser 1. They do mostly residential appraising. Then they get that DOR level 2, and they do a commercial appraising. And so they're able to move up because they're growing their skills, they're growing their licensure, and they're able to do more complex work for the office. And so we have that same type of structure in these other areas as well, and where there are bumps in pay due to them gaining knowledge and experience. So we have the appraisers, the attorneys, building inspectors, the court security officers, the engineering track, forensic tech investigator, mechanics, operators, legal assistants, and paralegals. So 10 different broadbanding tracks. So we increased those by 4 over the last year. Market data, we pull market data many times a year. So every year we participate in the ACO survey, the salary and benefits survey. And so that's a big one that we do, but we also pull data many times a year on many positions. So since last July, we've compiled market data on 29 positions. So we're looking at positions that are remaining unfilled, that are hard to fill, that we're not having a lot of applicants in. We're pulling data from a lot of sources that we have to see if that is competitive. And so when we talk about market data, what we're doing is looking at benchmarking positions. So not every position title is a benchmark title. And in the ACO data, there are about, I think I counted the other day, there's about 90 positions, maybe 80 positions that we benchmark against. And when we do that, we're looking at jobs that don't have the same titles, but have the same responsibilities, duties, and also minimum qualifications. So we want to make sure we're comparing jobs with 4 years of experience to jobs with 4 years of experience, that we're not looking at the pay for a job with 4 years of experience versus 10 years of experience. And so looking at those different jobs. The ACO data is great for us. We also look at some Tempe gyms. The city of Tempe has a website called Gyms that they use, where a lot of different municipalities and cities post some data, but also through our NeoGov software, which is our recruitment software. We have salary data from organizations all across the country. All the organizations that use NeoGov create their own data bank. And we have access to all of their job descriptions and class specs, as well as all of their market data. So we're looking at the min, mid, and max, not on actual salaries. That's one of the great things about the ACO data, is that it provides an average of actuals. But usually when you're pulling market data, you're looking at that min, mid, max of the range. So a little bit of history about what we've done before, a little trip down memory lane. And I actually was super excited because I found Steve's talking points from the Hay study from like 2009. So I was pretty excited about that. And Steve was like, oh, I remember these. So we embarked on a study in 2008 and used a consulting service from the Hay group to review and update the county job classifications as part of a compensation strategy plan. The Hay initial evaluation report was received in April of 2009, and full implementation of the class and comp plan would require adjustments to 41% of the county workforce to bring them to a new minimum of their of a new designated range at a cost of $1.8 million. Due to the budget constraints of the timeline of that 08-09 timeline, there was a huge delay in implementing the Hay, which I have on the next slide. And so we did a lot of the HR tasks in-house. So that included, we collected forms that were evaluating the accuracy of the class specs for every position in the county. There was an A, B, and C. People could say if their class spec was correct, if it had minor modifications, or if it needed some more major things. There were 17 desk audits. There were 64 new class specs. There were 6 career tracks that were created. There was revisions made to over 200 class specs. Reviews to the FLSA or the exempt, non-exempt had to be done on all those class spec changes. And we actually reviewed the minimums across the grades, which was really great because what we were looking at is everyone in grade 10, are their minimums similar? Are their years of experience similar? And then we created the PERC committee to do reclassifications. And so those were some of the things that were taken in-house. Those are some of the things that we're trying really hard to maintain all the time. And we can prioritize some of those tasks in HR again. So if the board would like us to collect forms on the accuracy of class specs, we're happy to do that. I think that would be a really interesting exercise because we have partnered so closely with departments whenever we open a job or post a job, that it would be interesting to see how many forms would come in, because I feel like we have been really working to keep up to date on that work. So what happened in FY 06, 07, and 08, the county paid the compensation consultant over $100,000. We pulled it out of old HTE. So there's the exact amount down to the cents. The class and compensation study was completed in 09, as I mentioned. So phase 1 was implemented in FY 12. So you can see we had that delay, that snapshot in time from collecting the data in 09 to implementing it in March of 12. And it placed employees into their correct classification, their correct job title, class spec. And employees with a pay rate below the minimum of the new range had their salary adjusted only to the minimum, like we talked about before with that policy. Employees at or above the minimum received no salary adjustment, and employees with salaries above the maximum of the new range became redlined at their current rate. And that is one of the things that happens when you do a really broad study. Sometimes positions go down, and that did occur here, and there's a bullet on that. So phase 2 was effective in July of 2012. So you can see in a separate fiscal year, FY 13, and adjusted pay grades were based on a market analysis from the 2009 data. And again, employees below the minimum were adjusted just to the minimum, and employees that are above the minimum received no salary adjustment. So there were some additional employees redlined as part of that second phase where we made additional changes. For example, the grade 7 minimum moved to $26.99 in phase one. So it had been lower than that. And then in phase two, it moved to $30,167. So that grade moved up twice. And so people that were in that grade, if they were below, they moved to the new minimum of the grade. There were 305 job titles at that time of the study, which is actually really close to what we have today, although they are not exactly the same titles. 40 positions went down in grade, which caused employees to feel undervalued. There was some dissatisfaction with that. And 33 positions increased less than $1,000 annually. And there was also some dissatisfaction with that. People were really hopeful at that time that we had brought the consultant in, that it would mean a larger change in salary. So because we moved people to the minimum of the range and left them if they were barely above the range, we had some compression. So all things have pros and cons, and that was one of the cons of that process. And so in January of 2015, the county secured Siegel Water's public sector to conduct a compression study and paid $45,000 plus expenses to have them just look at compression at the entry of the grades. So essentially, we had people at the grades that were new in the grades or maybe had been here a couple of years. Other people moved up to the minimum. They had a variety of different experience. Maybe they were only 5 cents above the minimum of the new minimum. They didn't get anything. Other people got compressed closer to them. And so Siegel Waters came in to look at that. On July 1 of 15, so in that same year, the compression pay plan was implemented, and it was a complex definition of tiers that included years of service, percentage of midpoint, and a defined tier amount of pay. So it broke people into several tiers within each grade and tried to move people deeper into the grade that they were in, and that was the result of the earlier Hay work. So as I mentioned in a previous conversation last week with you, the City of Flagstaff study has been implemented. They've done a couple of different phases of implementation, which is very common to need to do. And that study costs roughly, from what I've heard, about $150,000. Yavapai County is currently embarking on a study, and they're paying just under $100,000. And they hope to implement that over the next few years as well. So we have looked at the City of Flagstaff study based on what was the result of that study. And certainly we could do the same with Yavapai as they work through that and get to their phases.
I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
And would love to see it anyway, because I think it would be somewhat relevant, obviously. And what did they actually have done? Was it a job audit? Was it a compensation audit? Was it a financial study? I mean, what did they actually have done?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know all the ins and outs of what they had done, but the result of it was a new grade system. They created a new structure. They have a new classification structure. It has a new numbering structure. So all of the grades changed and they got new numbering structure, and they put those positions into those new grades. And with that, moved those people into those new grades as well.
Do you know if that, like you were just saying, when you did the Hayes study, 40 positions actually went down in compensation, 33 only increased by 1,000? And I'm assuming then there was other changes too, besides those two that you'd mentioned. But do you know what that resulted in for, in terms of compensation across the board for various grades and positions there in City of Flag?
I do not at this time, Chair. Thank you. So I have some pros and cons of conducting a study. And one of the things that the chair was just talking about is, what is the goal of the study? What are they trying to accomplish? What information are they seeking? And what is it that they're really paying for, right? If you're engaging a consultant, what is it that you want to know that you don't know? Because certainly we know that the cost of living is high, that inflation is high, and that the minimum wage continues to have huge leaps that everyone in this Northern Arizona region is working to combat. And quite frankly, all across the state. I was in Phoenix this weekend getting, I hate to say, a fast food burger. I hate to admit that. And at a place we don't have here. And they had a sign that they start their compensation at $16 an hour and go up to $19.50 an hour to work in fast food. And that's in Phoenix, where the minimum wage is $12.15. And so it's, compensation is all around us. That's what I say when I get on my excited compensation talk.
Madam Chair, can I be coy and just say, did you go in and go out?
Yes, I did.
It's coming here soon. Is that what you're saying?
I did have a Neapolitan milkshake. Yes, I did. In full transparency. So some of the pros and cons of conducting a study, really finding out what it is that we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to know. It's a multi-year investment in compensation, which is a great thing. It's an external look at the compensation. It's market competitive data, although we do need to define our competitors. Who are the competitors? Usually industry driven. So we don't always compare private in that competitor definition. Something to think about. And then a lot of times in conducting a study, a consultant will look at midpoints of the ranges. And very often lately, we look at minimums because we're trying to stay ahead of minimum wage, so that those minimums are a lot of what we look at. Because it would be great to look at midpoints, but we can't always get there. The cons of a study is the cost of a study to pay the consultant, the cost of implementation, the timeline to implement a study, how many phases will there be, over how many years, the positions that decrease in grade or don't go up very much, the inability to implement the full study results, which is what happened with our case study, delays in implementation, which also happened, which can devalue that data. That data was a snapshot in time from 2009. And so how valuable is that data several years later? The cost of new information, as I mentioned, how much are we paying for that information, and what is it that we're gleaning exactly that we need to know? And it may create additional compensation concerns, just like I talked about with the Hay study, creating that compression that caused us to then need to have a compression study. So a couple different things just to be aware of as we think about the pros and cons of conducting a study and what it is that we would want to accomplish. So with that, I'm turning it over to Steve.
So thank you, Erica. I appreciate the walk down memory lane. I do remember those meetings from back in 2007 and 8. So again, back to the recommendation that was included in the presented budget for this year. And you can see the dimensions and the pieces to it. In terms of adjustment to ranges, an amount for 2,000 for annual salaries and ranges. The X adjustment to move employees deeper into the ranges, 1,750 to annual salaries. And then Y for longevity based on the chart below, and you can see that below. And then Z to reinstate our merit system based on performance evaluation, which has not been active. But that's not to say that feedback has not occurred. So we always have feedback happening between employees and supervisors throughout our time here. And you see the average percent increase, and this is average, and the amount, and then what we're going to be doing on grade 7. And so going back to what Eric has provided to you, in terms of the pros and the cons for a study, we certainly as the county have not had, we've not looked at our compensation study, and our compensation plan throughout our history, and we will continue to do that. For us at the staff level, timing is probably the big issue right now. Is the timing of a study such that it would yield meaningful results? Currently, with inflation and housing those are the biggest factors that are impacting our recruitment and our retention at this point in time. We hear it time and time again from not only employees, but also individuals who have been considering coming to the county. And the feedback that we've received is that they just cannot make it work. And so again, the board recommendation from the manager's office continues, of course, as it is today, knowing that a study is a good thing to do at any time. We can have external eyes look at what we're doing. Nothing wrong with that. But I think at this point in time, the recommendation would be to continue to see what housing and what inflation is going to do, but at the same time, do something about it sooner than later. And then once if we do get to that point of more predictability, looking at the opportunity for a study of our compensation plan at this time. The other benefit is that the HR leadership in this community talks all the time. Erica, the city, NAU, CCC, FUSD, these individuals are always comparing what's working and what's not. And so there's a constant flow of public sector information regarding our compensation efforts. So questions or comments? And share my screen, sorry.
I'll wait till you're through with your presentation, or is that it?
That would be it.
Okay.
For the
Right.
compensate, yeah, for this part of it.
And by the way, I really applaud what the county is doing with the XYZ approach, because I do think that not all things are equal. And I think when you're talking about those in the lower end of the range, I mean, I think we really do need to look at increasing their compensation. And for the other reasons, as you set forth in XYZ, I think that is really commendable. And I am certainly not, I want you to know, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea for us to move forward in terms of compensation. I think and the reason that probably the city did it, the reason that others are looking to do it, and the reason that you, SHRM, you talk about a lot, I mean, they're also very big on doing these on a regular basis, compensation studies. And the reason is, for the reasons that we're trying to do as XYZ, is to help recruit and retain the best and the brightest here in Coconino County. And I know that Coconino County has really bent over backwards for many years to make sure that our employees are appreciated and that we show them our appreciation through a compensation and benefit plan that's just phenomenal. So I want you to know that. I also know that there's no way that we're going to be able to get a classification and compensation study done before we're going to be making decisions on this plan. So I want you to know that. On the other hand, and I think it's worth maybe for us to take a look at what they've done in the city of Flagstaff. And we might take a look at that and take a look at what we've done and think, gee, what we've done is so consistent, or it's not consistent, or whatever. But I do think it's something we really need to look at for the future. I think it's healthy, and as good as our HR department is, and I think you guys are great. I think sometimes it's just healthy to get an outside look. And what a real compensation and classification plan does is they look to these tangibles like you're talking about for a community, inflation, housing, that kind of thing. So I don't think, and I may be wrong, I don't think anybody is thinking we're going to try to get this in place before we make a decision on the compensation plan before us. But I think it's something we really should be looking towards in the future. And I don't think we need to make a decision today or tomorrow or the end of our budget session, but I personally would love us to keep looking at that and to make a commitment in the not too distant future to do a compensation classification study. So just my thoughts. Other comments from other board members? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, it's very helpful. It's helpful to revisit what have we done. The other piece of it is how do we look at it? What our HR has been doing, our considerations of what we're doing, and what will we get out of it as well. And we have a recommendation for this year. And compensation studies, A, they take a long time. B, if you're doing it right, and then you hit that point, then can you achieve it? And that's the challenge we constantly run into. This is that expenditure. Boy, your watch is pretty loud, Madam Chair. It's no, it's I'm surprised it came out of the watch. Actually, so even when you do a compensation plan, we run into our challenges of we have an expenditure limit. And as much as we want to fairly compensate everybody and keep up with the consumer price index and the cost of living and our more extreme cost of living, we can't always do it, try as we may. You can see when you're making compensation investment, it's the greatest expense that we see associated with our budgets and what we're doing with our budgets. It's our people. One thing that we have done historically is to not just do, oh, gee, we're counties, therefore, where do we fit within the range of the counties? Because we have a market that's completely different than the rest of the counties around the state. And we've continued to ask for, bring in that private sector element associated with it. But it's not to say that we can't be rewarded with compensations and market study. The question is, if we want to do that, it's a discussion of a future year and implementation. If we look at it from a budget perspective, and if we're considering, it's putting money aside to say, let's at least put money aside if we want to launch into it, or let's put money aside until we can make that determination if we want to launch into it. And so that's what I see as the tangible conversation for this particular budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other supervisors, comments, questions?
No, I just want to say I appreciate the market analysis and the description of the compensation package. And as we've gone through and talked to the departments so far, all of the departments have been in favor of a compensation package. My only question is this something we're looking to do one time, or is this something that's being built in so that in the future we're not having to have this conversation again to be catching up?
Madam Chair, we would be building into frequency of a study that's based on industry standards, and certainly the input from the Society for Human Resource Management is important. But there are industry standards in terms of how often a study should be commissioned, and then what to do to maintain it during the off season. Making note of the fact that prior to this year, we had not made any changes to compensation for a couple of years, and so keeping up with is not only just maintaining the data, but also the compensation to go with that, because otherwise you will hit a time when you need to make up some ground.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Erica, and just the presentation, going back and seeing what we have done and bringing it to today. I know that we've looked at compression as well and made those adjustments. That's what you run into when you start, these trying to increase and really trying to work with the market, and these and our salaries. So, but I know that the board through the years and county manager, Steve, knows we've been very, really trying to be with the market with our salary, but it's just been, just like Supervisor Ryan says, just our budget limitation. That's the biggest hurdle that we have to go through. And then our compression. So we'll see how this will, but I really appreciate the presentation. Really good to go back and relook where we came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm just sitting here thinking about how I don't know if for 2 years the staff were not given increases, and so far we've given, I think, 5 or 6% within the last year, and then other things are coming up. Why did we not give raises if there was not raises about last year or 2 years ago? Or I don't understand that. I would like to see in a chart as to the number of increases or how much was increased year for the last 5 years, to make it clear that we're trying to catch up. I keep hearing the word catching up too, so I like to see that. The other thing is that last year around this time we were talking about this study that we're talking about, and if we had that information, I think it would have been good that we have something to really go by, and then also that we could have it in our hands. And that's the reason why we had asked for that from the board, which we never received. And so on the other hand too is, I know that this is monies that the taxpayers pay, and we have to be real careful about. We have to be accountable. We have to make sure that services are out there, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're looking for, and that's what they're looking at right now. And then the other thing is the pros of information that was presented to us. That could have, like I said, with that study information that we might have gotten, that would have justified the multi-year compensation, and that we were sure that we're in the market, we're market competitive. So those are things that I was looking at, as the presentations were done. And so, yes, it is a concern. The more we're going to dig into this, it's going to raise a lot of concerns. And it's going to cost us more also. And whatever Ms. Fowler, Supervisor Fowler brought up is true. We just need to look at things all the way around. And yes, we all want to have our staff get raises, but there's some kind of things that we really need to think about. I'm not sure if there's a salary schedule in place. Maybe bring that up and then say, okay, this person came this year, this is what, where they were placed at. And then like for a teacher schedule, that's what they usually do. If they go back to school, that's just an example, there's, they come in as a recent graduate and they start at this level. If they accomplish 15 credit hours or so many hours, then they're given another rate. Those are things I have not seen a salary schedule provided to the board as to how the steps are being moved up or down, sideways or whatever. And so those are things that I'm thinking about, but maybe there could be something for this year that the board can think about, but we can go ahead and move on and make it right. I feel like I'm being pushed into something that, there's still questions regarding that. And certainly, at least we got this first year taken care of, and next year we should have everything in place to make the move. And that's what my thoughts are right here. So I think everyone that was involved in getting this information together, and then the fundings too. I was talking earlier about how much money it's going to really cost. Where is that funding coming from? how, I think I've mentioned certain things and, we just don't want to put, in the long run, put up, end up, rifting people out and decreasing our services for people that we serve out there. So those are things I have in my mind as far as this compensation study. But I think it's appropriate that we do something for the staff right now, through this budget session. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, we will provide an opportunity for compensation review this year. In terms of the data, we look at our vacancy rates. We've not had a vacancy rate this high ever. We look at cost of living, we look at inflation, we look at certainly the feedback from candidates as well as our employees. But also the other metric is the metric that we have 3 fewer employees than we had 15, 16 years ago. And so we have a history certainly of not growing the organization, to contract it. And I think our budgeting really provides that opportunity. It's frustrating, I think, for some individuals, some elected officials, as well as our appointed department heads, that it's frustrating. But at the same time, to keep the organization at a size that can withstand ups and downs is important. And so I certainly hear what Supervisor Begay is providing. At the same time, I do need to note for the record the reasons why we're recommending this. And I certainly would not recommend a budget that would result in a RIF or any kind of layoff situation. If that were the case, I wouldn't be making this recommendation today. Thank you. And then one other item, I do want to ask if I could ask Erica back up to make one announcement related to an HR success that we were just recently notified. So
That's great. And one thing I want to note, I thought it was very interesting that the sheriff's office had indicated how many spots they were able to fill. I was very, very pleased to hear that. I mean, that's the intent and purpose was met. So I really enjoyed that. So thanks. Yes, Erica.
I have one more stat I wanted to share that I thought of that I failed to mention before the announcement, which is you had asked me how many vacancies have been open more than 12 months, and 42 is the answer. So we have 42 positions that have been open for more than a year. And that includes 17 in the sheriff's office, 2 in adult probation, 1 in the county attorney's office, 8 in HHS, 6 in juvenile, and 7 in public works. So the announcement is that we found out today in an email that we have been awarded a NACO 2022 Achievement Award for the COVID-19 emergency leave and supports. So thank you to the board for approving all of those COVID supports, the leave, the vaccination incentive, the change in bereavement leave, the change in leave donation, all of the vacation change, all of those things were recognized by NACO. And so really excited to share that with all of you.
Well, that's wonderful. And thank you and the county manager for your leadership in that. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't think I want to propose any more presentation at this point in time. Wrapping up, I do at some point want to provide some discussion tomorrow on how we're going to wrap up on Thursday. And one of the ways that I would like to be able to do that starting tomorrow, definitely on Wednesday, is to start going through department by department, identifying where there are any questions or comments that you have, and then moving departments where you do not have any questions on to a column, which means that, we've got that work done. And so we need to start kind of identifying what are the outstanding issues by department. There's also outstanding issues that are just focused on department. I think there's some suggestions and some requests that have come from the board that you would like follow-up on. And then from that also work session items that come from the discussion. So not everything that we're talking about today for this week or last week may be focused on the budget, but more of a discussion in work session on creating the framework of the policies around those items. So again, we could do that.
Sounds like a plan. Any other, and I know that Supervisor Begay needs to leave. She has an appointment. But any other comments from board members on the various presentation from Erica, the county manager, the NACO award, any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
You don't want to stay longer and think more? I know sometimes I go home and I've been thinking all day and having questions, and I get asked to answer a question. It's like, don't make me think, please don't make me think. But, really good presentations for a Monday we made through. We have a few more departments coming, with tangible issues as well. I just appreciate all the work. That is saying something special for the NACO award. Everybody was on the front end trying to do the right thing, and to get an award under those circumstances, it speaks well for the efforts that we have as a county, as a team working together. So, very good job to everybody out there that contributed, and really good to see that. Otherwise, I think my cup runneth over also. I'm ready for a little bit of downtime before we get into it again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. I just want to thank all the departments that have presented up to this point. I know that they put so much work into these presentations, and then our booklet that comes, and so much writing, so much thought, and that is put into it. I just really want to appreciate them. And then just the teamwork to be able to be recognized with a NACO award. I know that all of that has been very well thought out by all of management and department heads, just to see how that could be done. And, it just really shows how this county really comes together and really takes care of its own family. And I just want to thank our county manager for that and leading the way. So, but I do want to really appreciate all of while the judges all came and just really, presented on about their own, which they do, about their own departments or courts, and really appreciate everyone's effort and taking the time to be able to come and educate us on where they're at, and really difficult to ask, really difficult on our side to see where we're going to get the funding to be able to meet all the needs. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Go ahead.
Sure, just thank you, and I know you're all as fried as I am, and so get some downtime, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
And thank you all again. When you see the effort and work that goes into this budget process and these notebooks, it's pretty impressive. And I think it just goes the importance of that we're the caretakers of our taxpayers' money, and that we have need to fill our public and high fiduciary role for the members here in our community. And you really help us to do that. So I want to thank you all for your great efforts and the time that this has taken. So, and by the way, we learned so much. I'm learning so much about the departments, and especially because of COVID, and we haven't been able to go to these departments and visit with them. This has been very, very helpful. So thank you. Tomorrow's another day, and we meet at 1. Is that correct?
Yes. So tomorrow, the budget presentations begin at 1 p.m. That is because the board will be an evening session. So it is an equally long day tomorrow, too. Good night.
It's going to be all day and all night. I think he was trying to say, Matt. Thank you. I didn't say adjourn yet. I was just going to do that. But that's okay. Thank you is probably